Chapter 1. Namikaze Naruto. Author's note. Naruto, nor the characters of the story belong to me, unfortunately, and belong rather to Kishimoto Masashi. All I am doing is writing another version of his story according to my creative vision. 12 years ago, in the village of Konoha, it was a dark night in Konoha as most had gone to sleep except for a couple who were in the hospital. That couple was Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, who was delivering a baby in the hospital. Push, push. One of the doctors told Uzumaki Kushina as they were trying to deliver the baby. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato was anxiously pacing through the hallways as he waiting for the results of the pregnancy. There was also Kakashi there, sitting in one of the chairs and watching his sensei pacing. "Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I'm pretty sure everything will go well," Kakashi said in order to try and reassure his nervous sensei, which was a sight to behold as his sensei was never nervous. "I know, Kakashi, but I'm still nervous about all this. I mean, this is going to be our child," Minato replied. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see his sensei. "Jiraiya-sensei? I thought you left the village already," Minato asked, surprised at seeing the Sannin. "I was, but then I went by to check on you guys and didn't see you at your house. I then heard from Sarutobi that you were at the hospital, and so I came here to see how's everything going," Jiraiya explained with a grin. "Arigato, Jiraiya-sensei. This means a lot to me, and also Naruto, since he will be his godfather," Minato replied with a smile. Then, Kakashi started to laugh, which got the attention of the student and teacher. "And what's so funny, Kakashi?" Minato asked. "You actually named him after some ramen sensei?" Kakashi asked while laughing. "I told you it was a bad name," Jiraiya said to his student. "What? I like ramen. Besides, I don't need your approval, Hentai Kakashi and Ero Sennin," Minato said as he called the two by their nicknames. "Damn it, why do you keep calling me that? I hope your son doesn't call me that," Jiraiya replied. "Ush, Hentai," Kakashi repeated. "Minato-sama, we are finished with the operation, but," the head doctor said as he came out of the surgery room. "But what?" Minato asked, and as he did, lightning struck outside. When the doctor did not respond, Minato grabbed him. "But what?" Minato said. It's your wife. She didn't make it through. I'm so sorry," the doctor said. "This is a joke, right? You're joking, right?" Minato yelled. "I wish I was, but I am not. I am terribly sorry, Hokage-sama," the doctor said. "Here is the baby, sir," a female nurse said and brought a blonde baby boy with blue eyes, crying. Minato smiled at the baby and then took it from the nurse and began cradling it. "Naruto, Namikaze Naruto, that's your name," Minato began to say before tears started to fall from his eyes. "Minato-sensei," Kakashi said as he saw the sad look on his sensei's face. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the village and screams of villagers could be heard. "What's going on?" Minato asked as the hospital shook. "Hokage-sama, a demon named Kyubi is attacking the village. He's too powerful for us to hold back," a Jounin said as he appeared in the hospital. "Kyubi? That demon?" Minato asked. "Sensei, what should we do?" Kakashi asked. Minato looked at his son for a while before he got a serious look on his face and turned to face Jiraiya and Kakashi. "I'll use that jutsu to seal the monster into my son. Until then, hold him off as long as you can while I get prepared," Minato said, shocking the two men. "Are you insane? That jutsu is too dangerous, and you don't even know if that child can hold the demon," Jiraiya replied. "Besides, isn't it a bit too much to ask your son to become the container of the demon?" Kakashi asked. "And who else can I use? I can't put this burden on any child other than my own. Besides, who's better fit to hold the demon than the child of the Hokage?" Minato said as he looked down at Naruto, who was giggling despite the danger outside the hospital. "So you're really determined to go through with this, aren't you? Well then, I will not stop you. Just make sure you don't mess up, Gaki." Jiraiya grinned. "Of course I won't, Ero Sennin," Minato replied with a huge grin. "Kakashi-san, thank God you're here. One of the jounins on the battlefield said. Hokage-sama said to hold off the beast until he arrives. He will take care of everything. Kakashi said, and the jounin nodded. Yash, everything is set, Minato said as he then picked up his son who now had a seal in his navel. You're going to be a hero, Naruto. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Minato said as he jiggled his son a bit, making the said baby laugh. And I hope they are able to see you as the container, not the demon. Minato thought as he looked at his son with sad eyes and then headed off. Minato quickly arrived on the battlefield where there were many wounded lying down. I have to hurry. Kuchiyose no Jutsu, Minato said as he then performed the summoning and summoned a huge red frog. It's been a while, Minato, the frog said. Sorry for summoning you, Gamabunta, but I need your help in sealing that, Minato said, pointing to the QB. QB, huh? Che, what kind of mess did you guys get yourselves into this time? Gamabunta asked. I don't know, but right now, we have to seal it now before he destroys the entire village, Minato said as he got on top of the frog's head. Got it, Gamabunta said. What is this? A puny human and Gamabunta, the old relic of a frog. QB scoffed. You shouldn't underestimate us humans, QB. We can be quite resilient, Minato said as he then started to go through some seals. Whatever you do won't work, puny human, QB roared as it lunged toward Gamabunta and Minato. You better hurry, Minato. Even I'm no match for that demon, Gamabunta said as he saw the demon head for them. I'm done. Now eat this. Shiki Fujin, Minato yelled, and then suddenly, a death god appeared behind him and the seal on Naruto activated. The Shinigami? Bakana, impossible. Are you actually going to seal me, the QB, in that child? QB roared as he felt his soul being pulled out. Of course I am. The only thing I have to pay for is my life, Minato said with a smirk. You've got guts, human, but if you think that this seal will hold me for long, then you're mistaken. As soon as I find a way out, I'll tear this entire village down, including that man, QB said before he was finally sealed into Naruto. It's done, Gua, Minato began to say before feeling an immense pain in his heart and falling on the floor. He then looked at his son and smiled. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I guess I won't be watching you grow into the next Hokage. Take care, my son, Minato said as he touched his son's face and then went cold. The little baby Naruto giggled and crawled up to play with his father's face, but then, as if he could understand what had happened, began to cry when his father did not respond and the rain began to fall down. Naruto pe o fao. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm 13 years old. 12 years ago, the Yondaime Hokage defeated the Kyuubi in order to stop the demon fox from destroying Konoha. But strangely enough, ever since the day I was born, people hated me. They glared at me with eyes that could burn brighter than the sun, and were merciless, ruthless toward me, treating me like the lowest life form that ever existed, as if I was a demon. When they would attack me, they would say, "Take that, you vile demon, or my husband is dead because of you. Do us a favor and just drop dead," basically cursing my existence and wishing for my very death, as if I died, then their pain would vanish once and for all. But I never understood why they said all this to an 8-year-old boy like myself, until one day, when Sarutobi Gigi told me everything. Flashback. Where is he? Where is Naruto? The Sandaime Hokage asked the nurses as he walked around the hospital, looking for the young boy. The boy is in room 302, Hokage-sama. One of the nurses answered and caught herself before calling the boy demon, as that I would incur the wrath of the mighty Hokage, and a pissed-off Hokage was the last thing one would want to face. Thank you, miss, and I would advise next time to make sure that not even syllable of that word ever leave your mouth, understood? The Hokage said sternly, glaring at the young nurse, who could only nervously nod under the glare of the mighty Hokage. The Hokage then headed for the room, and when he arrived, opened the door to reveal a young boy with unruly blonde hair, blue eyes, shirtless, on a hospital bed, with his head down. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked. Yes, I am, Sarutobi Ajisen. Naruto replied solemnly, without even looking up at the Hokage. It looks like the Kyuubi healed him since, according to Kakashi, he was covered with lacerations and bruises all over his body. The Hokage noticed as he remembered the Umbu captain's report of the incident, as he was the one who brought Naruto to the hospital. Tell me something, Ajisen, Naruto started to say, taking the Hokage out of his thoughts. What is it, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked, but then his eyes slightly widened as he saw tears coming for Naruto. Why? Why do they treat me like this? Why do they hate me? Is it because of those pranks I pull? Whatever it is, I'll stop, Naruto said, nearly yelling as he looked at the Hokage with his tear-covered face. It's not about you did exactly, the Hokage said, sighing as he got himself in a tough situation. Could he really tell the kid the truth that he was actually the container for the Kyuubi kitsune that attacked the village 8 years old? Then what is it? Please, you have to tell me. I can't take it anymore. Every night, I fear I may get attacked by them. And even when I walk down the streets, I'm scared I might get killed. Please, you have to tell me. Naruto practically begged to the Hokage, pulling on the robes of the Hokage and crying on them. The Hokage was shocked by what the boy said and then sighed. He pats the boy on the head and then closes the door. I wish I did not have to tell you this now, but it looks like I have no choice. Naruto-kun, the reason why the villagers hate you is because you hold the Kyuubi kitsune, the Hokage revealed to the young boy. But that can't be. It was said that the Yondaime defeated the demon fox. Naruto replied in disbelief. That was a lie concocted by the council and myself in order to make sure that your generation or future generations would not know about the truth and hate you as well for being the container of the Kyuubi. The Hokage replied. So, am I truly the demon? Is that why they hate me? Naruto asked, trembling at the truth he learned. No, you are not. You are merely the container, the one that holds the demon fox at bay. The Hokage replied. But why me? Why did the Yondaime have to choose me? Naruto asked, not trembling anymore, but still a bit shocked by all this. Because Naruto-kun, the Yondaime could not impose this on any children of other families. The only one he was willing to use is his own child. The Hokage answered sagely. Vu, what? I'm a Yondaime's son? Naruto asked, gaping and shocked at this latest revelation. Yes, you are. Your real name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Your father was Namikaze Minato, and your mother was Uzumaki Kushina. Your mother had died when she had you, and Minato decided to use his own son for the Kenjutsu since he could not put this burden on anyone else's family. He wanted you to grow as a hero, but obviously his plans were dashed away by the idiocy of the villagers. Sarutobi explained, saying the last part with a hint of venom in his voice, as he could not believe the people of his own villagers would have this much hatred for a little boy. The Hokage that I admired the most was my father, Ajisen. Can you tell me more about my father and mother? Naruto asked. Of course. The Hokage smiles. In flashback, Sarutobi Ajisen told me a lot about my parents and how great people they were. That is when I decided to create a dream for myself, and one that I will do whatever it takes to achieve it. But first, I needed to get stronger. The academy that I was attending taught us basic jutsus like Bushin and Kawarini no Jutsu, but in order for me to achieve my goals, I needed to more than that. Normal POV. Knock knock. Komein. Sarutobi asked as he was filing paperwork. He looked up as the person entered the room. It was none other than Naruto, who had on a black shirt with the Whirlpool logo on the front, gray shorts, and blue shoes. Did you get yourself some new clothes, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked as he saw what the young Namikaze was wearing. Yep, used a hinge to trick the owners into letting me buy some new clothes. It's ironic that they live in a ninja village and yet can't even recognize a hinge. That's not good for our village if half of them are morons. Ajisen. Naruto said nonchalantly. That boy is becoming a smartass more and more by the day, ever since I told him the stories of his father, who ironically was also a smartass as well. Sarutobi thought, smiling at the boy's antics. Anyway, I need your help, Ajisen. Naruto asked as he walked up to the Hokage. And what would that be, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked. I want you to teach me advanced ninjutsu, not that crap that we were learning from the academy. Naruto said bluntly. I see, but I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't teach you. Sarutobi replied with a grin. Huh? And why is that? Don't tell me it's some stupid rule or something. Naruto asked. No, it's not, but it's just that it would be unfair if you learned from the Hokage himself, while others of your age did not. As Hokage, I have to be fair to everyone and not just one person no matter how close I am to them. And besides, I already taught you Kagebushin. But if you really do want to learn advanced ninjutsu, then I have someone in mind. Sarutobi said. Kakashi was standing in front of stone in the cemetery of Konoha, like he does every day. Of course, one would if they have lost as have many comrades as Kakashi had over the years. Would you be Hitaki Kakashi? Naruto asked as he entered the cemetery. Yes, and you must be Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, right? Kakashi asked as he looked at the boy with both his eyes. How do you know about that? Naruto asked, surprised that someone knew his real full name. I was your father's student when he was a jounin. Kakashi replied. I see. This stone here, it's a stone of those killed in action, right? Will my father be there? Naruto asked as he looked at the stone. Actually, he would be buried over there next to your mother, Kakashi said, and he walked up to where Minato and Kushina were buried. To-san, Ka-san, Naruto whispered. So kid, what did you want to talk to me about? I doubt you came all this way just for that, Kakashi asked. Oh yeah, I almost forget. Sarutobi Ajisen told me that you could train me in ninjutsu, Naruto said as he remembered why he came up to the silver-haired ninja. He calls the Hokage Ajisen. Kakashi thought as he heard the nickname Naruto had for the Hokage. So you want to learn advanced ninjutsu? But you're only in the academy. Kakashi replied. Yeah, but I have amazing chakra reserves and stamina. And also, I know this. Gahibusin no Jutsu, Naruto said, and then created 5 clones. Wow, that's amazing for someone who is still in the academy. But why do you want to learn advanced ninjutsu so badly? Kakashi asked the Namikaze. Because I want to surpass my father and become the greatest Hokage that ever lived, Naruto boasted. That's a huge goal, kid, considering your dad was known as the strongest Hokage ever. But if you want to outdo him so badly, then perhaps I can be of some help. Here, hold this, Kakashi said, and then took out a white piece of paper and handed it to Naruto, who grabbed with his left hand. What the heck is that for? Naruto asked. I want you to channel your chakra into it. The reason for this is that it will help you determine what type of elemental ninjutsu you can perform. Kakashi answered. Elemental ninjutsu? You mean ninjutsu that are based on the elements of fire, wind, earth, water, and lightning, right? Naruto asked. Precisely. Kakashi replied. Okay, here I go, Naruto said, and then channeled his chakra into the paper, and then the paper split in two. You have an elemental affinity toward wind. Well, I don't know any wind ninjutsus myself personally, and the Leaf Village is not known for wind ninjutsu, but I can help you with basic wind jutsu training, Kakashi said, and then grabbed a leaf and gave it to Naruto. A leaf? You call that basic ninjutsu training? Naruto asked. Shut up and listen. The reason why I'm giving you this leaf is for you to cut it with your wind chakra. By doing that, you'll be able to... Kakashi began to say, only to be interrupted by Naruto. Done, Naruto said as he showed the 2 pieces of the leaf to Kakashi, whose eyes bulged out. You finished already? What kind of academy student are you? Kakashi asked. What? Was this supposed to be hard? Naruto asked, confused at the Jounin's reaction. For an academy student, yes, it was supposed to be hard, Kakashi replied. Then it seems the standards have plummeted then. Anyway, thanks for the elemental affinity thingy, since now I can come up with better jutsus, Naruto said as he started to walk away. That boy. He's just like you, Minato-sensei. Kakashi thought. Naruto was on his way back to his apartment when he suddenly heard a girl's screams. He rushed down and saw that a girl with pink hair was getting picked on by some girls who held her book in their hands and forced her to get it from them. Look at that girl. So weak and such a huge forehead. One of the girls said. Please give me back my book. The pink-haired girl cried out. Or else what? You're going to try to attack us with your big forehead? Another of the girls asked. Medical Ninjutsu 101. Sounds like an interesting book. Naruto said as he was holding the book in his hands. How did you get that book? The leader of the girls asked. I grabbed it from your hand while you weren't looking, duh. I mean, did you expect me to ask or something? Naruto said nonchalantly. You've got some nerves, kid. The leader growled. So you can make coherent sentences after all. I thought you were just some big, mentally challenged brute. Naruto said, causing the leader to flush in anger. Who is this boy? Sakura thought. Now leave or else. Gahibusin no Jutsu. Naruto said, and a horde of clones popped in, scaring the girls and making them leave. He smirked and then walked up to the girl and handed her the book. Thank you very much, Sakura said with a smile. Now that I look at it, your forehead is huge, Naruto said, causing the girl to flinch and her eyes to water until she felt a sensation on her forehead and saw that Naruto had kissed it. But it also looks very kissable, Naruto said with a wide grin, causing the girl to blush. By the way, did you get book from the library? Naruto asked. Why, yes I did. Hey, actually I was on my way there. Do you want to go with me? Sakura asked, her face now red as she still didn't recover from her daze. Sure, Naruto said with a foxy grin, causing Sakura to turn into color that was humanely impossible. Man, this trip was worth it. Now, I have enough books to get started on my training. Arigato, what's your name? Naruto asked the girl as they returned from the library. Haruno Sakura. Sakura replied. Arigato, Sakura-chan. Naruto grinned. No problem, and thank you for saving me from those bullies, Sakura said, but then trailed off as she did not know his name either. Oh yeah, I forgot. I never introduced myself. The name's Namikaze Naruto. Naruto said sheepishly. Well, this is where I live. I guess I'll see you some other time, Sakura said as she arrived on the doorsteps of her home. Then I'll see you tomorrow at the academy then, Naruto said. Wait, you go to the academy? Sakura asked. Of course I do. I just don't show up unless what we're learning is interesting, which is only about 5% of the time. Naruto answered. Oh, well then I'll see you whenever you come by, Sakura said, and then opened the door to her house and closed it. For her, I might just show up in class tomorrow, Naruto thought before heading off. Okay, class, calm down. It's time for roll call, so please say something when I say your name, Irika said, and then started to go down the list. Namikaze Naruto. Irika said. Here, Naruto said, and everyone turned to see the young Namikaze lounging on his seat. You actually came to class? Oh, thank you, Kami. What a miracle, Irika said as he got down on his knees, and fake tears came out of his eyes, causing everyone in the classroom to sweat drop. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I only came here as a favor for someone, Naruto said. Did he come to the academy for me? Sakura asked as she looked up from her book. Naruto, you've finally come back, a voice said, and everyone turned to see Sasuke, who was grinning like crazy at Naruto and cracking his knuckles. Oh, hey Sasuke, Naruto said, greeting the young Uchiha. Don't hate me. You know what time it is, right? Sasuke asked. Oh yeah, it's that time, Naruto said as he understood what the Uchiha meant. What do they mean by that time? A brown-haired boy asked Shikamaru. It's basically an eternal combat between Sasuke and Naruto. The premise is simple. If Sasuke can punch Naruto just once, then he wins and makes Naruto do his homework. If Sasuke can't punch Naruto in one try, then he has to buy Naruto ramen, Shikamaru explained. That doesn't seem so bad, the brown-haired boy said. Not bad? Are you out of your mind, you fool? Chuji yelled. What's so bad about the consequences for either one? The brown-haired boy asked, confused. It's not bad if Sasuke wins, but if he loses, it's bad for him. You see, Naruto has an insatiable appetite for ramen, which is 100 times worse than my hunger for anything. Chuji said, making the boy gulp since Chuji's appetite was legendary among the academy. And on top of that, it has been reported that Naruto eats on average 10 bowls of ramen each day. Now multiply that by the amount of money they each cost, and this is how much Sasuke has to spend every time he loses, and so far, he's lost 10 times in a row. Shikamaru added on. Oh my god, that's insane. But if it costs that much, then why doesn't he just quit? The brown-haired boy then asked. Because of Sasuke's pride in nature. Sasuke cannot admit defeat no matter what, and on top of that, Sasuke loves to fight anyone, and thus cannot bring himself to refuse such an opportunity. Shikamaru said. So in reality, Naruto is using Sasuke's hunger for fighting to his own advantage. How cruel, the brown-haired boy said. Kiba, do you have the commentary ready? Chuji asked. Yes, I do. And as of right now, Sasuke is tensing up, ready to strike while Naruto is seating comfortably in his chair, awaiting Sasuke's attack. Huh. Sasuke throws his book bag at Naruto, who catches, but wait a minute. That was only a distraction to allow Sasuke to get in close for the kill. Will he actually pull it off? Kiba asked, as everyone was on edge. Morata got you. Sasuke yelled as he threw a right hook, and smirked as he connected only for Naruto to turn into. Irika-sensei. Sasuke gasped. What happened? Irika asked, dazed and nearly knocked out from the blow. Ouch. It seems Naruto pulled a Kawarini at the last minute, switching places with Irika-sensei. Another tough loss for Sasuke. Will he ever recover from another crushing defeat? Kiba commentated. Yuru-san. Sasuke yelled at Kiba. Nice work there, Sasuke. Naruto asked as he was on Irika's desk. I hate you. Sasuke growled. That's not what you said last night in bed, Sasuke-chan. Naruto smirked, making the yaoi fangirls blush and squeal. I'll rip your balls off. Sasuke roared, only to be held back by Kiba, Chuji, and Shikamaru. Later, Naruto and Sasuke are eating ramen at Ichiraka Ramen. Oh, come on, Sasuke. You're the one who agreed to this, and besides, you can consider this as a part of your shinobi training. Naruto said to the extremely pissed Uchiha, who literally had an aura of rage around him, scaring bystanders. By the way, you should cool down because you're scaring Ayam-chan and Tuchi-san. Naruto said. Tekuma, devil. Ayam and her father whispered, extremely scared of the Uchiha. You're right about that, and besides, it's much more fun than what we learn in class, but be warned, I'll get that hit if it's the last thing I do before graduating. Sasuke said, smirking as he cooled down. Whatever you say, Naruto replied. See you whenever you come back to class, Naruto, Sasuke said as he headed off. Naruto finished his meal and turned around to leave, only to bump into Sakura and falling down on top of her, causing the girl to blush furiously. Well, this is an interesting position we're in, huh? Sakura-chan. Naruto grinned, and then helped her up get off the ground. Gomenasai. I should have watched where I was going, Sakura said as she got her books. Did you want to see me for something? Naruto asked. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to come to the library with me. I was going to review what we've learned in class today, and also get more books. Sakura asked, blushing. I didn't really pay attention to what Irika-sensei said since I already knew about it, but I wouldn't mind going with you, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a grin, and then the two headed off. 4 years later, present time. Normal POV. All right, class, today is the Genin exam, and this year's exam will be on Bushin no Jutsu. When I call your name, please come to the room next door so that Irika can begin your test. Mizuki, one of the teachers of the class, instructed. Man, this is going to be such a troublesome test. Hey Naruto, what do you think? Shikamaru asked the young blonde who now was wearing a white jacket with a red spiral on the back and red flames, dark orange shirt, black shorts, black shoes, and silver fingerless gloves with white spirals on them. I think the best thing for you to do is worry about yourself, Shikamaru. I mean, for God's sake, the ground itself can move more than you can in a month. Naruto said, "Damn that guy and his smart mouth. I'm so depressed." Shikamaru said as he sat down in the corner. "It's okay, Shikamaru. It's all okay," Shuji said, comforting his friend. "Naruto," Sasuke whispered as he was dressed in a blue shirt with the Uchiha fan on the back, white shorts, bandages on his feet, and blue shoes. He also had blood on his knuckles. "You almost missed the test, Sasuke. And what's up with the blood on your knuckles?" Iruka asked. "Oh, that? It's from a group of 10 bullies I beat up on the way here. They bumped into me and pissed me off," Sasuke explained. "You beat the crap out of people for bumping into you?" Iruka thought with a sweat drop behind his head. Could today finally be the day Sasuke lands a punch on Naruto? Kiba said as his dog barked. "Here I come, Naruto," Sasuke said, and then poofed up, revealing him to be a Kagebushin. "Shit, I forgot he learned KB from me during our training sessions," Naruto thought. "I'll win this time," Sasuke said as he was right behind Naruto and struck him with a roundhouse kick, only for Naruto to poof away. "So Naruto was a clone too?" everyone exclaimed. "Good thing I thought of creating a clone as backup, just in case." "Well, it looks like you've missed your last chance, Sasuke," Naruto said as he entered the classroom and then sat down next to Sakura. "You really shouldn't do that to Sasuke, Naruto-kun," Sakura said. "But it's so much fun, Sakura-chan," Naruto replied with a grin. "I'm such a loser," Sasuke said, heavily depressed as he banged his head on his desk multiple times. "You tried your best, Sasuke-kun," Hinata thought as she looked at the Uchiha heir. Next, Namikaze Naruto. Mizuki called out, and Naruto stood up and headed for the room where Iruka was waiting for him. "Okay, Naruto, the Hokage asked me to give you a different test," Iruka said. "Oh, really?" Naruto asked as he raised his eyebrow. "So instead of the usual test, we'll be tested for each jutsu style. You pass all 3 and you receive your headband, okay?" Iruka explained. "No prob." Naruto nodded. "First up is Genjutsu. All you have to do is show me a Genjutsu technique," Iruka says. Naruto went through a number of seals, and then in an instant, Iruka finds himself falling from the sky. "Whoa! I!" Iruka yelled out, and then cancels the Genjutsu. "That was amazing, Naruto. All right, next up is Ninjutsu, which should be easier since it is your strongest style," Iruka says after he recovered from the Genjutsu. Naruto does a seal and then vanishes in the wind and was instantly behind Iruka. "So, how do you like my Kaze Shunshin no Jutsu, wind body flicker technique, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked with a slight grin. Not only did he master the Shunshin no Jutsu, but he also create an elemental version of it. I knew Naruto was extremely talented in ninjutsu, but not this talented, Iruka thought. He then sighed and turned around to meet Naruto. "Very good, Naruto. Now, the last one is taijutsu, and all you have to do is fight me so I can see how well your taijutsu is," Iruka explained. Naruto nodded, and while Iruka got into a traditional fighting stance, Naruto just put his hands in his pocket, confusing Iruka. "Are you sure you want to stand like that, Naruto?" Iruka asked, grinning. "I'm sure, sensei," Naruto replied with a somewhat cold, causing Iruka to flinch. Iruka then charges toward Naruto and starts to throw a left punch, but then was about to switch to a right punch when suddenly Naruto grabbed his right arm to flip him into the air and into the ground. What happened? Naruto, how did you do that?" Iruka asked, confused at what his student did. "It's simple, Iruka-sensei. I saw your right arm slightly move, indicating that you're going to attack with it instead, and your first attack was a feint. Despite the speed and strength difference between the two of us, my ability to deduce your attack enabled me to react faster than you and thus counter you," Naruto explained, as if it wasn't such a big deal. I forgot that not only is Naruto a smartass, he's also very intelligent. Irika thought, well, I don't think I need to continue this test then. As of now, you are now a genin, Naruto. Irika says as he gets back up. He then gets one of the headbands from the table in the room, and then gives it to Naruto, who wraps it around his left arm. After the exam, you want to go to Ichiraku and get some ramen, Naruto? Irika asked. Absolutely. Naruto answered with foxy grin. Later, Irika and Naruto are at Ichiraku ramen shop, waiting for their ramen. I'm so happy you became a genin, Naruto-kun. The ramen shop's daughter, known as Ayam, said with a smile. Thank you, Ayam-chan. It means a lot to me coming from you. Naruto replied with a beautiful smile, causing Ayam to blush. He may not look like it, but Naruto is a true charmer. If it wasn't for his sarcastic wit and bluntness toward people, he would have a bigger fan club than Uchiha Sasuke. Irika thought as he sweat dropped from his former student's charms. Here you go, 2 miso ramen, on the house thanks to Naruto's graduation. Tucci, the owner of the ramen shop, sighed as he hands the ramen to the 2 men. You didn't have to do that, sir. Besides, you're running a business and you need all the money you can get. Naruto protested, not wanting to get the ramen for free. Don't worry about it. Consider this as a favor for one of my best customers. Tucci replied. Thank you very much, Ajisen. Naruto said humbly and then proceeded to eat the ramen. Irika, Irika, a person yelled. When Irika turned around, he saw a brown-haired Chunin heading toward him. What is it? Irika asked surprised. It's Mizuki. He stole the forbidden scrolls from the Hokage Tower. The Chunin answered frantically, shocking both Naruto and Irika. All right, I'll be right there, Irika said, and the Chunin nodded before heading off. Irika-sensei, let me come with you, Naruto asked. I appreciate the help, Naruto, but this is a matter beyond your hands. I will not allow a genin to be mixed in these things, Irika said, rejecting the offer. You must let me come with you. Mizuki, by stealing from the Hokage, has betrayed the code of this village and thus needs to be punished. If I am to become Hokage, then I need to prove myself, and finding Mizuki is the best way to do so as a ninja of this village, Naruto said with a tone of one that will not take no for an answer. Naruto, Irika says, shocked at the vigor his usually calm student displayed, and then sighed. All right, Naruto, you can come with me, Irika finally said, defeated. The two then head off in search of Mizuki, who meanwhile was running in the forest. Yes, finally the scroll is mine. With this, I'll be able to gain immense power and crush all those who stand in my way. Ah, 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 ah. Mizuki laughed as he continued to run through the forest before he is then kicked in the face by Irika, who intercepted him along with Naruto. Hey Mizuki, here's a tip. Laughing to yourself out loud will make it easier to find you, and on top of that, it makes you look retarded, Naruto said with a smirk. You're not going anywhere, Mizuki, Irika said. Irika, Mizuki says, but then sees Naruto nearby, and growled, Naruto. It was no secret that Mizuki loathed Naruto for carrying the demon fox, and tried to fail him multiple times, but no matter how many times he tried, he just could not rattle the young man, and that irritated Mizuki even more. Great job figuring out this shortcut, Naruto. Irika grinned and gave his thumbs up to his student. It was nothing, sensei, just the most logical choice, Naruto said deadpanned. And you, what kind of dumbass actually steals from the Hokage himself? Geez, no wonder I never learned anything from you, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said, saying the sensei part sarcastically. Yuru Saigaki, Mizuki yelled. Now Mizuki, drop the scrolls now and come with us, Irika asked the blue-haired Chunin. Never, and besides, I can't drop them since I'm not here. Mizuki grinned and then poofed away. Abushin, Naruto and Irika both exclaimed, shocked. He must have created one when you hit him so he can fool us and hide away. Naruto said. But where did he go? Irika asked as the two looked around. This is bad. This forest allows him perfect hiding place. And if I remember, there was a huge shuriken on that Bushin's back, which means he does have one as well, and can use this forest as a way to throw it without being detected. Naruto analyzed. He then suddenly felt something coming his way and turned around to see a large shuriken heading his way, and thus ducked to avoid it. That was close. Naruto whispered. Naruto, get out of the way. Another one is heading your way. Irika yelled, and Naruto turned his head and saw another coming his way. Another one? But he only has one, unless he must have created a replication of it, and threw the first one, and then threw the second one as soon as I dodged the first one, thus putting me in a horrible position to defend myself. Naruto thought, I won't be able to dodge it. Is this truly the end for me? Am I going to die without reaching my goals? Naruto said mentally, closed his eyes, and braced himself for the shuriken. But the blow never came, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Irika hunched over him with the shuriken on his back. No, Irika-sensei, Naruto says in disbelief and shock at what just happened. You must think what I just did was stupid, wasn't it? That it wasn't the most logical choice, huh? But you have to understand something, Naruto. The reason I did this was because I believe in you. Irika began to explain. Believe in me? Naruto repeated. Yes, I believe in you, Naruto. I believe that you will become Hokage because I see one in you and us, as the older generation, have to protect the dreams of the next generation no matter what the cost. And also, you've become the little brother I never had, and what kind of older brother would I be if I let my Otuto die without even reaching his dreams? Irika says with a smile and coughs some blood. How touching, Irika. Too bad you did it for the demon boy. Mizuki grinned as he came out from his hiding place. Pathetic, really, that he decided to sacrifice his life for someone as worthless as you, but then again, this is what happens when you are a sentimental fool. Mizuki grinned darkly. How dare you hurt Irika-sensei? Naruto growled as he put Irika's body on the ground and then pulled out the shuriken from the teacher's back and threw it aside. There are two types of people I hate, Mizuki. People that treat others unfairly and traitors, and you, Mizuki, are the latter. Naruto says, glaring at the teacher with a cold glare. Owen, Mizuki asked with a cocky tone. My dream, no ambition, is to become Hokage and also revive the Namikaze clan as its leader, and to do that, I have to prove myself as a ninja, and I will do so by crushing you, Mizuki, until you no longer retain a human form. Naruto shouted impure anger. Quit talking big, demon. There's no way you can beat me. Mizuki laughed. That's what you think, Mizuki, but you're wrong. I will defeat you. Naruto replied. Then bring it on. Mizuki hollered. Gakebusin no Jutsu. Naruto whispered and then does a hand seal and over 100 clones appear. What? What's going on? Mizuki asked, frightened at the number of clones. Here's your punishment, Mizuki, Naruto says, and then he sends his clones all on Mizuki, who ends up being beaten to a pulp. Irika-sensei, Irika-sensei. Irika heard as he woke up and saw Naruto next to him. Naruto, you're all right, Irika asked his student. I'm all right, sensei, though I wouldn't say the same for you. You're still wounded from that shuriken. Naruto replied. It's okay, but what about Mizuki? Irika asked as he wondered about the traitor. He's been incapacitated for right now. Naruto answered, and Irika looked up to Naruto's direction and saw the pile of flesh that was Mizuki and winced and made a mental note to never anger the young blonde. Naruto, it looks like you will have a bright future ahead of you. Irika thought as he looked at Naruto. All right, sensei, let's go. We have to bring the scroll back to Gigi and get you to the hospital. Naruto says as he puts Irika on his shoulders. No matter what, I'm very proud of you, Naruto. Irika says. Hey, arigato, Irika-sensei. Naruto says, a little embarrassed, and then adds mentally, and thank you for believing in me. E&D Chapter 2. Team 7. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm sounded off, and Naruto shut the alarm off. Well, time to start the day. I really hope nothing stupid happens, Naruto said as he got off his bed, revealing a muscular chest with scars on it, as he was only dressed in gray boxers. He goes and takes a shower, and then puts on his clothes and made a cereal dish. He then makes a small prayer and eats it, and afterwards heads out with his headband on his right arm. He continues to walk until he arrives at the clearing where the stone that was created for heroes and those killed in action was located. However, he was not the only there, as Hatake Kakashi was there as well. "Yo, Kakashi, what's up?" Naruto said as he greeted the man. "Yo, Naruto, came here to see your parents?" Kakashi asked. "Yep, pretty much," Naruto said as he walked up to his father and mother's graves and closed his eyes. "Otosen, Kazan, I'm finally a genin, and soon I will meet my team and be one step sooner in my goals. I will make you proud, don't worry," Naruto said mentally. He then opened his eyes and then started to leave for the academy, and as he did, Kakashi was looking at him go. "I wonder how interesting it will be to teach Sensei's son," Kakashi thought as he reminisced about his meeting with the Hokage. Flashback. "So this is Naruto's files, huh?" Kakashi said as he was looking through the files of Naruto that the Hokage gave him. "Yes, they are. From when you met him 4 years ago, you may have noticed how he is exactly like his father, correct?" The Hokage asked as he was smoking from his pipe. "Yeah, he's a genius and a smartass like his dad, all right," Kakashi replied as he remembered how Minato used to act. "And not only that, but like his father, he possessed the same wind affinity and has a high talent for ninjutsu, even being able to perform Akaze Shunshin no Jutsu. And finally, he sent Mizuki to the hospital in a coma," the Hokage explained, the last part with a smile as he was proud of the young blonde's achievements. "I knew about the Mizuki incident, but I did not know he already knew Shunshin no Jutsu and even made an elemental version of it. He is truly like his father when it comes to ninjutsu," Kakashi said, quite surprised at the blonde, but then that should not be a surprise considering that the child had already learned the basic exercises of wind affinity at age 8. "So, I decided to put him on your team so that way you can help him, and I also decided to put the Uchiha and Haruno on his team as well," the Hokage said. "The Uchiha and Haruno? Are you trying to make my team a well-rounded team?" Kakashi asks. "You can say that. With Naruto's high aptitude in ninjutsu, Sasuke's in taijutsu, and Sakura's in genjutsu, they can not only learn from another very well, but pretty much can be a force to be reckoned with. Also, it has been reported to me by Iruka that all three of them are very good friends, especially Sasuke and Naruto, who are rivals as well," the Hokage explained. This looks like it's going to be fun," Kakashi says with a smile that was shown on his mask. In flashback. "Okay, Kasan, I'm leaving now to find out who my team is. I'll be back later this afternoon," Sakura said as she then closed the door and then headed off. On the way, she met Ino, her best friend who was leaving her house as well. "So Sakura, ready for our big day?" Ino asked. "I don't know. I did review the entire curriculum of our entire 4-year program, so I should be ready for the team meetings today," Sakura answered, making Ino sweat drop at her answer and look at her quizzically. "What? Is something wrong, Ino-chan?" Sakura asked. "You do realize that we are only going to meet our teams, right, Sakura?" Ino asked. I know, but I just wanted to be ready for anything," Sakura replied sheepishly. "Just admit that you just wanted to read for the heck of it, bookworm." Ino grinned. "I guess so," Sakura replied, scratching the back of her head, but then flinched when Ino got real close to her. "What's going on?" Sakura asked. "So Sakura, when are you and Naruto going to go to second base?" Ino asked with a smirk. "Ino, we're not like that," Sakura replied with a reddened face. "Oh please, everyone in the whole school knows you guys love each other and have been dating for 4 years now," Ino said. "And what about you, huh? Aren't you dating someone right now?" Sakura asked, trying to change the subject. "Please, girl, Yamanaka Ino is Konoha's #1 single woman and tends to stay that way for a long time. Now back to you and Naruto, Ino said as she flipped the subject back to Sakura and Naruto. Ino, Sakura moaned as she knew her friend would not let her off the hook that easily. Uchiha Sasuke put on his blue shirt with the Uchiha logo on the back, white shorts, blue shoes, headband, brown backpack, and fingerless gloves before heading out of his apartment. Nice job on becoming a genin, Sasuke. The voice of a man said behind Sasuke. Why are you here? I thought you were going around, gathering information and techniques. Sasuke replied, without ever turning his head around to look at the man. Don't be that cold, Sasuke. Can't someone congratulate their pupil? The man asked. Whatever, I'm going. Sasuke said, smirking as he headed off. That kid, no respect for his elders. The man said, chuckling. Naruto entered the classroom, where most of his classmates were already staying in their seats. He then walked to far right row of the class and sat on an empty chair. Few minutes, Sasuke entered the classroom and sat down next to Naruto, and immediately, everyone began to tense up. How cute. You're sitting next to me, even though you can't hit me anymore. Naruto grinned. I hate you, Sasuke said, glaring at the boy. That's not what you said during our passionate lovemaking last night, Sasuke. Naruto chuckled, causing the yaoi fangirls to once again squeal with hearts in their eyes. Shut the fuck up, Naruto, and you girls mind your own business. Sasuke roared. Oh, come on, lighten up, Sasuke. In a few minutes, we're going to go our teams so we can begin our days at Genin's. The least you could do is become nicer. Naruto said. Like hell I will. Just like you, I have a reputation to uphold. Sasuke said. What do you mean like me, and what reputation are you talking about? Naruto asked. Just like you have your reputation for being a smartass, I have my reputation for being a badass, and badasses are not nice. Sasuke growled. So that's your reputation? I thought your reputation was that of a repressed, emo homosexual. Naruto said with a grin. Just ignore what he said, just ignore it. Sasuke thought as he was telling him, so, in order to control his temper. Oh heyo, Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he saw Sakura come into the classroom along with Ino. Oh, hello, Naruto-kun. Sakura said with a small blush as she sat next to Naruto. Oh, hi Sasuke. Sakura said, waving to the Uchiha heir, who simply nodded back at her. All right, class. First off, I want to congratulate you for graduating and becoming genins. From this day on, you're official ninjas of this village and will need to go on missions to prove yourself to this village. Every year, when children become genins, they are put in teams of 3, and the same applies to this year as well. I will thus read off your name and the name of your teammates and your jounin instructor, who you will meet later today. Irika explained to the classroom. Team 1 will be Akira Sanada, Yuri Hashigawa, Jin Kazuma. Team 2, Irika said as he started to read off the team. Team 7 will be composed of, wow, I can't believe what I'm seeing, but anyway. Team 7 will be composed of Namikaze Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your jounin sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Irika said, causing a shock to nearly everyone, as everyone in the classroom knew Naruto and Sasuke were tops in the class, and Sakura was near the tops among the kunoichi. Must be the old man's doing, definitely gotta be it. Not that I mind, though. Naruto thought as he grinned. I don't mind being with those two, but I don't want to hold them back, especially Naruto-kun. Sakura said in her mind. Don't worry about it. We won't hold them back, Shinaro. Inner Sakura said to comfort her other self. I could care less who is in my team as long as I get the chance to go on missions and get stronger though with these two. I won't be held back though. I wish she was on my team. Sasuke also contemplated in his mind. Teammate will be composed of Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. Your jounin instructor is Yuhi Kurenai. Team 10 will be composed of Nara Shikamo, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji. Your jounin instructor is Sarutobi Isoma. Irika said, and suddenly, a groan could be heard from Ino. Damn it, Why do I have to be stuck with these two useless buffoons? Ino yelled out and pointed at both teammates. That's because the teams were arranged this way, and that's that, Yamanaka. So I suggest you be quiet and get used to them. Irika answered sternly, shutting the girl down. Life is not fair, Ino said, slumped on her desk. Like I'm going to enjoy this any better myself. Your voice can probably wake up the dead, and having to deal with this for a long while is going to be so troublesome. Shikamaru countered. What did you just say, you lazy ass? Ino roared. Ino, Irika said, causing the girl to shut up and Shikamaru to snicker while Chuji was eating his chips. As the hours went by, the Jounin instructors came to pick up their teams until there was only one team left, Team 7, who were not pleased with their sensei being late. In fact, Sasuke was about to kill someone. Damn it, how long does it take for a Jounin to get here? Sasuke yelled angrily. He then turned to Naruto and had a manic look in his face. Naruto, Sasuke began to say. Don't even think about it, Sasuke. I'm not going to fight you, Naruto said, crashing down on the Uchiha's plans. That's it, I'm going to eat now, Sasuke said as he then took out a bento box from his book bag and started to eat from it. Sasuke, that bento box looks so cute, Sakura said as she noticed his well-made box. Yes, Sasuke. Who made it for you, your girlfriend? Naruto snickered, but then both Sakura and Naruto were surprised when Sasuke nearly choked on his food upon hearing the word girlfriend, and even blushed. Okay, Sasuke, what's her name? Naruto asked, grinning as he wanted to hear the juicy info. Naruto-kun, I don't think it's right to ask him such a question, Sakura said. Oh, come on, Sakura-chan. What's wrong with me? As a teammate, no less, wanting to know the name of Sasuke's girlfriend. Naruto replied. Shut up, Naruto. I'm not telling you anything, Sasuke said. You're no fun. Naruto pouted. Anyway, this sensei better come quick, or else I'm shoving a kunai up his ass. Naruto said. I'm sure he has a good explanation to why he is late anyway. Sakura said. That damn sensei better get his ass here right now, or he's dead. Shinaro. Inner Sakura, on the other hand, said, he better, or else he's toast. Sasuke growled as he returned to his seat. Achoo, someone must be talking about me. Hopefully a pretty lady, Kakashi said as he sneezed on his way toward the classroom. He opens the door and was about to greet his team, but then was met by 3 young genins glaring at him, and if looks could kill, Kakashi would be dead by now. Ooh, okay. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, and I'm your Jounin sensei. Sorry if I'm late, but I had to help an old lady escape from a burning building, Kakashi said as he introduced himself. Really? You had 3 hours and 20 minutes to come up with an excuse, and this is the best you could come up? My God, you suck. Not only do you come late, you can't even come up with a decent excuse, and what's worse, it wasn't even funny. What are we going to do with you, huh, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said, and then shook his head in disappointment. All right then, team, meet me on the roof now, Kakashi said, ignoring Naruto's comment, and then poofs away. The genins then walked up all the way to the roof where their sensei was waiting for them. All right, team, we're first going to start this meeting with introductions, Kakashi says. Introductions? Sakura repeated, confused. Yeah, introductions. You basically tell me your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and goals, Kakashi explained. Well, since you were late and we know shit about you, how about you start first, sensei? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Looks like we got a potty mouth here. Anyway, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. My likes, dislikes, and hobbies are none of your business, and my goals are also none of your business, Kakashi said. Wow, that was the most incredible speech I have ever heard in my entire life. Nothing sort of amazing, Naruto said as he even clapped his hands a couple of times. Note to self, go to a therapist in order to prepare for a barrage of sarcastic insults at the hands of a mini version of your sensei. Kakashi thought. All right, let's start with you, Blondie, Kakashi said. That was actually clever, Kakashi-sensei. There is hope for you after all, Naruto said, causing his sensei to glare at him before he resumed. My full name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are training, ramen, Sakura-chan, my parents, and pissing people off. My dislikes are traitors, people that treat others unfairly, and evil. My hobbies are to create new ninjutsu techniques, read, and coming up with new ways to piss people off. My goals. No, my ambition is to become the strongest Hokage to ever live, create a new clan for my family, and become Konoha's most legendary smartass. Naruto said, finishing with a grin. We're doomed. Kakashi thought. All right, you next, Blossom. Kakashi says to Sakura. My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are learning about medicine, plants, and Naruto-kun. Sakura says and slightly looks at Naruto before continuing. My dislikes are unfair people, bullies. My hobbies are growing new plants, read books, and helping out with the kids at the orphanage. My goal is to become a strong kunoichi and medic nin. Sakura finished. It seems she has a crush on our Namikaze, but at least she shows a lot more focus on her kunoichi training than most girls her age, does Kakashi thought. All right, your last, Uchiha. Kakashi said to Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. My likes are fighting and learning new fighting styles. My dislikes are annoying people, weaklings. My hobby is training, beating the shit out of people that piss me off, Sasuke said, only to be interrupted by Naruto, which is basically 97 of all of Konoha. Naruto said, Shut up, Naruto. Anyway, my ambition is to become the strongest Uchiha that ever lived and also revive my clan. Sasuke finished. Very interesting, though underneath it all, one can still see his need for revenge, but it's nice to see he is not allowed it completely rule his life. Kakashi said mentally. All right, guys, thank you for your introductions. Now, what are we going to do next is going lots of fun. Kakashi grinned. What do you mean by fun, sensei? Sakura asked a little worried. What I mean is that we're going to have ourselves a little training and survival exercise, just the four of us. Kakashi revealed. But we already did something like this back in the academy, sensei. Sakura said. On top of that, why is this necessary when you already know our capabilities from our academy reports? Naruto added. And besides, shouldn't we be starting on mission instead of wasting on some stupid exercises? Sasuke asked. The reason for this is that these exercises you took in the academy were only child's play compared to this one. This time, you will be up against me, a jounin, in the real world. And also, out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will become Genins while the others are sent back, thus giving this entire test a 66 dropout rate. Kakashi explained grimly, leaving the Genins shocked. That's insane, Sakura said. Now you got me interested, sensei. Sasuke grinned. So I will determine if you're worthy or not of becoming ninjas tomorrow at the training grounds. Bring your ninja equipment and meet at 5 a.m. Kakashi instructed and was about to leave when... Bullshit, Naruto blurted out. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Kakashi asked. There's no way in hell you're showing up at 5 a.m. I mean, you couldn't even come to a 12 o'clock meeting on time. Naruto said, Just come at 5 a.m. I'll be on time, I promise. Kakashi sighed before leaving. I know he's lying for sure, but still, this is the chance I've been waiting for. Naruto thought, I can't let the others down. I have to pass this test so I can finally become a kunoichi and prove that I'm worth something to her. Sakura thought, there's no way I'm failing this test. Sasuke thought as he shook with anticipation. Later, we see Naruto walking down the street heading for his apartment when he suddenly stopped. Then, a young boy with brown hair and a ponytail and wearing a yellow shirt, beige pants, blue scarf, and a headgear came out of the fence as he was hiding in a cloak. Holy crap, it's a midget. Oh no, it's just Konohamaru, Naruto said in mock surprise. As witty as ever, Naruto Aniki, Konohamaru said. Spill it, kid. What do you want now? Naruto asked. I want you to teach that Oroike no Jutsu technique you used on my old man the other day. Konohamaru exclaimed. Oh, fuck me. Listen, kid, I don't have time to teach you such a stupid technique. Naruto said as he remembered that Konohamaru had stumbled upon him using that technique. The Hokage had wanted him to take a serious pose for his picture of identification, but Naruto refused and in the end performed the technique to disorient the perverted Hokage only for Konohamaru to walk into it. Why do you want to learn it anyway? Naruto asked. Because you were able to defeat the Hokage with it easily. With that technique, I'll be able to finally beat my old man. Konohamaru answered. You? Beat the Hokage? Naruto asked before he started to laugh. Yeah, that'll happen when hell freezes over. Naruto said as he continued to laugh. I'm serious. I'm going to beat that old man. Konohamaru said. All right, don't get all pissy on me. Come with me, I'll teach you the jutsu. Naruto said, and Konohamaru quickly nodded and walked along with him. The two then finally stopped in front of a woman's only hot springs. Naruto and Ikki, why are we stopping in front of hot springs for women only? Konohamaru asked. You'll see. Come on, Naruto said, and the young boy followed. They were able to sneak past the register and entered one of the hot springs, catching the women by surprise. What the heck do you think you're doing, perverts? One of the women asked. We're conducting research for a technique, and thus we need one of you to show us your body. We can memorize down important information. Naruto said bluntly. No way. Get out of here now. The woman screamed, enraged. Listen, ladies, the faster we do this, the faster we can leave, and how about this? As a bonus, I'll even give you guys a massage for free. Naruto said. Wow, Naruto and Ikki. I have never seen things like this before. Konohamaru said with his face all red. Yeah, and I can't believe how much money I made with these massages and also the phone numbers I got. Naruto said smirking. So, am I going to learn it now? Konohamaru asked. Yep, Naruto said as they then stopped in a training field. Now all you have to do is transform into a woman using what you have seen in the hot springs, okay? Naruto said. Okay, Henge. Konohamaru said. Where is he? Where is young Master Konohamaru? Ebisu thought as he was looking for Konohamaru everywhere. I knew I should have never went peeping while watching over him. He's probably with that smart-mouthed Nine-Tails brat. Ebisu thought. It's official, Konohamaru. You have no talent whatsoever as a ninja. Naruto said, looking bored as the boy had yet to create a perfect transformation. It's not my fault. Every time I try to do it, I lose my concentration and mess up. Konohamaru complained. Look, I'll show you once, okay? Naruto said before transforming into a young, naked blonde girl with clouds covering her privates and pigtails and whisker marks. He then undid the jutsu. See, not so hard, is it? Naruto said. There you are, Konohamaru, Ebisu said as he arrived. And it seems you're with that dangerous boy here. Ebisu added. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked. My name is Ebisu, and I'm an elite Jounin teacher. I was assigned by the Hokage himself to train his honorable grandson. Ebisu said with a hint of pride. Stop calling me that. And besides, I'm training with Naruto and Ikki. Konohamaru said. And what can that boy possibly teach you that I can't? Ebisu asked with a smirk. This technique, Oroike no Jutsu, Sexy no Jutsu. Konohamaru said and transformed into a young woman with brown hair and was totally naked and covered by smoke to hide her privates. Such a foolish technique will not work against me. Ebisu said, smirking. No way, why didn't it work? Konohamaru asked as he undid the jutsu. Step aside and let me show you how it's done, kid. Naruto said. He then created a mass amount of shadow clones, and then he and all of the clones transformed into their sexy no jutsu forms. We call it the harem no jutsu. So Ebisu-san, what do you think? Naruto and his clones all said as they winked at him and then started to rub on him. Ebisu lost control and then was knocked high into the sky by a massive nosebleed. The Narutos grinned, and then Naruto undid all of his clones and returned to normal. That was so awesome, Naruto and Ikki. Can you teach me that too? Konohamaru asked. Soda kid, igata go. Besides, how the heck are you going to get stronger if you keep asking other people to teach you jutsus? Naruto asked. What do you mean by that? Konohamaru asked. What I mean is that if you want to make your own path, you have to do it on your own. No one is going to help you get stronger except for you and you only. So stop asking people to teach you jutsus all the time and invent your own jutsus. Naruto said, Okay, Naruto and Ikki. I'll do that from now on and create my own awesome jutsus. Konohamaru said. Naruto waved to the kid and headed back to his apartment. Sunset turned into night as everyone went to sleep except for 3 people. 3:24, 3:25, 3:26, 3:27, 3:28, 3:29, 3:30. Sasuke said as he had completed 330 one-handed push-ups. He then wiped the sweat off his forehead and drank from a bottle of water before looking at a picture of his family, and his face started to sadden. Don't worry, I'll make things right, Sasuke said. All right, I finally completed all of my books, Sakura said as she took off her glasses and breathed a sigh of relief. I'll be able to pass this test now, Sakura said with a smile. Kunais, check. Shurikens, check. Jutsu scrolls, check. I think I'll be ready for this test, Naruto said. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke all arrive at the training ground the next day, nearly half all asleep. Hey, they all said to each other. For hours later, they were nearly sleeping when suddenly Kakashi appeared. Oh hey, oh Minna. Hi everyone, Kakashi said as he arrived on the grounds. You're late, they all shouted at him. Sorry, but an old lady needed help from a group of bandits that were attacking her, and Kakashi began to say, but then stopped as his students were glaring at him and not buying his lie, causing him to sweat drop. Okay, moving on. The first test will be a training test. The objective is simple. All you have to do is fight with everything you got. If you can last with me for 10 minutes, you will pass the test. Simple to understand, right? Kakashi smiled. Simple to understand, but not simple to accomplish. I can feel it. He's definitely not your average jounin. Naruto thought. If there are no questions, let's begin. Uchiha Sasuke, you're up, Kakashi said, and the Uchiha grinned. Namikaze Hokage. Chapter 3, Kakashi's Exams. It's about time. I've been itching to kick your ass, Sasuke said with a grin as he walked up to his sensei. Don't get too cocky, kid, Kakashi said. Sasuke smirked as he got into his stance and stared at his sensei. 2 meters, that's my best range. If I am further than that, I won't have nearly as much success. But that guy is a jounin, which means he's an elite, and thus won't let me get close to him easily, which means I'll have to find a way to close the distance. Sasuke thought. Uchiha Sasuke, his strength and speed are above that of a normal genin, and his taijutsu is said to be the top of his class. If he wants to achieve maximum damage, then he'll have to get close to me, probably about 2 to 3 meters at best, and he probably already knows I'm not going to let him get that close so easily. Kakashi thought. Here I come, Sasuke yelled out and started to do some seals, and then reared back as he breathed in, Katan, Gukyaku no Jutsu, Grand Fireball Technique. Sasuke yelled out and fired a huge fiery blast at Kakashi. Raitun, Muse Reiku no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Silent Lightning Technique. Kakashi whispered as the fireball engulfed him. Not bad for a fire jutsu, Naruto said. But do you think he got Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Not a chance, Naruto replied with a smirk, and on cue, Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Sasuke thought as he looked around for his sensei, and then he quickly ducked as Kakashi was behind and tried to hit him with a right roundhouse kick to the head. Good reflexes. Oh wait, this isn't good at all, Kakashi thought as he realized something. You're in my range, Sasuke said with a grin, and then unleashed a volley of punches at Kakashi, who was forced to block. I was careless. I thought I could have had him with my silent lightning technique, which allows me to use lightning chakra to cloak myself and thus allowing me to move unnoticed. But in reality, it was part of his trap. He knew he couldn't close the distance, but he knew I could close the distance. So in actuality, He anticipated that I would evade his previous technique and try to counter him at close range. Kakashi thought as he analyzed the string of events. Ryu Senpu, Dragon Hurricane. Sasuke yelled and jumped in the air and throws two spinning kicks at Kakashi, who was able to block them. I'm not done yet. Dragon Cutter. Sasuke yells and then brings his right leg down like an axe and strikes Kakashi upside the head with it. No way, Sasuke got Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said, surprised. No, he missed. Naruto countered. Sakura looked confused for a second until Kakashi turned into a piece of log. Kawarini, Sakura said in surprise. Shit, where is he? Sasuke cursed angrily as he looked for his sensei. Behind you, Kakashi simply said as he reappeared behind the Uchiha and then connected with a kick to the ribs, knocking the boy away. He was able to twist his body a bit in order to lessen the blow of my kick. Impressive, Kakashi thought as he saw his student get back up. Damn it all, I can't hit him, Sasuke said as he got up, grunting in pain from the kick. So far, Sasuke, I'm not impressed. Your report said you were the best in taijutsu in your entire class, even surpassing the Inakusa and Akimichi heirs, who both come from clans who possess tremendous aptitude for taijutsu, but it looks to me as if the reports, which I am not surprised since the Uchihas were always better at ninjutsu than taijutsu. Kakashi explained. Don't get too comfortable, sensei. I was just warming up, Sasuke said with a smirk. Baka, Kakashi replied with a glare, surprising his student. In the world of the shinobi, one doesn't have time to play around in combat. When two people fight, they usually fight to the death, and in those situations, it's the one who strikes the quickest that wins. Playing around will only allow your opponent more time to live and also more time to adapt to your strategy until they find a way to kill you even though they should have been dead a long time ago. Kakashi explained. Fine. If you want me to go all serious then, that's what I will do. Hayakyaku, swift leg, Sasuke said, and then instantly reappeared behind Kakashi before anyone could register it. He's so fast now, Sakura exclaimed. But what is that technique? Naruto asked. Kakashi turned around and prepared to block Sasuke's incoming left hook when the former disappeared again and reappeared in front of Kakashi and delivered a sweep kick. Fortunately, Kakashi was able to flip away to avoid, but as soon as he stood back up, Sasuke was right behind and threw a Ryu Senpu, which Kakashi was able to block. Sasuke then puts one to the ground to keep from falling to the ground and then shot his left foot up to try to knock Kakashi in the air from under his chin, but the Jounin was able to back up slightly to avoid the blow. An opening, Kakashi said as he then threw a right hook at Sasuke, who jumped back to avoid the blow, but then was stunned by an unknown force, which then allowed Kakashi to knock him back about 5 meters with a roundhouse kick to the face. What the hell was that? It was as if I was shocked by some electric force or something. Sasuke thought as he stood back up. That movement technique, did you create it all by yourself? Kakashi asked. Yeah, I did, Sasuke replied. It's pretty impressive for someone from the academy. You basically stomp on the ground 4 times and use that momentum along with chakra activity to make you move that fast, as if you magically disappear like Shunshin no Jutsu, but faster. Kakashi said, It's definitely faster than my Kaze, Shunshin no Jutsu, that's for sure. Naruto said, I knew Sasuke was good at taijutsu, but never this good. Sakura said, Always knew that. However, what I want to know is how Kakashi was able to paralyze Sasuke without even touching him. Naruto said, And that taijutsu, you train with Mato guy, haven't you? Kakashi asked. Yes, and despite his freakish attitude and even freakier student, he is one hell of a teacher. Sasuke answered. Achoo, Mato guy sneezed while in the midst of training with his team. What's wrong, guy sensei? Lee asked. Oh, nothing. For some strange reasons, someone has mentioned me. Guy answered. Could it be that they are thanking you for influencing them with your flames of youth, sensei? Lee asked, ecstatic. Of course, that is the only explanation. They were so touched by my flames of youth that they spoke my name as a way to thank me. You're such a genius, Lee. That's why you're my precious student. Guy said, and then tears started to stream down from his face. Gi sensei, Lee said, also with tears streaming down his face. Lee, Guy replied, and then both teacher and student hugged each other as for some unbelievable reason, a sunset appeared in the background along with water waves. Why do we have to be stuck with these two morons? Niji asked, embarrassed by the way the teacher and student were acting. Because someone hates us and wants us to suffer. Tintin answered, and they both sighed. This time you're mine, Sasuke said, and then disappeared once more and then reappeared right in front of Kakashi, and before the latter could react, Sasuke fired a point-blank fireball at him, engulfing him. Great job burning up our sensei, Sasuke, Naruto said. Oops, maybe I had to go a bit too overboard, Sasuke said, laughing nervously. Right on, Raigeiken, lightning release, lightning fong fist. Kakashi as he was coming from above with his left fist engulfed in electricity. Sasuke was able to dodge it to his right, and Kakashi ended up punching the ground, leaving a big hole. You're in my range again, sensei, Sasuke said with a grin as he was about to hit Kakashi with a roundhouse kick, only for Kakashi to bring his left fist upward from the ground, and then smack Sasuke in the face with a left hook uppercut, knocking the boy back about 8 meters. Thought you had me, didn't you, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. Yeah, I could imagine you being a burned corpse by now. How the hell did you escape my fireball from point-blank range? I even used it in combination with Hayakyaku technique. Sasuke asked, frustrated. It's simple, really. I was able to read your seals while you were performing your high-speed technique, and thus allowed me to react accordingly. Kakashi said. No way. You were able to actually keep up with both my sealing speed and movement speed. Sasuke asked in disbelief. Precisely. It was not a bad tactic, to be honest, but if your opponent can read your seals, then they can anticipate your technique and thus react accordingly. Kakashi said. That makes sense, but one thing I need to ask. How were you able to paralyze me without even landing a blow on me in our previous exchange? Sasuke asked. Because of my lightning chakra, of course, Kakashi said as he emitted electricity around his right hand. Of course, electricity can not only shock but also paralyze a person's body, rendering them immobile, Sakura said. And of course, I masked that electricity with my chakra in order to make it invisible to the human eye, so that way you wouldn't notice my trick. Kakashi said. So you're not just a person with chronic tardiness, huh, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said. Anyway, Kakashi said, ignoring Naruto's smart comment with great restraint, you've passed this exam. You showed great capacity in becoming a genin, and that is what I wanted to test. Now up next is Sakura-chan, Kakashi said. And me? Sakura asked, nervous. I do believe we only have one Sakura in our team, Kakashi said. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, you'll be just fine. I mean, if Sasuke Baka here could go toe-to-toe, then someone much smarter than him can easily do the same. Naruto said, grinning as he knew he had earned a glare from the Uchiha heir. If Naruto-kun believes in me, then that means I can do it, Sakura thought as she gained her resolve and then walked up to her sensei. Then Kakashi jumped back a couple of meters to put even more distance between them. Why did Kakashi just do that? Sasuke asked. It's because Sakura is a Genjutsu type shinobi. The maximum range for a Genjutsu is about 10 meters exact, and so for Kakashi to avoid falling into one, he decided to stay out of that range. Right now, he's about 13 meters from Sakura, Naruto explained. But wait a minute, Genjutsu is simply an illusionary technique that confuses the 5 senses, right? So why the need for distance? Sasuke asked. Because Genjutsu requires the caster to emit chakra from their body into the opponent's body to take effect. By staying away from the caster, you have a higher chance of evading that chakra flow, Naruto explained. Ready, sensei? Sakura asked. Ready as I'll ever be, Kakashi replied. No matter what Genjutsu it is, she'll never be able to hit me with it. A Genjutsu's maximum distance is 10 meters at best, and the distance between me and her is approximately 15 meters. Kakashi thought, but then his eyes widened as Sakura dissolved into sakura petals, and then he found himself in a forest full of sakura petals on the ground and sakura trees. What in the world? She got me with a Jinjutsu from that distance? But how? Kakashi thought, and he then tried to cancel the Jinjutsu, but found himself stuck in it. I can't release the Jinjutsu? Kakashi thought. Suddenly, petals flew around him and started to cut him in the arms and legs. Kakashi tried to cancel the Jinjutsu again and again as he avoided the petals, but found himself unable to do so. This Jinjutsu is unlike anything I have seen so far. Usually, the maximum range for a Jinjutsu is 10 meters at max, and hence why I distanced myself to an exact distance of 15 meters. And also, I made sure not to look at her eyes in case it was an eye-induced Jinjutsu, and made sure to watch out for anything that would reveal the Jinjutsu. I took all of the precautions, and yet I was caught in her Jinjutsu, and what's worse is that I can't release it. Kakashi thought, but then his eyes widened as he realized something. Flashback. Ready, sensei? Sakura asked. Ready as I'll ever be, Kakashi replied. In flashback. She caught me as soon as she said those words. That was the activation for her Jinjutsu. Kakashi thought as he figured out what happened. Okay, let's review this. Her Jinjutsu is obviously longer than most Jinjutsus, and she activated it via her voice. Also, this Jinjutsu can't be canceled like any other Jinjutsu, which means that in order to cancel it, I have to find a caster and weaken or defeat them. As we speak, she is probably hiding in a spot in order to attack my weak point and defeat me, which means I have to fish her out now. Kakashi thought, and he then closed his eyes, and electricity started to emit from his hands. Not too far from Kakashi's location, Sakura was behind a tree as she was observing her sensei. He doesn't seem to be doing much in terms of movement, but should I attack now? I could sense I have the advantage, but what if he has built up his defenses already? I could be walking right into a trap, but if I don't do anything, he'll find me sooner or later. I have no choice, I have to attack. Sakura thought, and then started to silently walk from tree to tree, and then transformed into a flurry of sharp petals that flew and surrounded Kakashi and kept cutting him. Then Sakura's right arm came out of the flurry of petals with a kunai in hand and pointed to Kakashi's neck. It's over, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. Suddenly, Kakashi then turned into a piece of log, surprising Sakura, and before she knew it, Kakashi grabbed her arm and pulled it, effectively canceling her transformation, and then pointed a kunai to her throat. Cancel the Jinjutsu now, or else. Kakashi warned her. Damn, I have no choice. He has the advantage now, Sakura thought, and then canceled the Jinjutsu. It looked Sakura-chan was able to hit Kakashi with a Jinjutsu from beyond the normal range. Naruto said. I wonder how, though, Sasuke said. That Jinjutsu you used was incredible. Not many people used Jinjutsus of that nature. And the way you activate it was pretty clever, and its range is also incredible, Kakashi said. Thank you, sensei. However, how did you know I was going to attack? Sakura asked. By using my Reiku Hari game, Lightning Wire, Kakashi said. Lightning Wire? Sakura asked. I basically manipulated my lightning chakra and turned it into thin electric wires that are extremely hard to see via the naked eye. All a person has to do is slightly touch them, and it will automatically warn me of an incoming enemy. You probably felt a small shock on your way to my location, right? Kakashi asked. Come to think of it, I did, but it was so minuscule that I paid no attention to it, Sakura said. And that small shock was my wire. I then placed a Kawarini trap and hid myself using my Muse Reiku no Jutsu until I had a clear shot at you, Kakashi explained. Okay then, let's try another tactic, Sakura said. That's enough for now, Kakashi said, interrupting the girl. What do you mean? I barely did anything, and I have so many other techniques to try. I mean, I studied all of those books for this test, Sakura said as she pulled out dozens of books from her book bag, causing the others to look at her wide-eyed. How many books do you own, Sakura? Sasuke asked, flabbergasted. Let's see, about 300? Sakura answered. 300? The others exclaimed. I know, it's not enough, is it? Sakura asked. It's more than enough. The others exclaimed. Anyway, Sakura, your skills with that Jinjutsu showed me all I needed to know, and the fact is that you have passed the first test as well. Kakashi said, up next is the smartass. Kakashi said as he now turned his attention to Namikaze Naruto. About time. By the way, Sakura-chan, great job on the Jinjutsu, Naruto said to the girl as she was returning to her spot. Wish me luck, guys, Naruto said and then walked toward Kakashi. Now, I finally get the chance to see what the son of Sensei can do. Kakashi thought, with a hint of anticipation and pride as he saw the living legacy of his sensei in the flesh. If he is truly like Sensei, then he has used the bouts with his teammates as scouting reports on my abilities and formulated strategies to counter them. Kakashi thought. Hatake Kakashi. Despite being good at taijutsu, he's a ninjutsu-type shinobi, and with the jutsus he has used so far, and also, he has strong defensive jutsus and offensive jutsus on top of that. And what's worse is that I don't know his exact range. It seems I only have one course of action, Naruto thought, and then did the seal for the Kagebushin and created 3 clones. Kagebushin, huh? Kagebushin is a Jounin-level ninjutsu that has 3 purposes. 1. To overpower the opponent with mass numbers. 2. To gather information on the opponent. 3. To use it as a diversion to create an opening. Now, let's see which way he goes. Kakashi thought. Okay, clones, let's do it, Naruto said, and he, along with the clones, dispersed themselves. Suddenly, one of the clones dashed toward Kakashi. Ninpu, Kaze Yaiba, Ninja Art, Wind Blade. The first clone yelled and then created a wind that came in the form of a sword and tried to slash Kakashi with it, but Kakashi was able to dodge the hit. Raiton, Raigaken no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled and then knocked the clone back about 10 meters with an electric right punch to the gut. He's making his clones stay longer than usual. Kakashi thought as the clone did not disappear. Futon, Kase Aoshi no Jutsu, Wind Element, Wind Wave Pressure, the second clone said as he unleashed a blast of hot air at Kakashi with his left hand. Raidon, Raigahan no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Lightning Fong Wave Technique, Kakashi said and then swiped his right upwards and unleashed a wave of lightning that traveled through the ground and canceled the clone's technique. Futon, Shippaha no Jutsu, Wind Release, Hurricane Wave Technique. The third Naruto clone yelled and then unleashed a hurricane from his right fist at Kakashi, who jumped up in the air to avoid it. Now I've figured out. He's a mid-range fighter. I used my Kagebushin to test each possible range with a different jutsu, and even though he was able to counter my close-range and mid-range attacks, he wasn't able to counter my last attack, or rather, he couldn't effectively. Ninjutsu can be executed from any range, but however, if they're executed away from their best range, then they become much weaker, and if he was long range, then he would have no problems pulling out a jutsu to counter my last jutsu at the distance between my clone and him, which means he is not effective at long range. And while he used a close-range jutsu to defend against my first clone, his strongest jutsu was the one he used against my second clone, and thus proves he is a mid-range fighter at best. The problem is that I'm mid-range too, and also he is stronger than me, but I can still win. Naruto thought. Okay, clones, use whirlwind formation, Naruto said, and the clones nodded. They then quickly started to move randomly around Kakashi at high speed, while Naruto went through some seals. What is he planning with those clones? Kakashi thought. Futon, Kase Aoshi no Jutsu, Wind Element, Wind Wave Pressure, Naruto yelled and fired off his technique once again. Kakashi tried to dodge it only to get kicked in the back by one of the clones. Now I see what he's trying to do. He recognized my best range as a mid-range type, and he also recognizes that he is one as well, but weaker than me. So, he's using those clones to keep me from moving like a fence and also on my toes, so I don't have time to use jutsus to counter while he keeps on attacking me from a safe distance. That's a sick way to fight someone. Kakashi thought. It looks like Naruto may be able to win against Sensei. Sasuke grinned. You think so? Sakura asked. Right on. Daichi Reika Dejiki no Jutsu. Lightning release. Ground lightning shock technique. Kakashi yelled as he then slammed his right hand onto the ground and unleashed electric waves that stunned Naruto and his clones. When Naruto finally regained his senses, he felt a kunai behind him. I win, Kakashi said behind Naruto. I wouldn't be so sure, Sensei, Naruto said from behind Kakashi as the one in front of Kakashi disappeared. Trust me, kid, I'm sure, Kakashi said from behind Naruto as the other Kakashi was also a clone. Let me guess, you created a clone while I disoriented from your attack, and then used that clone to come up behind my clone while you hid with that cloaking technique of yours, right? Naruto asked with a smirk. Yes, I did though. I'm impressed with how fast you were able to create another clone. And also, that first exchange was a way to find my best range, wasn't it? So that way you knew how to attack me, right? Kakashi asked. Exactly, Naruto said. Good enough. You have also passed the first test. Kakashi said, all right, team, you've passed the first exam, and now you must pass the second one. I call it the bell test, Kakashi said as he then took out 2 bells tied together. Bells? The 3 genins exclaimed quizzically. Yep, bells. The objective for this test is to simply get the bells from me, and you pass. Kakashi said sternly. But Kakashi-sensei, there's only 2 bells? Doesn't that mean one of us will not pass? Sakura asked. Of course. The one who did not get the bell will be sent to Academy regardless of the fact that you passed the first test, understood? Kakashi said sternly, causing the genins to gulp. Begin, Kakashi says, and all 3 genins hide into the forest. So they've hidden themselves, not bad. Now, if they can see underneath the underneath, then they will truly be my team. Kakashi thought. Well, in the meantime, let me start reading the masterpiece of all masterpieces, Kakashi said, and then pulled an orange book from his pouch. He started to read it and giggle like a little girl. This test is ridiculous. He already knows we can't beat him, even after throwing at him everything we could, and yet he wants us to get the bells from us? And not only that, but there are only 2 bells, which means one of us will fail anyway. No, there has to be a point to this test, or else he wouldn't have wasted his time with this. But what is it? Naruto whispered as he racked his brain to come up with the answer while observing Kakashi. Damn it. If he only had a bigger brain than I. That's it, Naruto said as he figured it out and then left his position. It seems Naruto has it figured out, Kakashi mentally noted as heard the genin move within the forest. Naruto continued to move through the trees until he was able to find Sasuke. Sasuke, I need your help, Naruto said to the Uchiha. My help? For what? Sasuke asked, confused that Naruto would need help. Listen, this test is about teamwork, not about individual skills, Naruto said. Teamwork, Sasuke repeated. Yes, think about it. Can we really beat him one-on-one? You saw what happened in the first test. We couldn't even hit him once. So why have us try again for some bells unless he wants for us to try to get the bells as a team? Naruto explained. I see, that makes sense. All right, I'm in, but we'll need Sakura's help as well, Sasuke said. He still hasn't shown any openings, Sakura thought. Hey, Sakura, Naruto said behind her, startling the girl. Naruto-kun. Sasuke? What are you guys doing here? Shouldn't you be trying to get the bells? Sakura asks. Sakura, listen to me. This test is about teamwork, and we need to work together to get the bells. Naruto explains. But there's only 2 bells. Wouldn't one of us go back anyway? Sakura asked. That's not the true purpose of this test. He's only testing us in order to see if we can work as a team. Why do you think we were put in teams of 3? Because that is how it's always been, Naruto explains. Which means that the 2 bells are just a ploy to try and divide us and not make us see the true purpose behind his test, Sakura says, realizing what was going on. Yes, so thus we need to come up with a plan to beat this guy. And that's where you come in, Naruto said to Sakura. You want me to create a plan? Sakura asked. Yes, I do. You're the smartest of us three, and thus we need your intelligence to come up with a plan. Naruto asked. All right then, here's the plan. Sakura grinned. Kakashi continued to read his book until he saw Sasuke standing in front of him. It looks like you're ready to try and take the bell from me, right, Sasuke? Kakashi said as he puts his book back into the pouch. Sasuke then made some seals, and then Futon, Kase ao si no jutsu. Wind element, wind wave pressure, Sasuke yelled out and shot a wind blast from his palm. A wind attack? But Sasuke isn't. Kakashi said mentally as he avoided the wind attack, only to find himself bound to the cherry blossom tree once again. Sakura's Jinjutsu. Aye, Kakashi thought and canceled the Jinjutsu, only to find his bells missing and in the hands of Sasuke, with Sakura and the de-transformed Naruto next to him, all smirking. I see you guys figure out the concept behind this test. You should be proud. Not many have in the past. But tell me something. Who came up with the plan? Kakashi asked. I did. I knew you wouldn't expect Sasuke to use a wind ninjutsu. So I had Naruto transform into Sasuke to throw you off long enough to use my Jinjutsu on you. And by the time you would cancel it, Sasuke would be able to use his speed to dash in and get the bells from you. Sakura explained. Excellent plan, Sakura. As of now, we are officially Team 7. I want you guys to go get some rest because starting tomorrow, we're starting missions. Kakashi says. Yada, we did it. Good job, Sakura and Inner Self said, while the two boys smirked. I have a feeling this team is going to be something special, Kakashi said as he and the rest of his team walked off the training grounds as they were about to start on their new adventures, Namikaze Hokage. Chapter 4. The Mission to Wave. Ohayo, minna. Kakashi greeted his team, only to get beat up by his students. Why? Kakashi asked as he groaned in pain. That's what you get for being 3 hours late. The Genins yelled angrily at their sensei. Minutes later, Kakashi is back on his feet, recovered from his injuries. Okay, guys, today we're going to do our first mission, Kakashi said. Finally, the 3 Genins said. So, sensei, what kind of mission is it? Sakura asks. You'll see, Kakashi said. The quiet of the Konoha forest was disturbed by the slight whisper of displaced air as Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura darted from tree to tree. All 3 Genin wore a headpiece radio and were stalking an elusive foe. A short distance away, Kakashi sat in the Mission Command Center, aka a clearing with a big rock he could sit on to read his porn, and contacted his subordinates. What's the distance to the target? Kakashi asked. 5 meters, I'm ready anytime, Sasuke said. Okay, go, Kakashi ordered. All 3 Genin ran from their hiding places to pounce on their target, which tried to get away. After scratching him many times, Sasuke was able to get the target. Ribbon on the left ear, are you sure this is the target? Tora asked Kakashi over the radio. Yeah, it's him, or it better be, growled Sasuke as he was pissed that he had to do this mission, and so were the others. Good. Lost pet, Tora, search mission complete, said Kakashi before he slipped his book back into its carrying pouch and appeared next to his students in a cloud of smoke for the walk back to Konoha. Team 7 could only stare at Tora in sympathy as the cat was hugged by its owner, Madame Sure Jimmy, the wife of the Fire Country daimyo. Oh, my cute little Tora-chan. I was so worried, cooed the lady as she practically strangled the cat. No wonder it ran away, the Genins all thought. Okay, for your next mission, you are to go and babysit an elder's grandson, shopping in the neighboring village, and help with the potato digging, Irika said. You're serious? Naruto said. What's wrong, Naruto? Irika asked. Oh no, nothing is wrong. It's just that we as shinobi should be taking on more serious matters as hunting down traitors, helping protect someone. I mean, it wouldn't bode so well for Konoha if they make their Genins do plant work. And chores, unless now you can hurt people or kill them using chores and gardening, or even create techniques from them. Naruto said. Naruto, stop being such a smartass for once. Irika said. I agree with Naruto. I mean, we're shinobis, not butlers or nannies. We need tougher missions than that. Sasuke said. Naruto, Sasuke, listen to me. These missions are perfectly designed genins like you. Iruka argued. That's ridiculous. We're shinobis, not servants, and as shinobis, we protect and defend our village and kill our enemies, not doing remedial chores. Naruto barked back. Listen, Naruto, these types of missions are there to instill maturity in genins and help you learn how to work as a team. Also, these missions are ranked by skill, and D-class missions are perfect for genins since you're not experienced as well as chunins or jounins, who take higher-level missions. The Hokage explained. I understand your reasoning on this, and I don't disagree. All I'm saying is that we already proved that we can work flawlessly as a team during Kakashi's Bell test, and our reports show that our skills are more than enough for taking higher missions. All I'm asking is that you give us another type of mission so we can prove ourselves as shinobis, and babysitting will not prove it, Naruto said, as he was now facing the Hokage face to face with a very serious look. He's right, and to be honest, I never liked the whole system much. It can deter someone's growth with ease, and also, they have to learn the true workings of the life of shinobi early, so they can advance further. Kakashi said. The Hokage sighed as he realized he was defeated and then started to look at the stack of papers until he pulled one out. All right, Kakashi, I will give you a chance for your team to prove yourself with this C-rank mission. Hokage said, and Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto all smiled as they now had their chance to prove themselves. It's a protection mission for a certain individual. The Hokage said to the shinobis and then turned his head to the door. You can come in now, he said, and thick-set older man wearing a large backpack with a towel around his neck and a bottle of some alcoholic beverage in his hand enters. Oh great, now we can get to protect an alcoholic. That's the way to help out genins. Help them protect someone who drinks a lot, so that way they can become alcoholics as well. Naruto said, this is the protection I'm going to get? Huh, like some brats are going to protect me, especially the short one. The man said, looks who's talking. You're the one who comes here smelling like piss, ass, and alcohol. I may be short, but at least I don't smell like garbage. And on top of that, you're holding a bottle of sake and drinking it in front of 3 12-year-olds. Hokage-sama, if we're going to protect this man, then you might as well put us down as future alcoholics. Naruto said, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm super expert bridge builder Tazuna, and will be expecting you to provide me super protection until I get back to my country and complete the bridge. The old man yelled. I swore I heard someone say something. Naruto said, as if he did not know who said what. Damn that kid, life isn't fair. Tazuna said as he was crying in the corner. It's all right, Tazuna-san. You're not the only one he's done this. Iruka said, comforting the bridge builder. Victim number 512. Damn, I'm just too good. Naruto thought as he grinned. He's even worse than Sensei. Kakashi thought, all right, team, I expect everyone to be outside the gates by noon and bring all your ninja equipment. Kakashi said before poofing away. As ridiculous as this sound, I'm quite excited that we're leaving the village, Naruto said as he looked at his surroundings as they were standing near the gate. Is this your first time outside the village? Tazuna asked. Yes, it is, and that's why I'm excited about it, and also the mission. Naruto explained. Glad to see everyone is here, Kakashi said as he arrived. Holy crap, you're on time. Who the hell are you, and what have you done with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Can't you just stop for once? Kakashi begged. Nope, Naruto replied with a smirk. Let's just get going, everyone, Kakashi said, depressed, and everyone started to walk toward their way to wave. Tazuna-san, may I ask you a question? Sakura asked the bridge builder. Yes, what is it? Tazuna replied. You're from Wave, right? Sakura asks. Yes, so. The bridge builder answered. Kakashi-sensei, are there ninjas in Wave? Sakura asked her sensei. No, there are no ninjas in Wave, but there are in most other countries. The culture and customs may be different, but most countries do have hidden villages and ninjas. Kakashi said, answering the girl's question. To the many countries of the continent, the existence of a hidden village means military power. This is how they hold and maintain advantages on each other. But it's not that the villages rule the countries. They merely stand equal with the country's government. A small island country like the Wave Country doesn't receive much interference from the other countries and does not require a shinobi village. Within the many shinobi villages like Mist, Leaf, Cloud, Sand, and Stone are large and powerful, and thus are referred to as the Great Five Shinobi Countries. And thus, these are the only countries whose leaders are referred to as Kages. The five Kages are Hokage, Mizukage, Kazakage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage, and they reign over thousands of shinobis in the world. Kakashi explained to the others. Wow, so it looks like Naruto-kun's dream is much bigger than he lets on. Sakura thought as she looked at the blonde. And also, the Kages are the strongest ninjas of their village and have no equal. Naruto added, and if one truly noticed it, they would have heard a hint of pride in his voice. However, all this doesn't really matter for this mission since this is a C-rank mission, and thus there aren't going to be any ninjas to face. Kakashi said, "Are you serious? Damn, it sucks. I won't be able to test my skills then." Sasuke said, clearly pissed. "I wouldn't be too sure about that, Sasuke." Naruto thought as he noticed the look on Tizuna's face when Kakashi said that there weren't going to be any ninjas after them. As they continued to walk, they passed by a puddle to which Kakashi and Naruto noticed. A puddle in the middle of a dry road? Are you guys fucking stupid or what? Naruto yelled out. "You're fucking dead, kid." Two voices yelled. Then, a ninja wearing a breathing mask, dressed in all black with a headband of the Mist Village and a large metal gauntlet on each arm with a chain connecting them both, surfaced from the water, and then another one leapt from a tree, and then they both headed toward Kakashi and ripped him to pieces in an instant with their chains. "One down," the bigger one said. "Two to go," the smaller said, finishing the other's sentence, and then headed for the Genins and Tizuna when, suddenly, they found themselves in a field of flower petals. "A Genjutsu," the two said as they got canceled the Genjutsu. They try to locate the group when suddenly Sasuke is seen in the air and tosses a kunai at them, pinning their chains to the tree behind them. Sasuke then disappears and reappears slightly above the brothers and delivers a double Ryu Senpu, hitting the brothers in the face and knocking back to the tree. Both brothers recover and disengage their chains, taking the young boy by surprise, and rush toward him with the intent to kill him when Kakashi suddenly appears and takes them out by clotheslining them. "I could have handled it myself, Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke fumed. "Yeah, you could, but I couldn't let you guys have all the fun. By the way, Sakura, nice job with the Genjutsu," Kakashi said, praising the blonde. "Thank you, sensei." Sakura grinned. "So, you were able to read our movements, and hence why you guys planned to fool us?" "How?" the two ninjas asked. "Simple, it was the puddle. Like Naruto yelled out, it hasn't rained for many days, yet why is there a puddle in the middle of the road? That led to us figuring out that we were going to be ambushed." Naruto noticed it as well, and quickly communicated with his teammate to make a plan, and then used that smart mouth of his to provoke you guys off into attacking us. Kakashi explained. "But even if the Genins could take care of themselves, why didn't you just take care of them yourself like you just did?" Tizuna asked. "You're right, I could have ended it instantly, but there was something I needed to find out. I need to find out who or what were they after to begin with." Kakashi explained. "What do you mean?" Tizuna asked. "Meaning, were they after you or one of us?" Kakashi began to say and then continues. "Our mission was to simply protect you from thieves and gangs. We haven't heard that shinobis are after you. Our mission was to protect you until you completed your bridge, but now, this has become a B-rank mission," Kakashi explained. Tizuna remained quiet as he knew he had lied about the mission, so Kakashi continued. "If it was known that ninjas were after you, this mission would have been set as the more expensive B-rank mission. I'm sure you had a reason, but lying about a mission causes difficult problems, and we are now operating outside the rules," Kakashi explained. I lied because my country is super poor, and if I told you about the ninjas, then this mission would have become too expensive for me to pay. If you guys want to return, that's fine by me. I guess this is what I deserve for causing so much trouble, Tazuna said as he felt ashamed of what he did. But then Naruto started to chuckle, startling everyone. There's no way in hell we're going back just because you lied, drunkie. Besides, this mission looks more and more interesting. Naruto smiled. Naruto, this isn't a game. There's a risk we might face tougher opponents out there. Kakashi countered. I knew that there was a possibility like this, but that's exactly why I want a higher-ranked mission, so I can prove myself. Also, as a future Hokage, I can't let an innocent man's dream go down the drain just because of unknown dangers, even though he is a smelly alcoholic and liar. Naruto said firmly. Did he really have to insult me? Tazuna thought with a sweat drop behind his head. Besides, I know how to heal wounds, and I can easily help with the injuries in case we get wounded. Sakura added. Small, sensei. Gives us a chance. We did prove ourselves so far in this mission, and going back now would make us look like cowards, and if there's one thing I'm not, it's a coward. Sasuke said, finishing the Genin's opposition to their sensei. Okay. We'll finish this mission. Kakashi sighed. Why are these Genins so stubborn? He then added mentally. Thank you very much, all of you. Tazuna said politely. Like we said, we're not going to let you down, old man. Naruto said. That kid, for some reason, I can sense that there's more to him than just his smart mouth. Tazuna thought as he looked at the blonde Genin. Definitely like his father. Kakashi said mentally before he started to walk, with the others behind him. About this mission, you're right, this job is outside your duties, but I need to tell you that super dangerous man is after my life. Tazuna said. Super dangerous man? Who? Kakashi asks. You probably heard his name before. Tazuna said as he sighed before continuing. The wealthy shipping magnate, a man named Gato. Tazuna revealed. Huh, Gato? From that Gata company? He is said to be one of the world's few extremely wealthy people. Kakashi says, shocked that a man this wealthy would be involved in this mission. Yes, he officially runs a large shipping company, but secretly sells illegal drugs and other items using ninjas and gang members to take over businesses and countries. He's a very nasty man. It was about a year ago when he set his sight on Wave Country. Through money and violence, he quickly took control of the country's shipping industries. Gata now has a monopoly on all business traffic in the country. The only thing he has to fear is the completion of the bridge. Tazuna explained. So, I guess this is why Gato is sending these ninjas after you, to try and stop you from building that bridge. Sakura says, oh well, we already accepted that we are going to protect you until you complete your bridge, and that's that. Kakashi says, thank you. Tazuna nodded, and then the group resumed their way toward Wave. An hour later, the group is heading toward Wave in a boat that is being rowed by a man wearing a straw triangular hat like Tazuna. So that's the bridge, huh? No wonder he wants you to complete it. Naruto said as he and the others marveled at the nearly completed bridge. Tazuna, it looks like we've avoided detection so far, but just in case, we'll take the route that vegetation. It will make harder for them to stop us. The man says. Thanks, Tazuna said. The boat goes through a tunnel and then stops at the dock. Tazuna and Team 7 get off the boat and wave goodbye to the man who helped them get here before continuing on their way through the forest. While in the forest, Naruto throws a shuriken at one of the bushes, surprising everyone. Why did you do that for, Naruto? Sasuke asks. I thought I heard something. Saw the... Naruto said. Let me check just to be sure. Kakashi said as he knew Naruto wouldn't try to do something as reckless or stupid as blindly throwing a shuriken. He walks up to the bushes and sees that the shuriken struck a snow-white rabbit right in the head. Wait a minute, why is that rabbit's skin so white when it's spring? The skin of rabbits are always brown in the spring, not white, Sakura asked as they noticed the rabbit's snow-white skin and read about them in one of her books. That's because the enemy was keeping it in a cage to use it for body switching, which means the enemy is already here. Everyone, be on your guard, Kakashi added to Sakura's observation. Suddenly, a huge sword is seen flying toward Kakashi and the others, who fortunately were able to duck it. The sword ends up stuck on a tree, and right on top of it was the masked man with gray pants and white/black arm guards and shin guards and a mist headband. Well, if isn't the hidden mist missing Nin, Momoichi Zabuza, Kakashi said as he revealed the figure's personality. All right, guys, I want all of you to stay back. He's on a whole different level compared to the others. Kakashi told his team. And you are Hitaki, the lightning fawn Kakashi. Sorry, but the old man is mine. Zabuza said. Lightning fawn, the Genins exclaimed. You kids didn't know? Your sensei here was an upper A-class shinobi in our bingo book during my time as ANBU in the mist. Zabuza said. So our sensei is actually a badass. Sasuke smirked. And here I thought you only had chronic tardiness. But wait, you have chronic tardiness, and yet you have a reputation as a badass, which can only mean one thing. Kakashi-sensei, you're a living conundrum. Naruto said. Why couldn't he be more like Kushina? Kakashi thought. Ninpu, Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja arts, silent mist technique. Zabuza said, and then the whole field was engulfed in a very thick mist. What's going on? This mist is so thick. Sakura said. This isn't good at all. This technique is specialized for silent killing, which Zabuza was an expert of. You won't even know you're dead until you are. You guys better be careful. Kakashi explains, alerting them of a possible attack. The mist is getting thicker, Naruto said as he noticed it getting thicker. 8 choices, Zabuza started to say. Where the hell is he? Sasuke asked as he was getting more and more nervous. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle, vein, neck, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I go after? Zabuza asked. Kakashi then made a seal and emitted some of his chakra in order to clear out the mist. As soon as he did, they were all hit by an intense killing intent. This killing intent, it's even worse than those of the villagers. It's the killing intent of a man who truly wants to kill for the simple pleasure of it and is fully capable of. Naruto thought. Don't worry, Naruto. I won't let any of my comrades die before I do, Kakashi said as he tried to reassure the young man. Then, Zabuza appeared in between the Genins and Tazuna. It's that so, Zabuza said, shocking the Genins and Tazuna. He swings his sword, but before his sword could come down and kill the Genins and Tazuna, his hand was held back by Kakashi's right hand, and with his left hand, Kakashi put a kunai near Zabuza's neck. Don't move, Kakashi said. Now I understand. You left a clone behind to fool me by saying those words while meanwhile, you were hiding waiting for an opening. Zabuza said. And it wasn't so hard to do considering I had used my Reika Hari game, lightning wires, to track you down. Kakashi said. Not bad, Zabuza said, but then smirked before turning into water. Mizu Bushin, Kakashi thought. Kakashi quickly evaded to his left as Zabuza swung his sword down and struck the ground. Zabuza then brought his sword back up and swung again, but this time, Kakashi blocked it with some sort of fong blade in the form of lightning. A chakra fong, made of lightning, must be a type of chakra specialization. I'm impressed that it's that durable, Zabuza said, and then kicked Kakashi in the stomach, knocking him back about 6 meters with his right foot. Kakashi-sensei, the Genins exclaimed as they saw their sensei being knocked back. I am okay. You guys just stay away from a mist and protect Tazuna-san at all costs. Meanwhile, I'm going to take this guy down, Kakashi said as he stood back up. The Genins nodded and got as far as the mist as possible. Take me down? And how are you going to do that? Zabuza asked. By doing this, ninjutsu, tokushitsu, ninjutsu specialization Reiku Ukami, lightning wolf, Kakashi said, and then performed a series of seals, and then his hands were covered in silver gauntlets and his foot in silver greaves. Wolf edge, Kakashi yelled as he leaped into the air, performed an overhead kick with his right leg, and unleashed a powerful silver air blade that headed for Zabuza, but Zabuza was able to dodge, only for Kakashi to dash straight for him and throw a right straight. Zabuza blocked the attack, but then Kakashi discharged electricity from his fist and knocked Zabuza about 10 meters back. So that's your ninjutsu specialization, huh, Kakashi? Well then, let me show you mine. Zabuza said, and then did a number of seals before putting his left hand on his blade, which then radiated with chakra. Awaken, Kiri Kiri, Mist Executioner. Zabuza said, and then the chakra surrounding the sword was absorbed into the sword. The sword didn't change shape, so what did it do? Kakashi asked. It's no time to stare, Kakashi. Zabuza yelled, and then swung his sword as wide as he could, and then suddenly, a large explosion was made as trees fell down. When the smoke cleared, there was a huge trail on the ground, about 5 meters wide, and Kakashi was on the ground with blood on his arms and legs. You got lucky, Kakashi, but the next slash will be the end for you. Zabuza said, even if you do kill me, my team is already way gone by now. Kakashi said as he slowly got back up. That sword of his, it was able to emit such level of chakra. Could that be its ability? Kakashi thought. That would be true if it wasn't for the fact that I'm not alone. In fact, my partner should be killing them by now. Zabuza said with a smirk. Man, this sucks. We're standing here doing nothing while Kakashi-sensei is getting all the action. Sasuke said, fuming. Are you insane? Didn't you hear the large explosion just a few minutes ago? If it wasn't for Kakashi's warnings, we might have been caught in that. Sakura said. She's right, and besides, they're way out of our league. This battle is pure Jounin level. Naruto replied. It looks like Zabuza-san is fighting someone tough. An unknown voice said, and our Genins and Tazuna turned around and saw someone with dark blue hair, a wolf Oni mask, gray vest, white shirt, gray pants, black fingerless gloves, and sandals standing about 3 meters behind them. Who the hell are you? Sasuke asked. Me? I'm just someone who wants to play. The person said, and from their voice, the person was identified as a boy. He then disappeared and reappeared behind Tazuna with his katana drawn out. You're dead, old man. The boy said as he was about to slash through Tazuna, only to find himself surrounded by petals. A Jinjutsu? The boy said and quickly canceled out of the Jinjutsu and saw that his target was in the hands of the Genins who moved about 5 meters away from the boy. Nice Jinjutsu, the boy said. So you must be with Zabuza, right? Sakura asked. Of course I am, though you should be less worried about who I'm with and be more worried about how you're going to survive against me. From the last event, I can easily deduce that only one of you can keep up with me 100% of the time. In fact, the only reason why one of you was able to land a Jinjutsu on me was because that person, and they must have warned you when I was about to reappear so that you could use the Jinjutsu. The boy said. He's right. That speed of his was so great that it was only thanks to Sasuke that we were able to locate him behind Tazuna-san, and also our quick teamwork that allowed us to save Tazuna. Naruto thought as he gritted his teeth. Since it looks like I have to get through you guys, let's get started. The boy said, and then disappeared and was behind the Genins and in front of Tazuna. The boy then decapitated Tazuna, only for the latter to turn into a cloud of smoke. Gaton. Gokwaku no Jutsu, Sasuke said, and then unleashed his fireball right at the boy, who instantly moved out of the way and reappeared about 5 meters from the team. You've hidden the old man as soon as you performed the Jinjutsu, didn't you? The boy said in an angry tone. Of course we did. Our priority is to protect Tazuna-san, and the best way to do so against an opponent like you is to hide him somewhere safe and take you out first. Naruto answered with a smirk. Hey Naruto, let me handle him. Sasuke said. Are you crazy, Sasuke? This guy is way faster than any of us. We need to work as a team. Naruto objected. Naruto-kun is right, and besides, we outnumber him 3-1. Let's use that fact to our advantage. Sakura added on. I know, but listen. During our first exchange, I was the only one able to keep up with him for the most part, hence how I was able to warn the two of you, and thus set up that Jinjutsu, remember? What I'm saying is for you two to let me go at him one-on-one, and when there's a clear opening, hit him with everything you've got. Sasuke said, that would be more effective if we try your way. Okay, Sasuke, we're counting on you. Naruto said. Sasuke smirked and then walked up to the boy and stood about 3 meters from him and then got into his fighting stance. Oro, you're gonna fight me one-on-one? You must be crazy. Just because you can see me doesn't mean you can fight at the same level of speed as I can. The boy said, crazy I am then, but enough of this talking. Let's get right down to the main course. Sasuke said, and then performed his Hayakyaku technique to disappear. He's fast, the boy said as he then located Sasuke in midair. Dragon Cutter. Sasuke yelled as he then came down on the boy with a split kick, but the boy countered by raising his left leg upwards and stopping Sasuke. The boy then reappeared behind Sasuke and drew out his sword and swung it at Sasuke, who then turned into a log. A substitution. The boy said, Futon, Kase Aoshi no Jutsu. Wind element. Wind wave pressure. Naruto yelled and unleashed a shot of wind from his right hand at the boy, who then disappeared to avoid the blast. Ryu Senpu. Sasuke yelled as he was behind the boy, and before the latter could react, he was knocked back by Sasuke's kick. Damn it. So they're using two fronts to attack me. That boy has the close-range front, and then the other two behind as the mid-long range front. If I avoid the former, I get attacked by the latter and vice versa. And because he can keep up with my speed, he can easily alert the other two in case of an attack. Che, guess I have no choice but to use that technique. The boy thought. Okay, boys and girls, it's time for me to take you guys seriously. The boy said. Take us seriously, the 3 Genin said. Yep, and I'll do so with this technique that I like to call Shun-Chi, Flash Earth, which goes like this. The boy said, and then in an instant was beside Sasuke. What are you looking at? The boy said, and it was then that Sasuke and the others realized he had moved. He moved? When? Sasuke thought. 1 down, the boy began to say, and then a slash across Sasuke's chest appeared, drawing out blood. 2 to go. The boy finished as Sasuke fell to the ground unconscious. Sasuke, Sakura yelled as she saw her fallen teammate. We're doomed, Tazuna said. He looks like he's the same age as us, and yet his fighting level is just so much higher than ours. Naruto thought as he was trembling. That was Sakura's voice. Did his partner already get to Sasuke? If that's so, then I must finish this now. Kakashi thought. Dragon Cannon. Zabuza thought as he spun his sword, and then thrust his sword forward and unleashed a dragon-headed chakra wave at Kakashi. Kakashi saw the wave coming and ran toward it, and kicked his right foot upward to counter the dragon wave, and was able to kick it upward and away from him. He deflected my dragon cannon. Zabuza thought with a shocked look on his face. Raiko Kamiken, Lightning Gut Feast. Kakashi yelled as he then dashed towards Zabuza and punched him with his right fist, electrocuting him. Zabuza then fell down on his knees and began to pant heavily. Still alive after taking such an attack. Huh? It seems I'll have to finish you off another way, Kakashi said as he then did a number of seals and then generated a huge amount of electric chakra in his right hand. Such much chakra, Zabuza thought as he slowly got back up. Raikiri, Lightning Blade. Kakashi yelled and was about to thrust his attack when suddenly Zabuza was received 2 needles in the neck. What in the world? Kakashi said as he stopped his attack as he was surprised at what just happened. Suddenly, a person with 2 long braids framing the side of their face and their hair tied up under a small cap and wearing a white mask with red stripes appeared next to Zabuza. Sorry, but I cannot allow you to kill him, the person said, and from their voice, they sounded like a girl, and before Kakashi could do anything, she grabbed Zabuza and disappeared. Damn it, he got away, Kakashi thought as he fell on his knees, panting heavily. Now, time to finish you guys off, the boy said as he walked up to Naruto and the others when he suddenly stopped as the girl who had grabbed Zabuza reappeared next to the boy. Zabuza lost. It's time for us to retreat, the girl said. Oh, really? Oh, well. See you guys later. The boy said to our heroes as he and the girl then disappeared. Are you guys all right? Kakashi asked as he arrived on the scene. Only Sasuke got injured, but it's not a fatal wound. What about you, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. I'll be all right, and besides, I've taken worse than this. Right now, our first priority is get to Tizuna's place, so we can rest and then regroup on how to handle these three, because something tells me an even fiercer battle is about to take place. Kakashi said, Namikaze Hokage. Chapter 5, For the Sake of Dreams. If you want to kill me, foolish little brother, then hate me, curse me, and live a long and unsightly life. Run away, and cling to your foolish life. Ah! Sasuke yelled as he woke up. He looked around and found himself half naked in a room with bandages across his chest. Why do I have? Sasuke began to ask, but then flashes of his fight against that boy and the attack he suffered rushed back in his mind. Oh yeah, that. Sasuke said as he rubbed his forehead with his right hand. I see you're finally awake, Sasuke. Sakura said as she, the rest of the team, Tizuna, and his beautiful daughter Tsunami entered the room. How long was I out for? Sasuke asked. Not long, actually. You were able to recover from your wound faster than I expected, Sakura answered. And where are we and what happened to that kid and that Zabuza guy? Sasuke asked. This is the home of Tizuna, and Zabuza was able to escape thanks to his third partner, who knocked him unconscious with acupuncture needles right before I was going to kill him, and then escaped with him, and the boy followed suit according to Naruto. Kakashi explained. I see. I guess we got lucky somehow, Sasuke said. You got that right. According to Naruto, that boy was on a whole other level compared to you guys. Kakashi said. We'll definitely need to do some serious training if we hope to complete this mission right, Sensei? Naruto asked. Right you are. Sasuke, do you feel ready to do some training? Kakashi asked. Whenever you're ready, Sasuke replied with a smirk. Matt, wait. You guys just got here. Shouldn't you be resting before training? Tsunami asked. Listen and listen well, Tsunami-chan. The man that is after your father's life is Momoichi Zabuza, the devil of Kirikigure and a missing nin. He will stop at nothing to kill him and his family, which includes you, and trust me when I say that he is more than capable of doing so. In fact, they said that when he was just a child, he committed a horrible crime. Back then, the mist was known as the Bloody Mist, and thus they had students fight each other to the death to determine if they graduated or not. Yet he, who was not even a student, came in and slaughtered every student, and in fact, it was because of him that the Mist banned such graduation tests. Kakashi explained. Whoa, was all Sasuke could say, as they were in shock from hearing that. And with the fact that he has two other partners, one who is much faster than my students and is strong, and the other whose abilities are unknown, this makes this mission much more dangerous and why it is urgent for us to train immediately. Kakashi said sternly. Then what are waiting, Kakashi-sensei? Let's get this training started, Naruto said with a smirk. All right, Team 7, follow me to the forest, Kakashi said, and he along with his team walked out of the room. Not too far from where Kakashi and Zabuza fought, Zabuza's accomplices had laid Zabuza's body on the clearing. Man, Zabuza-san sure got his ass kicked. The dark blue-haired boy snickered. Do not speak like that of Zabuza-san, the girl said, reprimanded her partner. It then got an equipment pouch and pulled out a small scissor and was about to cut Zabuza's mouthcloth when the latter caught the arm of the hunter nin. That's all right, Haku. I'll do it myself, Zabuza said as he ripped his mouthcloth open. Oh, and the great Zabuza has returned from the dead, the blue-haired boy exclaimed. Shut it, Shinji, and you're way too rough with those needles, Haku, Zabuza said as he reprimanded both kids. You shouldn't pull out like that, or else you'll really die, Haku said. How long are both of you going to wear those stupid masks? Zabuza growled, and both kids chuckled before taking them out. Shinji had hazel eyes and looked about 16, while Haku was a beautiful girl with brown eyes. What's wrong with them? Besides, it reminded us of the good old days. Shinji grinned. If I hadn't saved you then, you would have definitely gotten killed. Haku explaineth. Yeah, but did you have to hit me in the neck? You could have aimed somewhere else. Oh, well, I guess you're annoying as ever. Zabuza said to Haku. I guess you're right, but I did that so that way I wouldn't scar you. You shouldn't be able to move for a week, though. Haku replied with a smile. No worries, you basically helped me escape from death. Zabuza said. Are we going to fight them again? Shinji asked with a grin. Of course we are, and this time, I will kill Kakashi. Zabuza said. Now, have any of you learned tree climbing yet? Kakashi asked. Tree climbing? Sasuke asked. It's the exercise where you climb a tree with your feet using chakra as support, right, sensei? Sakura asked. Right, you were Sakura-chan. Kakashi replied. Oh, that. I already learned that. Sasuke said. Me too. Naruto said nonchalantly. Me three. Sakura said. Oh, really? Why don't you guys then show me how it's done? Kakashi asked as he did not believe them. The trio shrugged, and then each took a tree and ran all the way to the top in a matter of seconds. Done, the trio all said. Good, now we can get to the juicy stuff. Kakashi said. What juicy stuff? Naruto asked. The reason why I had asked you about tree climbing is because that exercise is a great way to learn chakra control. You see, chakra is an energy that comes from the mixture of physical stamina and strength and spiritual energy. While it is mostly used via jutsus, it can also be used to create specializations. Kakashi said. Specializations? The trio asked simultaneously. The key to becoming a great shinobi is to specialize your jutsus. Whether you are primarily a taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu type, what separates the weak from the strong is how they specialize in those types of jutsus. Specialization takes a lot of practice, but once mastered, it becomes a useful tool for all shinobis. For example, this is my specialization, Kakashi said, and then began to harness his electric chakra around his arms and legs. Reiku Ukami, Lightning Wolf, Kakashi said, and then the electric chakra turned into silver greaves and gauntlets that had electric sparks around them. Amazing. You were able to do that with your lightning-type chakra? Naruto asked. Yep, this is my specialization in my lightning chakra because it now allows me to perform lightning technique with almost no seals at all and deliver massive damage to my opponents. Kakashi said. I see. So you mean that we can take one jutsu element or fighting style and specialize around it like you did? Naruto asked. Yep, and that will tremendously help you become much stronger because it will be your unique take on a specific technique. Kakashi said with a grin. That sounds cool as hell. So do we get started now? Sasuke asked. Yep, just don't forget to come back to the house and eat now. See you later, Kakashi said and then disappeared. All right, guys, it's best if we separate so we can train better, agreed? Naruto asked. Yep, both Sasuke and Sakura said, and then all three scattered around to get started on their training. Meanwhile, Zabuza was resting in a bed in a huge hut-looking house with Haku looking after him, and Shinji slumped on a chair when suddenly, Gato and two samurai bodyguards named Waraji and Zori enter the place. It looks like even you have come back defeated, and I thought Miss Ninja were supposed to be the best. You couldn't even avenge your own men, and you call yourself the devil of the hidden mist. Gata gloated as he walked towards Zabuza. Come on, Zabuza. No need to stay silent. Gata said as he reached his hand for Zabuza, only for his hand to be gripped by Haku, who glared at him. Don't you dare touch him. Haku growled at the businessman. Why, you stupid bitch? Both bodyguards growled and were about to attack her with their swords when suddenly, Shinji was right in front of them with his katana, pointing at them both before they could even register it. I suggest you never call Haku-chan that word again, or I will cut you to a number of pieces humanely impossible. And why don't you guys just leave us anyway? It's not like Zabuza-san want to talk to you anyway. Shinji glared at Gato and his men. Okay, you win this time, but I'm giving only one more chance. If you fail me again, then you can kiss your paycheck goodbye. Gata said as he nursed his wrist, and he and his bodyguards left the room. You two didn't have to do that, Zabuza said as he had a kunai hidden underneath his covers. Yeah, but we wanted to scare the shit out of them, not kill him, and besides, it's more fun that way. Shinji grinned. Also, we can't kill him now, or else we would be on the run again. Haku said sadly. Yeah, you guys are right, Zabuza said and closed his eyes to rest some more. For several days now, the Genins have been training in order to create their specializations. Naruto was practicing his wind jutsus when suddenly Shinji and Haku walk into the clearing. Man, you sure are working hard out here. Shinji whistled as he was dressed without his dark blue coat and with a black shirt and black pants that had dragons on them. He was with Haku, who was wearing a pink yukata instead of her usual battle attire. Who are you two? Naruto asked. My name is Sanada Shinji, and this is Haku. What about you? Shinji asked with a grin. My name is Namikaze Naruto. Anyway, what are you guys doing here? Naruto asked. What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked with a frown on his face. We were just going around, picking up herbs. Haku replied as she smiled at the boy. Herbs for Zabuza, I presume? Naruto asked with a smirk as he knew he had uncovered both their true identities, which caused the duo to grit their teeth and get into a fighting stance. However, Naruto held his hand up. Don't worry about it. I don't want to fight. In fact, I just want to talk. Naruto said, surprising them. Why do you want to talk rather than fight? Shinji asked, still on his guard in case if this is a trap. Because there's no need for it. In fact, why don't we help you gather the herbs for him? Naruto said with a smile, causing confusion. Why are you being so nice to us? We're your enemy. Haku asked as they were picking up the herbs for Zabuza. I have a better question to ask. Why didn't you attack me? You had the element of surprise. You easily could have killed me. Naruto asked. Well, Shinji started, but both he and Haku struggled to come up with an answer. You didn't want to cause trouble. All you wanted was to pick herbs peacefully for your friend, and even act like normal children. I can see it in your eyes that you never had a good childhood. You were forced to become shinobis early in your childhood, despite your wishes. Also, I bet you and Zabuza have been on the run for a while, looking for jobs to help you out, and this one is just one of many. In reality, you just want to live peacefully, and that's why you didn't want to kill us for the sake of being able to live in peace for just a few moments. Naruto said, tearing right into the very core of the two shinobis. Don't act like you understand us. You know nothing. At least you have friends and a village to live in. On the other hand, Haku, and I had no one but ourselves until Zabuza found us on the streets. Shinji yelled angrily. Found on the streets? Naruto repeated. Yes, on the streets. In the mist, a hatred for bloodline users began to surface and then took full bloom after several battles between bloodline users and the Mist Village. My parents were bloodline users and died when I was only 5. I had to grow up in an orphanage, and as soon as they found out I was a bloodline user, they kicked me out into the streets. I had to fend for myself for a while until Zabuza found me, and this is when I met Haku. Her mother was killed by her own father and husband simply because she had a bloodline, and he even was about to kill her if it wasn't for Haku's powers. Eventually, we were found by Zabuza, who took us, and even when we told him of our bloodlines. He never once hated or feared us like those stupid villagers, and that is why we owe everything to him, and why you would never understand us. Shinji growled with a glare. Maybe I can't understand you perfectly, but I want to understand the both of you and why I want you to stop this foolishness and come with us. Naruto pleaded, shocking them. Come with you? Haku and Shinji both asked. Yes, the path that you're both on will only lead you to death. Even if you survive this upcoming battle, you will eventually walk into a battle that you will never walk away from, and all this without enjoying the many things in life and even realizing your dreams. Stop this before it's too late and come with us, please. Naruto once again pleaded to the two of them. We know that, but we can't. We owe Zabuza-san everything, and we can't just abandon him, even if we have dreams of our own. Haku replied with a sad smile. We have to go, but the next time we meet, We will hold nothing back for the sake of our precious person, Shinji said, and then both vanished into thin air. Naruto, who the hell were you talking to? Sasuke asked as he walked into the clearing. The two accomplices of Zabuza. They came here to pick up some herbs for him, and so I talked to them. Naruto answered. Why didn't you alert any of us? Sasuke asked. Because they're not bad people and they weren't for a fight. In fact, I asked them to come with us back home. Naruto said. What the? Why for? Sasuke asked. I just don't want anyone else to this die because of Gato's greed and selfishness. Naruto replied. You're talking about that Inari's dad, right? Sasuke asked. Yeah, his dad was killed by Gato's men and caused the child to withdraw into a state of anger, but that's not the only reason why I wanted them to come with us. Naruto explained as he reminisced of the story of Taiza, Inari's hero who was humiliated and killed by Gato because the man dared to stand up against the greedy businessman. What's the reason? Sasuke asked, intrigued. Because they remind me of myself when I was little, Naruto said, and then started to walk away. I see what you mean. Anyway, I was coming here to ask you for some help. Sasuke said. Help with what? Naruto asked. Later tonight, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at Tezuna's house, all dirty and tired. Oh, so you guys are back, but man, you guys look super dirty. Tezuna laughed as he saw the boys enter. Sorry, but we have a knack for overtraining, Sasuke said, and both boys grinned. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, starting tomorrow, you will be protecting Tezuna at the bridge as well, Kakashi said, which made both boys happy. They then sat on the table and started to eat. By the way, have you been progressing on your training? Kakashi asked. Yep, both boys replied, but then were startled when Inari smacked the table with both hands. Why do you bother to try so hard? It doesn't matter how strong you are, you're still no match for Gata's men. You act all cool and you talk all tough, but big strong guys like that are always too much for people weaker than they are. They'll destroy you, Inari says, shocking everyone. Unfortunately, we're not like you and we will win, Naruto said, starting to glare at the young boy. No, you won't, and you saying that ticks me off. You go running your mouth when you don't know a thing. This isn't your town. What the hell do you know about me? I'm different from you. You're always clowning around and acting so cheerful. You don't know how hard life can be. Inari yelled out with tears coming out his eyes. Ah, is this the part where I'm supposed to cry and sympathize for you? Sorry, but I didn't get the memo. Naruto said. You're nothing but a heartless jerk, Inari yelled. And you're nothing but a little selfish, emo kid who thinks he's had it tough. So what, your dad died? Guess what, kid? People do die. That is a fact, and no amount of crying is going to change that. Seriously, I don't know how your mother deals with a selfish brat who all he does all day is cry and get mad at people. If I was her, I would probably kill myself at how uncaring my son is about the feelings of others around him, Naruto said and then left. Inari then began to cry even more and left. He didn't have to say such things. Tsunami said. Yeah, but that's the way he is. He tells you like it is whether you like it or not. Kakashi said. But he is right. Crying never changes anything, and in fact, it makes things even worse, Sasuke said. Later, Kakashi went and talked to Inari and explained why Naruto acted this way, and in the end, Inari gained new respect for the blonde. The next day, Kakashi and Team 7 arrived at the bridge, only to gasp in shock as Tezuna's workers were lying on the ground. What happened here? Tezuna asked around. Those guys were monsters, one of the workers who were laying on the ground said. It can't be, Kakashi thought, just before a thick mist appeared to cover the bridge. They're coming, he yelled, and then an evil and familiar laugh echoed through the mist. Well, nice to see you again, Kakashi. And I see those brats are still alive. Guess you didn't kill them, Shinji. Zabuza said. I thought I did kill the black-haired one. Guess I must have gotten sloppy, but I'll make sure I get him this time, Shinji said playfully with his Oni mask back on as both he and Haku were dressed in their combat attires once more. In your dreams, Sasuke said with a smirk. Don't get too cocky, Sasuke. Remember, He's the one that wounded you. Kakashi said. I know, but I'm much stronger now. Sasuke replied. Haku, Mingi. You guys have fun with the Genins while Kakashi and I settle our score. Zabuza said. Sasuke, how about you and I move somewhere else for our fight? Wouldn't want to get in the way of Haku-chan. Shinji asked. Whatever, Sasuke said, and both disappeared. Haku, stop this. We don't have to fight, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, you know that person? Sakura asked. Yes, I do. Her name is Haku, and I met her and the other boy named Shinji in the forest yesterday. Naruto replied calmly. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but for the sake of Zabuza-san and Shinji-kun, I must fight you. Haku said, and then charged Naruto with a sunbon, while the blonde ready to kunai. They both met and clashed. Don't you see that all this will lead to his more death? Don't you want it to just stop? Naruto asked. I do, but abandoning a friend is worse than trash, and thus I will not abandon Zabuza-san, Haku said, and then did a one-handed seal and created ice needles out of thin air and shot them at Sakura and Naruto, who dodged out of the way. Kaseao si no justo, Naruto said and retaliated with his wind pressure blast technique, blasting Haku back a couple of feet. Haku then got back up and went through a number of seals. Tazuna-san, leave here now, Naruto told the old man, and then a number of floating ice mirrors are created from the cold air and water and then surround Naruto, Sakura, and Haku like a dome. This is my high jutsu, Makyu Hayusho, secret technique, demonic ice mirrors, Haku said, and then stepped into one of the mirrors, much to the amazement of Naruto. Kaseao si no justo, Naruto yelled as he shot his attack at one of the mirrors, but was unable to break it. Is that your jutsu specialization? Naruto asked. No, it is rather my bloodline limit, Haku said. I've heard about bloodline limit from one of my books. They are abilities passed down genetically in specific clans, and thus are unique to the people of that clan only. Sakura explained. You are correct. This ability is mine and mine only, and I will use it to protect my precious people, Haku said as she then started to move from mirror to mirror and, at the same time, started to shoot needles at our heroes, causing them to yell in pain. Ninjutsu, Tokushitsu, Ninjutsu Specialization Sakura, no Mai, Dance of the Blossoms. Sakura yelled out as suddenly a large number of cherry blossoms surrounded her. Whatever they are, they won't save you, Haku said as she shot more needles towards Sakura, but then the petals flew in front of Sakura and blocked the needles. Sakura, shuriken, Sakura yelled, and then shot shurikens in the form of petals. Those petals are dangerous, Haku thought as she dodged them and then retreated into another mirror. I had enough of this. Ninjutsu, Tokushitsu, Naruto yelled and then performed the seal for the KB technique, and then two Narutos appeared but looked different from the original. The one on the right had slightly longer hair tied in ponytail and lighter blonde hair and wore a dark blue jacket instead of white with a white spiral instead of a red spiral, black shirt, gray shorts, black shoes, and no gloves. Also, he sported a colder look on his face than the real Naruto. The one on the left was a younger version of Naruto who had a cheerful look on his face and wore an orange jumpsuit with blue shoes and a red spiral on his back. The name is Shiki, the Naruto on the right said. The name is Kai, the Naruto on the left said with a grin. And we are the Naruto no Kiro, Paths of Naruto, the two clones said together. Meanwhile, at Tazuna's house, the two bodyguards of Gato had entered the house and captured Tsunami and saw Inari and were about to lunge at him when they were suddenly knocked in the back of the neck and rendered unconscious by Naruto. Naruto? But I thought you were supposed to be with the others. Inari asked, confused, but also relieved that he saved them. I'm only a clone of Naruto. On their way, Naruto decided to make a clone in order to make sure that Gato wouldn't try anything underhanded like trying to kill you guys, and I guess he was right, the clone explained. Can you tell Naruto I'm sorry about what I said? Inari told the clone. That's for you to tell him, but I'm sure he will forgive you. Now, Go and rally the villagers. It's time for you to become a hero, the clone said with a foxy smile, and then poofed up. Inari nodded and smiled for the first time in a long while before heading to the other houses in order to try and rally the villagers around him. So, Sakura-chan, what do you think of my specialization? Naruto asked his girlfriend with a smirk. Kawaii. Sakura squealed as she hugged and snuggled onto Kai Naruto. Nanny? What do you think you're doing, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. I just can't help it. He's just so cute and huggable. Sakura replied as she continued to hug the younger Naruto. Help me, Aniki! Kai Naruto yelled as he tried to escape the clutches of the pink-haired girl, but to no avail. Sakura-chan, I need him. You can hug him all you want after we're done. Naruto replied. Okay, Sakura said and then let go of Kai Naruto. I forgot to ask. Are they special clones? Sakura asked. Yep, each have their own personalities, consciousness, and also techniques. Naruto explained. So that's your ninjutsu specialization, huh? Well then, here's mine. Haku said as she then performed a seal, and suddenly, there were a reflection of her in each and every mirror. Why am I not going to like this? Naruto asked. Begin, Haku said as she and all of her reflections began firing Simba needles at our group. Sakurahiki, wall of Sakura. Sakura yelled out, and then all of her petals formed a large shield in order to protect them from the assault. We have to think of something quick, Naruto. Even if I can block her assault with my petals, we still need to take her out. Sakura said. I know. Just let me think of something. Naruto replied. Let me handle her. Shiki Naruto suddenly said. By yourself? Are you stupid? You'll only get skewed out there. Naruto retorted. Besides Shiki and Ikki, we all have to fight together as a team, because teamwork is the key. Kai Naruto added cheerfully. I said I'll handle her, so shut the fuck up and leave now before I kill you all. Shiki Naruto replied with a dark glare. Hot hi, Sikaniki, Naruto replied, trembling. Holy crap, he makes Sasuke look like a saint. Naruto thought with a sweat drop behind his head. Scary, Sakura thought. Okay, we'll leave this to you, but don't mess up, got it? Naruto ordered. Yes, I heard you. Already now, leave me alone. Shiki Naruto said, growling the last part darkly. Okay, we're leaving already. Sakura, Jinjutsu. Naruto said. Hi. Sakura replied as she nodded her head and then went through a series of seals. Sakurajin, Sakura, illusion. Sakura said. Suddenly, Haku found herself pinned to a sakura tree in the middle of the forest. A Jinjutsu, Haku thought, and then canceled the Jinjutsu only to find out that everyone except Shiki had left. So they used the distraction to escape, but why only leave this guy? Haku thought. Sorry, but I'm a bit impatient when it comes to fighting, so let's get this over with, shall we? Shiki Naruto asked with a smirk. If you insist, but you've just made a big mistake. Haku said, it doesn't matter what his abilities are, he can't break through my mirrors, and thus can't harm me, nor my reflections. Haku thought as she unleashed her onslaught once again. You think that I can't break your mirrors, huh? How naive. My name is Shiki Naruto, and this is my special ability. Shiki said with a smirk as the needles headed for him. Then in an instant, all of the mirrors were shattered and Haku fell to the ground with her mask broken. He did it, Sakura exclaimed. Wait a minute, what is he doing? Naruto asked as he saw Shiki walk toward Haku. I must say, you really are beautiful. Too bad I have to cut you to pieces. Shiki said with a dark smirk as he was near her. F me nikun. Haku said weakly as she tried to get up, but to no avail. Shina, D. Shiki said as he was about to finish her off when his right hand was suddenly caught by a rope of rose petals. What do you think you're doing, Anna woman? Shiki asked Sakura. Stopping you from killing Haku-chan. Sakura said. Damn it, Shiki, she's not our enemy. Gatu is. Naruto growled. Shiki said, and then disappeared and reappeared in front of Sakura. You got some guts, woman. I like that, Shiki said with a smirk before cupping Sakura's chin and then kissed her fully on the lips. What the hell are you doing? Naruto asked. What does it look like? I'm kissing our woman, Shiki said as he ended the kiss, leaving a red and dazed Sakura. Our woman, Naruto exclaimed. Of course she is. You honestly don't expect me to let you have her for yourself, do you? I'm another you after all, Shiki replied with a smirk. Wait, there are more of you, Sakura asked. Yep, he created a total of 5 of us, but only could summon us 2 since the others are not totally functional yet, Shiki answered. 5 Narutos, Sakura began to say, and then had a nosebleed and fainted. Sakura-chan, Naruto exclaimed as he saw his girlfriend faint. Shiki and Iki, do you think you'll be able to teach me how to do that? Kai Naruto asked. Of course, Otudo, Shiki replied. No, you will absolutely not, Naruto yelled. Minyukun. Haku thought as she looked toward the direction where Sasuke and Shinji were fighting. From the sound of it, it looks like my friends defeated your partner, Sasuke said smirking. It looks like it. So, should we wrap this up? Shinji asked as he got into his Batajutsu stance. Whatever you say, Sasuke replied. Shunshi, Shinji yelled and was behind Sasuke in a mere instant with his sword drawn. He then swung his katana, but to his shock, Sasuke blocked it with what seemed like a dark reddish gauntlet on his right arm. Cane Flame, Sasuke yelled as his gauntlet suddenly emitted fire and knocked Shinji back about 5 meters. What is that? And how did you keep up with me? Shinji asked. This is my ninjutsu specialization called Ryu Cane Dragon Flame, and it allows me to use fire techniques without the use of seals, much like my sensei's Reiko Ukami. And as for how I was able to keep up with you, it was all thanks to my Sharingan, Sasuke said. Sharingan, Shinji said. Yep, it's a Kekai Genkai that allows me to copy techniques and see through techniques, meaning that no matter what jutsu you perform, I can see through it and even copy it. My Sharingan allowed me to see through your technique and find out how it worked, and it basically works like this. Your Shunshi is actually a combination of Shunshin, no jutsu, and fast footwork. By using this two in conjunction, you are actually creating an even faster version of Shunshin no jutsu, and thus why people cannot even register when you move. Usually when someone uses a high-speed movement technique, the opponent can see them disappear but can't track them because they move so fast. However, your technique is so fast that the opponent can't even register when you move and thus allows you to sneak up on them for the kill much easier. And also, my Sharingan allows great clarity of perception, which allows me to track down your every move, and with the added training I got, my body is able to keep up with it, Sasuke explained. I see. So you also possess a Kekai Genkai as well, and yours sounds very interesting, Shinji said. What? Do you also have a Kekai Genkai? If you do, then what the heck are you doing holding it back? This is a fight, you know. Sasuke growled angrily. You're right. I should stop playing around, but it's just that I have a playful nature. Also, my Kekai Genkai is not as interesting as yours, but I would say it's even more deadlier than yours. It is called Tukai, sword release, and it goes like this, Shinji said as he then put his left hand on his katana, and it then transforms into a katana with a small ring near the crossguard and an orange hilt. Benehiko, crimson flying locusts, Shinji yelled out, and then uses his Shunshi to reappear in the air, and then moves the blade around him in a circle, and then a trail appears from the swordsman's path, which then turns into sword, which then rained down on Sasuke, who moved out of the way. The rain of swords destroyed a large part of the bridge. Tensho, Heaven Spear, Shinji yelled as he once again put his hand on his blade, which then glowed white and extended towards Sasuke at high speed. Sasuke dodged it and then reappeared behind Shinji and then tried to punch him, but then Shinji spun around and blocked it with a red longsword. He then grinned as he crossed his red longsword with a blue longsword in the shape of an X, and then they glowed with chakra as Shinji was then able to knock Sasuke to the ground by emitting a wave of chakra from his blades. Kirigasho, Mist Fang Slice, Shinji yelled out as his sword turned into a silver katana with a chain in the back of the hilt, and he then swung it and shot a concentrated blast of chakra in the form of a crescent moon. Sasuke barely dodged the attack as the attack cut through the bridge. I have to finish him now, or else he'll destroy this entire bridge, Sasuke thought. My Tukai allows me to basically transform a sword into another type of sword that I wish, and not just that. But I can also change any non-living thing into a sword, basically allowing us to create an infinite amount of swords. However, this is not all I can do. Kinjutsu Specialization. Hirameki Turyu, Flash Sword Style. Shinji said as he then began to use his shunchi all over the place, appearing and attack in multiple spots, causing Sasuke to just stand and block. Even if you can track me, you can't keep up with my Kekai, Gunkai's unpredictability. Shinji laughed as he continued his onslaught. You're really starting to piss me off. Kane Tatsumaki, Flame Twister. Sasuke yelled as he then emitted a huge amount of fire from his gauntlets and greaves that took the form of a large hurricane that engulfed Shinji. However, Shinji was able to use his shunchi to get out of the twister in mid-air with only partial burns. Just where I wanted you, Sasuke said. Nanny, Shinji gasped as he realized he was tricked. Sure, Rindan, Sasuke said and drove his left hand to Shinji's face, sending him toward the ground, then followed by his right hand to the boy's stomach, and then Sasuke brought his right leg over and struck Shinji in the stomach, knocking him to the ground hard and making him cough blood. So, how did you like Sure Rindan, Lion Combo? Sasuke asked with a smirk. I won't lose, Shinji growled as he struggled to get back up. Give up, you can't win, Sasuke said. Yuru sighed. I won't. No, I can't give up. We've come too far to give up now, Shinji said and charged toward Sasuke with his sword and swings it, but Sasuke blocks it easily. Why are you doing this? Are you doing this for Zabuza? Sasuke asked. Not just for him, but for Haku-chan and also my dreams, Shinji replied. Dreams? What dreams? Sasuke asked. My dream is to back to the Mist Village and reform the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, Shinji answered. If you have dreams, then instead of throwing them away for something like this, go and strive for them. At least you have dreams. I don't. Not after what he did. Huh, Shinji said as he tried to understand what the Uchiha meant. Not only did he rob me of my family, but he also robbed me of my dreams, leaving me with nothing but anger and despair. However, you still have your dreams, and this is why you need to live on, so you can accomplish your sake. Besides, you don't have to worry about Haku. Naruto doesn't kill needlessly. So after this battle, go and seek your dreams instead of letting them wither or let them be destroyed by someone else, Sasuke said. Min Yikun, Haku said as she ran up to him and hugged him upon seeing him injured. Haku-tian, Shinji said with a soft smile. I'm glad you won, and I'm glad you didn't kill him, Sasuke, Naruto said as he and Sakura approached the Uchiha. The same for you guys, Sasuke said. Haku-chan, I want to live out our dreams like we always wanted to. I don't want to live on the run forever. Besides, I did promise you that I would make you Mizukichi, Shinji said. Me too, Shinji-kun, Haku said and nodded her head. Zabuza-sama. Haku yelled. Is that Haku? Why is she calling me for? Zabuza asked. Yo, Jigenkai-sensei, late sensei. Stop the fight, Naruto said. I told you not to call me that, Kakashi yelled. Yurusai, I will keep calling you that until you stop coming late, which will never happen in this century, Naruto replied, causing Kakashi to mumble in anger before continuing. I want you two to stop fighting now, Naruto said, surprising both Jounins. Have you gone mad, Naruto? He is our enemy, Kakashi barked back to the blonde. No, he's not. Gatu is, Naruto replied sternly. Sorry, kid, but I work for Gatu, and thus I'm your enemy as well, Zabuza said. Zabuza-san, please stop fighting. We don't want to do this anymore, Haku said. Vato, Zabuza said, surprised at what his adoptive daughter said. She's right. We don't want to live like this, having to put aside our pride as shinobi so we can work for greedy bastards like Gadu. We want to work toward accomplishing our goals, our dreams, live a better life where we don't have to work like this, and where we can truly be proud of ourselves. Shinji added, remember, you said you want to go back to the mist and change it, right? Haku asked. Well, we want to change it as well, make it a better place for bloodline users and everyone. And also reform the Seven Swordsmen, the group that my parents were a part and you were part of as well. Please, Zabuza-san, these people are not our enemy and in fact helped us realize what we have been doing is wrong, so please stop fighting. Shinji pleaded. You kids are truly incredible. You know that? All right, we'll do it. We'll go and live out our dreams. Zabuza proclaimed. Too bad you won't live to do so, Zabuza. A voice said, and everyone turned to see Gadu and his whole army of men on the bridge. Gatu. Zabuza growled. That's Gatu? I thought he looked more intimidating. Sakura asked, suspicious. Haven't your parents ever told you about not judging things on appearances, little girl? Gatu yelled at Sakura before turning back his focus on Zabuza. The plan has changed. Well, actually I was planning to do this from the beginning. Zabuza, I'm going to have you killed here. I never planned on paying you any money. Hiring a normal ninja from the village is expensive and they may betray me. So I use you nuke neens who are easier to take care of afterwards. I have the ninja battle each other, and once they're weakened, I kill them off with numbers. It doesn't cost me anything. Good plan, don't you think? The only problem in the plan was you, Zabuza, the devil of the hidden mist. What a joke if you ask me. You're just a cute little baby devil, he said to Zabuza, causing the ex-mist neen to glare at him. That's enough, kill them, Gatu ordered. Ah. Zabuza laughed, startling Gatu and his men. Kill me? You must have lost your mind, Gatu. There's no way you can kill me, the devil of Kirikigure. Zabuza roared and then ran toward Gatu and his men and started to slash through them despite getting stabbed by some of them. Gatu then tried to run away, but Zabuza then stabbed him in the midsection and then brought his sword up, cleaving Gatu in two vertically. Why you? You killed our meal ticket. Now you're going to die and we'll pillage the village and take anything of value. Let's go. The rest of the thugs yelled and were about to kill Zabuza and the others when an arrow hit the bridge in between them and the thugs. All the shinobi turned to see Inari leading a large group of villagers armed with crossbows, spears, axes, swords, and other simple weapons. If you come any further onto this island, the citizens of this country will stop you with everything we've got. Inari yelled. The rest of the thugs left on the boat, afraid of the villagers' wrath. I'm okay, Zabuza said to his two apprentices before falling down to the ground. Don't say that and then fall to the ground, Baka, Haku yelled. Well then, I would say our mission is finished. Kakashi to his team, and they nodded. 2 weeks had passed, and Team 7 and Team Mist were at the bridge once more as they said their last goodbye to each other in Wave. So, are you guys going back to Mist? Sakura asked. Yeah, it will be difficult, but I think we'll manage. Zabuza answered and ruffled the hairs of both his adoptive children. Thanks to you, our country was saved, but it will be awfully dull around here without you energetic youngsters, Tazuna said to Team 7. Don't worry, old man. We'll be back someday, Naruto said with a foxy grin. By the way, Naruto, I want to thank you and also sorry for what I said. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would ever have the courage to do what I did, Inari said, thanking Naruto. You always had courage, Inari. You just needed to stop crying and believe in yourself. I also believe you will grow stronger. And by the way, apology accepted. Naruto smiled. Hi, Ni-san, Inari exclaimed with a grin and hugged the older shinobi. As the shinobi parties went their own ways, Tazuna looked at Naruto upon the distance, grinned and said, That boy touched Inari's heart, and Inari touched the hearts of all the people in our city. Naruto built the bridge that eventually carried us all to hope and courage. Speaking of bridges, we still have to officially dedicate this one, and there's only one name that will fit. Let's name it the Great Naruto Bridge. That's just what I was thinking, Tazuna said as he pulled a dedication plaque from his backpack and prepared to mount it on the bridge. Namikaze Hokage. Chapter 6. The beginning of a new adventure. The Chunin exams have arrived. It's been about a couple of weeks since Team 7 left Wave and returned to Konoha. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma were all in front of the Hokage, along with other Jounins in the Hokage Tower for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to hear the nominations for the Chunin exams. The Hokage said and puffed a cloud of smoke from his pipe before continuing. I don't have to tell you this, but after a Genin has completed 8 missions, they can then be nominated for the Chunin exam by their sensei. Of course, completing more missions is the norm. The Hokage said as he explained what was required for the Genin's entrance to the exams. That's obvious. Besides, they're not ready yet for this exam. Irika thought. Now, starting with Kakashi. The Hokage said, and Kakashi stepped forward. I, Hatake Kakashi, nominate Team 7, composed of Haruno Sakura, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. All 3 have shown more than the required skills for this exam, and I feel that they are more than ready. Kakashi said. What? Irika thought, shocked at what he was hearing. I, Yuhi Kanai, nominate Hinata Hyuga, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino of my Team 8 into the Chunin exam. Kurenai said. And I, Saratobi Asuma, will nominate my Team 10 of Akimichi Chuji, Narashikama, and Yamanaka Ino into the Chunin exam as well. Asuma said, finishing off the nominations. All of them? Rare, very rare. The Hokage said. Wait a second. Irika yelled out, catching the attention of everyone. What is it, Irika? The Hokage asked. Please, Hokage-sama, let me have a word on this. I may be speaking out of line, but these 9 were students of mine at the academy. Of course, they are very talented, but it's too early for them to take an exam. They need more experience, and this is why I cannot disagree with the reasoning of the Jounins, Irika said. They don't. If we continue to shelter them like this, by forcing them to take lame missions, then they will never become true shinobis and their growth will be stunted. What better way to truly test them as shinobis than by having them the Chunin exam? Besides, I was 6 years younger than Naruto when I took mine. Kakashi said. But Naruto is different from you. Irika said. No, he is not, and stop acting like he is. He is a shinobi of this village, like myself, and thus is more than ready to take on exams like these. Besides, these exams are nothing compared to the true world of a shinobi. I will say this only once, Irika. These kids are not long your students. They are our soldiers now, and if we feel they are ready, then they are understood. Kakashi said with a glare, shutting up Irika. Oh boy, that was intense, but Kakashi's right. These kids are no longer students, but shinobis, and we cannot stop them from facing tougher challenges ahead. The Hokage thought. I will then accept the nominations of these 3 teams, and now, on to the nominations for the non-rookie teams. The Hokage said, continuing the meeting. Meanwhile, Naruto was meditating in one of the many training grounds while his clones were working on several techniques, when Sasuke and Sakura walked into the clearing. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei told us to meet him at the bridge, so let's go. Sasuke said to his teammate. You do realize it's quite rude to interrupt someone's meditation, Sasuke, and besides, we all know Kakashi-sensei won't be there on time to save his life, so why bother going there early? Naruto asked his teammates. I know, but today is the day we kill him if he comes late. Sasuke grinned as he cracked his knuckles while Sakura smiled evilly with her chakra scaples on. Okay, then I'm in, and I get dibs on him first. Naruto grinned evilly, and then they all headed toward the bridge. Okay, who paid you? Naruto asked his sensei as they saw that he was actually early for once. What are you talking about? Nobody paid me anything. Kakashi replied, looking at his students quizzically. That's crap. There are only 2 ways someone of your persona would ever come early, and that is if someone paid you or you're being whipped, and if that's the case, what's her name? Naruto asked with a mischievous grin. I am not being whipped, and no one paid me anything. Kakashi hollered with a blush on his face. Damn it. Why did he have to be your son, sensei? Kakashi thought. Then it's officially the end of the world. Naruto said as he turned to look at his teammates. Ah, come on. Don't you guys have any confidence in my abilities to come on time? Kakashi asked in a hopeful tone. We don't, his students replied. This caused Kakashi to go in the corner, in a depressed mood, and saying things like how his students were so cold. Stop acting depressed, and just tells us why you wanted to meet us. Sasuke growled in impatience. Oh yeah, Kakashi said as he recovered from his depressive stupor and then stood back up. I just wanted to tell you guys that the Chunin exams are in a few days. Kakashi revealed to his students with a smile. The Chunin exams? Sasuke and Naruto repeated. Kakashi-sensei, what are the Chunin exams? Sakura asked. The Chunin exams are held every year to determine which genins have the capacity to become Chunins. It's basically the step to the next level for you guys, and I've decided to sign you guys in. Kakashi said. Really? The genins said with excited looks on their faces. Yep, all true. So what do you think of your sensei now? Pretty cool, right? Kakashi asked as he was expecting a compliment only for his comments to have been ignored by his students who were in their thoughts. Why are they so mean to me? Kakashi cried mentally. A step to the next level. Huh? I couldn't be happier. Sasuke thought as he shook in anticipation. Another obstacle for me to overcome in order to be Hokage. Naruto thought with a smirk. This is my chance to prove myself as a kunoichi. Sakura thought. Shinaro. Inner Sakura yelled, joining in. Whatever, this is all for today. Sasuke, can you stay with me for a minute? I need to talk to you about something important. Kakashi said to the Uchiha, causing him to raise his eyebrow in confusion. Hey Sakura, want to get some ramen with me? Naruto asked the girl, making her blush. Sure, Sakura replied, and the two headed on. So Kakashi, what is it? Sasuke asked. It's about what you said when we first introduced ourselves. You said that you wanted to defeat your brother instead of killing him. What brought the change from killing to beating? Kakashi asked. The change happened a few months after the massacre. I was actually thinking of becoming an Avenger, but then he came and changed everything. Sasuke began to say. Flashback. Sasuke, age 8, and with only a black shirt with the Uchiha sign on the back and white shorts, was sitting near the pond by himself like he has been ever since the death of his clan. He thought about everything that happened, and then his blood started to boil when the image of his brother ran through his head. He then picked up some rocks and started to throw them at the pond. Damn you, Itachi. They all admired you. I admired you. Father even loved you more than me. And yet you killed them all. And for what? To test your stupid capacity. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Sasuke roared as he continued to throw the rocks as tears started to flow from his eyes. Yar dace. What did this pond ever do to you for you throw those rocks so hard at it? A voice said, and when Sasuke turned around, he saw a man with a similar haircut to his, but much shorter. He had on a red oriental shirt with a gold dragon on the front and back, black pants with that same dragon, and sandals. Who are you? Sasuke asked. My name is Kyo, and you must be Uchiha Sasuke, right? Kyo grinned as he introduced himself. Wait, how did you know my name? Sasuke asked, suspicious of this man. Well, I heard that the whole Uchiha clan was massacred, and that Uchiha Sasuke was the only survivor, and since you're sitting here all by yourself and crying and throwing rocks, it was a pretty safe bet to assume you're him. Kyo grinned. So, what are you going to do about it? Kyo asked. About what? Sasuke asked. About the massacre of your clan, that's what. Kyo answered. I'm going to avenge my clan, that's what. I'm going to get stronger, hate him with all my being, and kill him for what he did. Sasuke said as he clenched his fists in anger. So, you want to become an Avenger, huh? Well, that's not good. Kyo said and sighed. Why not? Itachi deserves to die for what he did, and he left me in order to kill him, so I could become the Avenger of my clan. Sasuke said. So you think becoming an Avenger and killing this man will bring them back, huh? Do you really think it will make them happy? Kyo asked with a stern look on his face. What do you mean? That's what they would want. Sasuke roared. Are you sure? Is that what they would want, or what Itachi wants you to do? Living by hatred, is that what they would want or Itachi would want? Kyo asked, when he saw Sasuke struggling to come up with a response. He smirked and continued. Being an Avenger is nothing but pure self-destruction. When one becomes an Avenger, they lose their identity and purpose only in order to kill one person, but what they fail is that in trying to kill this one person, they end up destroying everyone around them. And after you do kill that person, all you are left with is emptiness and loneliness. In the end, Avengers lose more than they gain, including their goals, dreams, and even their friends and lovers. Kyo explained to the young boy. How do you know all this? Sasuke asked, a bit awed by Kyo as his words started to hit him deep. Because I became an Avenger myself, and as I went through life as an Avenger, I realized the damage I was causing around me and inside of me, and realized that it was not the way it should be, and hence why I stopped being an Avenger. Kyo answered, But then what I am supposed to do? He killed my clan, he took away my family. I don't have anyone else but myself. Sasuke yelled, with tears flowing down once again. Live, that's all you have to do. Instead of trying to destroy your life in order to kill one person, live your life so you can grow strong and protect those you love and hold dear to you. Hatred is not true strength. Your goals, dreams, and what's from within is what is your true strength. We define our strength by our own experiences. Itachi may have gotten his strength via hatred, but that doesn't mean you have to gain your strength through hatred. Instead, use your pain of loss to strengthen you, so that way you become even stronger than your brother and never lose another precious person. Kyo said, Finding my own strength. Sasuke said, and then looked down at his hands, and then images of his parents and uncles and aunts appeared, and then he clenched his fists. You're right, I have to do this on my own, not listen to what Itachi said or do it how he did it. I will find my own strength and become strong. Sasuke said with a hint of pride. That's the spirit, Gaki. Kyo grinned and ruffled Sasuke's hair. In flashback, Kyo-san trained me for a little while before he left the village. He's the one that told me about true strength, and hence why I decided to stop becoming an Avenger and just focus on becoming a strong shinobi, and if the time comes, I will defeat Itachi. Sasuke said, But why defeat him instead of killing him? Kakashi asked. Because I saw that killing him would be too good for him, and thus instead, if I just defeat him, it will torture forever knowing he is weaker than me and the clan. Sasuke smirked. I see. Oh well, that's all I wanted to do that, and I'm glad that you changed. Anyway, see you later, Kakashi said and then disappeared. Naruto and Sakura were walking around when suddenly, Naruto stopped and sighed before turning around. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked as she was wondering why her boyfriend was sighing for. Konohamaru, you're not going to fool me with that disguise. A rock doesn't have any holes, dumbass. Naruto said he spotted the boy and his friends hiding under a box, following them. Smoke comes out, and then Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon come out. Konoha's future Hokage and ninja superstar, Konohamaru. Konoha's sexy kunoichi Moegi. Moegi said. And the one who is a master of the numbers, Udon. Udon said, finishing the trio's entrance. Sakura-chan, I present you the Bean Sprout Trio, Naruto said as he pointed to the trio. Stop calling us that. The three children yelled back, but to no avail as Naruto whistled as if he didn't do anything. Wow, how cute, Sakura said while Naruto rolled his eyes. Hey, and I-san, is that your Konohamaru? Asked Naruto as he pointed to Sakura. Only if she wants to, Shiki Naruto replied as he somehow was out of Naruto's body. He stroked Sakura's cheeks slowly, making the girl blush an impossible color and also making her moan. Ooh, can you teach me that too, Shiki and Iki? Kai Naruto asked with a bundle of enthusiasm as he was also out of Naruto's body. Yeah, me too, Udon and Konohamaru asked, despite being oblivious to the fact that there were two other Narutos. Absolutely not. Naruto hollered to Kai, Udon, and Konohamaru, and then turned to Shiki. And stop messing with her, and how did you two even get out of my body? Naruto asked as he was getting frustrated by them. We just did, duh. Like I said also, she is our woman, not just yours, and I could do anything I want to her. Anything, Shiki replied with a cool smirk as he put the emphasis on the word anything. So, is this how Leaf Ninjas spend their day? How pathetic, said a voice that full of arrogance, and everyone turned to see a boy dressed in all black with makeup on his face and a huge wrap thing on his face, and a girl next to him who had blonde hair and wore a tight bodysuit with a large metal thing strapped to her back head toward them. They both wore headbands, one on the head for the boy and on the neck for the girl, with a different symbol. Those are foreign shinobis. Are they already here for the exams? Sakura wondered as she recalled that the Chunin exams were on. What's your name? Shiki asked as he glared at the duo. Me? The boy asked. I'm talking to her. What's your name, woman? Shiki asked the girl. My name is Temari. Temari responded with a light blush on her face. That boy is handsome. Temari thought, and then suddenly gasped as Shiki was in front of her and put his right arm around her waist, making her blush. What the hell do you think you're doing to my sister, bastard? The boy growled angrily as he watching this stranger getting a bit too intimate with his older sister. Shut the hell up, would ya? I'm in the middle of something if you haven't realized by now, and I hate being interrupted. Shiki replied nonchalantly as he glared at the boy. Naruto-kun, shouldn't you try to stop Shiki? Sakura asked, worried. No need, and besides, this could actually help in retrieving information about foreign shinobis. Naruto replied. So, Shiki began to say, and then put his lips up to Temari's left ear. How about we get to know each other better, really better, Temari-chan? Shiki said to her in a very seductive tone. That's it. I'm so going to clobber you, the boy said as he was about to strike Shiki when suddenly a bluish and black blur appeared in front of him and struck him with a back knuckle to the face, knocking back about 10 meters into a fence. To be able to do this to Kankuro, just who the heck are those guys? Temari thought. I didn't need your help, Uchiha, Shiki said as he looked at the Uchiha, who looked back at him in confusion as he was seeing 3 Narutos. Seeing the look of confusion on his teammate's face, Naruto sighed and started to explain. These are special clones that I created as part of my ninjutsu specialization. The smaller one is named Kai, and this sexual predator and sociopath over there is Shiki. Naruto said. Thanks for the compliments, Naruto and Iki. Shiki said sarcastically. No problem. That's what family is for after all. Naruto replied with a smirk. I see. And those guys must be from a foreign village for the Chunin exams, correct? Sasuke asked. Pretty much. Okay, you two, it's time to come back now, Naruto said, glaring at the 2 clones angrily, causing Kai to gulp. I think we really made him mad, Aniki, Kai said nervously to his older brother. Whatever, Shiki replied nonchalantly and then turned to Temari. Catch you later, Shiki said with a wink that made the girl blush, and then he and Kai returned to Naruto's body. I had enough, Kankuro growled as he got back up and glared at the Uchiha. Time for you to get a taste of Karasu, Kankuro yelled with a laugh. Kankuro, don't, Temari warned her brother, but then everyone gasped as they saw a young red-haired boy appear in front of Kankuro. He had blue eyes with black rings surrounding his eyes, indicating lack of sleep. He was wearing a black slick trench coat with a white line going down in the middle. He also wore black pants, black shoes, and a large brown gourd strapped to his back. He looked so cute, Moegi thought as she looked at the newcomer. Gee, Gaara, Kankuro finally said as he looked upon the boy. Stand down, Kankuro, Gaara said in an indifferent tone as he was looking at Sasuke and Naruto. But Gaara, Kankuro began to protest, but then Gaara used his left hand to grab him by the throat and lift him up, surprising everyone. I won't repeat myself. Stand down, Gaara said coldly with a dark look that peered through King Kuru's soul. The latter nodded weakly and then was let falling to the ground by Gaara. That guy, he's a lot stronger than those two, that's for sure. Naruto thought as he observed what the newcomer just did and also the attitude of the other two toward him. It was an attitude of someone who feared another individual. So who are you? Naruto asked. The name is Sabaka no Gaara, and these are my siblings Kinkuru and Temari, and we're here for the Chunin exams. Gaara replied. What about you two? What are your names? Gaara then asked. My name is Namikaze Naruto, and these are my teammates, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Naruto said, Are you entering the Chunin exams by any chance? Gaara asked as he stared at Naruto, trying to intimidate him. Yes, we are, Naruto replied as he stared Gaara down, not affected by his stare. Upon seeing that Naruto was unaffected by his stare, Gaara smiled and chuckled slightly. It will be a pleasure then to face you in the exams. Until then, Namikaze Naruto, Gaara said with a smirk, and then turned to his siblings. Let's go, you two. Gaara said to his siblings, and then all three started to walk away. Dude, did any of you feel that guy's chakra? Sasuke asked. I did. It was overwhelming. Sakura replied. That means he's going to be one of the top tiers in this exam. Naruto said. Man, this exam is going to be one hell of a party. Sasuke chuckled with a huge grin as if he struck the jackpot. Only you would think like that. Both of his teammates thought with a sweat drop behind their backs. Day of the Chunin exam. So, this is the place for the Chunin exam, huh? Sasuke said as he and the others arrived in front of the building. Well, guys, why don't we get this party? Start guys. Sasuke said to his teammates with a wicked grin. Just don't get too overexcited, Sasuke, or you might get your ass kicked and not even become a Chunin. Naruto said to his teammate. Don't even joke like that. Hell, there's no way I'm not going to become a Chunin. Sasuke replied. Is that so, Sasuke? Naruto asked with a grin. Damn right. Sasuke replied with a grin, and the two boys stared at each other fiercely. Knock it off, and let's get moving, you dumbass. Sakura yelled as he struck both boys upside their heads with her fists, leaving huge bumps on their heads. Why, yes, ma'am. Both boys said weakly, and Sakura nodded with a proud smile on her face. A bowl-cut-haired boy with black eyes and wearing an all-green fighting uniform with blue shoes and bandaged hands was on the ground as two ninjas were blocking the way into the room 301. You're planning to take the Chunin exam with that? Huh, you should just quit right now. One of them smirked as he looked down at the bowl-cut-haired boy. Damn, Lee, you're letting those guys kick you around like that? Sasuke whistled as he and his team arrived on the floor. Another group of kids? Like I said to this guy, it's best if you... The same guard from before began to say, only to get backhanded by Sasuke. Shut up already, you're annoying. Sasuke growled. Sakura then smirked and did a seal and unraveled the Jinjutsu, changing the number of the room from 301 to 201. So you knew this was a Jinjutsu? The other guard asked. Of course. A low-level Jinjutsu can never fool someone like me, Sakura said with an arrogant smirk. Not bad, kids, but that doesn't mean a thing. The one that got knocked down by Sasuke yelled and then ran towards Sasuke, intending on settling the score. Sasuke smirked and prepared to unleash a snap kick when Lee stepped in the middle and blocked both attacks with each hand. Geez, Lee, you're such buzzkill, Sasuke said, sighing as he withdrew his attack. Gomen, Sasuke-kun, but I do not think it would be wise to start fighting here, and besides, you have a very nasty temper, Lee said to his training partner. Uchiha Sasuke, I'm surprised they let someone of your skill level participate, Niji said as he approached the group. Hyuga Niji, it looks your ego is still more massive than Konoha itself. You son of a bitch. Sasuke glared at the white-eyed boy. What's up with him? Sakura asked the girl, who had brown hair and buns, a light pink oriental shirt, blue pants, and blue shoes with her forehead protector on her forehead. These two are not really the best of friends, though I don't know why. It seems that as soon as they meet, it's like a fight is about to break out. The girl said, by the way, My name is Tintin, and yours is? Tintin asked. My name is Haruno Sakura. Nice to meet you. Sakura said, and both girls smiled at each other and shook each other's hands. I just hope for your sake that you do not fight me in this exam, Sasuke. I would hate to crush you in front of her. Niji smirked. And I hope for your sake that you don't piss me off again during this exam, or I'll make sure to ram my foot so far up your ass, you won't be able to walk for a year. Come on, guys, let's go. Sasuke barked back before telling his teammates to leave. Let's go as well, Lee Tintin, Niji said, and he started to walk, followed by Tintin, who noticed Lee standing there. Small, we're going to be late, Tintin said. You guys go ahead, I have something to check, Lee said, and then started to walk the opposite way. Team 7 were heading for where every genin were supposed to go to for the exam when Lee suddenly jumped from the top of the stairs and landed in front of them. Lee, what the hell are you doing? Shouldn't you be with your team? Sasuke asked. Yes, but there is something I need to check first. I need to see how strong you have gotten, Sasuke, and also how strong I have gotten as well. Lee asked. Why and why now? Sasuke asked in an annoyed tone. He didn't mind fighting Lee at all. It was just that this was a bad time. Because Niji has gotten even stronger than before and is halfway complete with creating his new fighting style. Lee replied sternly. This caused shock to appear on Sasuke's face. Despite their training, they were still weaker than Niji, and with the latter getting stronger, they probably would never be able to beat him. I see what you mean. Sakura, how much longer do we have until the exam officially begins? Sasuke asked Sakura. Sasuke, we don't have time for, Sakura began to say, but was interrupted by Sasuke. Just answer me. How long? Sasuke asked. About 10 minutes. Sakura answered as she looked down at her watch. That'll be perfect. We'll be done by then, so no holding back, got it? Sasuke asked Lee, who nodded back. Both Sasuke and Lee then started to rock their bodies back and forth and then dash toward each other. Sasuke began with a left punch to the face, but Lee grabbed it with his own left hand and then countered with a right back knuckle to the face, knocking Sasuke back about 3 meters. Lee then executed a lunging mid-kick with his right leg, but Sasuke evaded to his right and then countered with 2 quick punches to the face and then a back knuckle to the face, knocking Lee back about 5 meters. Sasuke then continued his onslaught with a punch-punch left spin kick, but Lee was able to block the first 2 punches and then grabbed the spin kick with his right hand, and then countered with a kick to Sasuke's right leg using his right leg, and then followed with a roundhouse kick to the jaw with his left leg, knocking Sasuke back about 10 meters. Lee then disappeared and reappeared above Sasuke, who was laying on the ground. Dragon Splitter, Lee yelled as he brought his right leg down to finish off Sasuke, but then Sasuke grabbed Lee's leg with his left hand and then brought his left leg up and smacked Lee in the face, and then followed with a more powerful back knuckle to the stomach, knocking Lee back about 15 meters. They're fighting so fast, it's not even a minute yet. They've landed so many attacks already. Sakura said in awe as she looked at her watch. Not only that, but their offense and defense are impressive. They're able to attack and counter each so well. Naruto added on as he was also watching his teammate fight in awe. I knew Sasuke was good in taijutsu, but never this good. He would definitely mop the floor with me in taijutsu. Naruto added mentally. Lee attacked with a back fist followed by a downward kick, but Sasuke was able to avoid both and try to counter, but then Lee smirked and followed up at the last minute with a sweep, knocking Sasuke off his feet. Lee then followed by putting his left hand on the ground and performing a rising kick, striking Sasuke under the chin and knocking him in midair. I've got you now, Konoha Senpu, Lee yelled as he then performed a midair spinning kick using his right leg, but at the last minute, Sasuke was able to disappear and reappear on the ground, about 8 meters back. He has improved his movement technique from last time, Lee thought as he landed on the ground. Man, Lee, we're having way too much fun, but let's finish this, shall we? Sasuke asked with a grin as he wiped the blood off his lips. No problem, Lee said with a smile. Both fighters then dashed toward each other at high speed as they both prepared for the final blow when suddenly, A large cloud of smoke appeared between them. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. When the smoke cleared, there was standing a reddish turtle with a headband around its neck. This caused everyone except for Lee to have a sweat drop behind their heads. "What the fuck is this?" Sasuke asked, only to get his right foot stomped by the turtle, making him yell in pain, "You little shit." Sasuke gritted through his teeth as he was in pain. "That's what you get for being so rude, and I came here to stop you idiots from using your strongest moves." "Sasuke, you were planning on the Dragon Knuckle on Lee, and Lee, you were planning on using that forbidden technique on Sasuke, weren't you?" the turtle asked. "What forbidden technique?" Sasuke asked. "The Omote Wrench," Lee replied. "You mastered it?" "No way. That's awesome." Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, but also joy as his friend had mastered the technique. "And because of your insolence, you gave me no choice to let him handle you all. Guy, you're up," the turtle said, and then a cloud of smoke appeared on top of it. "Yo, you kids are the epitome of youth. My name is Guy, Mato Guy," Guy said, and then gave a thumbs and a huge smile, and light hit off his teeth, giving it a ping. "Holy crap, it's a talking caterpillar," Naruto yelled as he was freaked out. "I'm so scared, Naruto-kun," Sakura said, shivering as she hid behind her boyfriend. "Oh fuck me," Sasuke said, as he knew the man. "Now, Lee, I usually would punish you right now for your disobedience, but since you're taking the exams, I will not punish you, so go out there and show them your taijutsu of hard work," Guy said, and then gave his thumbs and smile again. "Yes, sir," Lee said, and then imitated his sensei. Guy then noticed Sasuke and his team and walked up to them. "Oh my god, it's walking toward us," Sakura whispered in fright. "Sasuke, it's nice to see you again, and those must be members Kakashi's cell, which means Kakashi is also your sensei, right?" Guy asked. "Yeah, he is," Sasuke replied. "How do you know Kakashi sensei, Guy-san?" Sakura asked. "People call us eternal rivals. I have beaten Kakashi 51 times to 50, Guy said as he was right behind the three genins. "He's fast, even faster than Kakashi," Naruto said, shocked. "Still fast as hell, huh, Guy?" Sasuke smirked. "You see, Guy-sensei is the coolest," Lee said. "Now, you children don't want to be late, so go on ahead and Sasuke, give my regards to Kakashi, would ya?" Guy asked the Uchiha as he told them to get going. "Sure," Sasuke replied, and Team 7 left. They entered the room where everyone was, and as soon as they did, Ino tried to glomp Sasuke, only for the latter to move out of the way to avoid her, making her fall to the ground. He then looked around, and Hinata Hyuga with her team, and walked up to her. "Hey, Hinata, I didn't know you and your team were going to take the exam." Sasuke smiled. "Kurenai-sensei nominated us for the exam, Sasuke-kun," Hinata replied, blushing. "It looks like everyone came to get killed." "Menduksna," Shikamaru said as he sighed, while Chuji was eating chips and Ino was trying to flirt with Sasuke, but to no avail as the latter ignored her. "Oh my god, Shikamaru, you actually moved," Naruto snickered as he saw the lazy pineapple-headed genin. "I'm going to kill you one of these days, you troublesome smartass," Shikamaru said as he glared at Naruto in annoyance. "Now, come on, Shikamaru. I know you're lazy, but there's no need to lie to my face like that," Naruto said, which annoyed the Nara even more. "So troublesome," Shikamaru sighed in defeat. "Looks like the gang is all here. This is going to be fun." Kiba grinned. "Hopefully you won't get beat up so easily like in the academy, Kiba," Sasuke said with a smirk. "What did you say?" Kiba growled at Sasuke as he got up in his face, and Akamaru barked. "Kiba, I'm sure Sasuke-kun didn't mean that," Hinata said as she tried to calm her partner from fighting with her crush. "Man, your rookies sure are noisy." A man with a white ponytail, glasses, and wearing a purple suit with a white shirt underneath, purple pants, blue shoes, and black gloves said as he walked up to the rookies. "This guy smells like snakes, kid. Be on your guard when you are around him," Kyubi told Naruto. "So you must be Kyubi. About time I heard you talk. It would be bad to be the container of a demon who is too afraid to talk." Naruto said to the QB. Look, smartass, I don't even want to speak to a vermin like you, but you're my container, which means I have no choice since if you die, I die. So like I said, be careful with this guy, and I'm out. QB growled to Naruto and then cut off communication. Victim number 512. All right, Naruto thought, and then turned his attention to Kabuto. So who the hell are you? Naruto asked bluntly. I'm Kabuto, but instead of that, look behind you. Kabuto said, and all 9 rookies did as instructed and saw 3 Hidden Rain shinobi glaring at them. Those guys behind you are from the Hidden Rain. They have short tempers. Everyone is nervous about this exam. Quiet down before you cause a scene. Well, I can't blame you. You are clueless rookies. You remind me of how I used to be. Kabuto said. If you mean wearing glasses and acting all cheerful towards strangers, then no, sorry. Naruto replied. Smartass. Kabuto thought. Oh no, Kabuto-san, is this your second time? Hinata asked in a timid tone. Nope, my 7th time, Kabuto answered as he reached for his supply pouch. Why you suck, Sasuke said. And the reason why I've taken it this many times is because this exam is held twice a year, so this is my 4th year, and it is not an easy exam, kid. Kabuto said as he threw a glare at Sasuke. So you must know a lot about this exam, Kabuto-san, Sakura said. That's right, Kabuto said as he held up some strange-looking cards. Hee. I'll share some info with you cute rookies with these Nin info cards, he said with a grin. These cards are a way of holding information. All I have to do is get what I want and imprint it onto the card with chakra. Here's a demonstration, Kabuto said. He held up a blank card before placing it on the ground and sending a burst of chakra into the card, and then a map appeared. This map shows how many people are taking the exam and the countries they represent. See? Kabuto explains. Do you have cards with info on individuals? Sasuke asked with a hint of interest. Sure. Are there some guys you're worried about? Asked Kabuto. Hyuga Niji, Sasuke simply said. No problem. Kabuto said, and then went through the same routine he did for the map, and then Niji's data appeared on the card. Let's see now. He has high taijutsu skills, high speed and power, decent at everything, and has taken quite a bit of missions, mostly C-ranked and B-ranked. Kabuto said as read off what was on the card. Thank you, Sasuke said as he now had info on his rival. Anyone else want to try? Kabuto asked to the rookies. Ido, Gaara said as he appeared next to Naruto. I didn't even sense him, was the thought that was running through every of the rookies' minds. And who would that be? Kabuto asked. Namikaze Naruto. Gaara answered in a mischievous tone as he nodded his head to point to Naruto and stared at him. And while it did surprise most of the rookies, it didn't surprise Team 7 considering the events that happened yesterday. Namikaze? So that kid is the son of the Yondaime? I'll have to report this to him soon. Kabuto thought in shock. While we're at it, I want some info on Sabaka no Gaara. Naruto said as he nodded his head to point at Gaara and also stared at him, as if to show that he wouldn't back down from the red-haired genin. Here it goes, Kabuto said before doing his technique again, and then 2 cards, one with Naruto's data and one with Gaara's appeared. Let's start with Naruto. Full name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and has an incredible aptitude for ninjutsu, and has mastered many techniques already, and has taken many D-rank missions and an A-rank mission as well. Not bad, Kabuto said as he read off Naruto's card, and now on to Gaara's. Full name is Sabaka no Gaara, and comes from the Sand Village. Has incredible aptitude for ninjutsu as well, and in fact is on the same level as Naruto. Has taken 8 C-ranked missions, 1 B-ranked, 2 A-ranked, and 3 S-ranked, and has returned from all without a scratch. Kabuto said as he finished reading off Gaara's card, and everyone was shocked and in awe that there was actually a genin like them that had taken that many high-ranked missions and come out of it alive, and without even a scratch. He has the same level of ninjutsu as me? Then it seems I was correct, he is top tier. Naruto thought. Thanks, pal. You prove to be not so much of a loser as you look after all, Gaara said with a cocky smirk, and then walked back to his team who were in the far right corner of the room, but not before giving Naruto one last look and smirk. He returned to his team and sat down on a chair, relaxed. Leaf, sand, rain, grass, waterfall sound. Many outstanding genins from the various hidden villages are here to take the exam, Kabuto said, and then added, well, Hidden Sound is a small village just created last year, so there isn't much info, but the rest of the hidden villages are filled with talented youngsters. Naruto smirked, and then decided to walk on top of a nearby table and looked at everyone, who looked back at him. Listen very well, because I'm only saying this once. I'm going to crush anyone who stands in my way of reaching my dreams, and that's a promise. So try and stop me, but be warned, I won't hold back. Naruto said coldly, leaking a killer intent so massive that it even froze the 3 Odo genins that were going to attack Kabuto for his remarks on the Odo village, before retreating back to his team. Namikaze Naruto, I'll definitely have fun killing you. Gaara thought, in anticipation from the blonde's proclamation. He's got guts, Kabuto thought. And he accuses me of hogging all the spotlight? That guy. Sasuke mentally smirked. What were you thinking, Naruto? Ino hollered at the boy. Just felt like saying the truth to everyone. I will pass these exams, and no one will stop from doing so. Not even you, Yamanaka. Naruto said coldly, making the girl back away. Then, smoke appeared, and then a group of Chunin examiners were staying behind a tall Chunin with scars on his face, a cap on his head tied by his headband, a black trench coat, gray shirt, and black pants and black gloves. Sorry for making you wait. My name is Marino Ibiki, and I'm the proctor for the first part of the Chunin selection exam. Ibiki said with a grin. Chapter 7, The Test of Will. We will now begin the first test of the Chunin exams. I want all of you to turn your applications, take out of these number tags, and then sit to the seat the number indicates. Once you are seated, you will be given your papers that you will use for the written test. Ibiki explains. A written test? Oh, fuck me. Sasuke mumbled. Is the great Uchiha so scared of written tests? Naruto asked with a smirk. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke growled back at his snickering teammate. After getting their tags, the genins sat down on their seats. It looks they separated us. Naruto thought as he looked around. Looks like I gotta sit next to the cute blonde. Temari thought as she was sitting next to Naruto in one of the rows. Sasuke looked around and then saw Hinata sitting 2 rows below him. Hinata then turned her head and saw Sasuke looking at him and smiled at him. This caused Sasuke to blush and turn back to his seat of paper. Do not turn your test over and listen closely to what I have to say, Ibiki instructed the genins, and then continued. There are many important rules to this first test. I'll write them on the board as I explain, but questions will not be allowed, so listen carefully. Ibiki turned his back to the genin and started writing on the board and said, the first rule, you all start with 10 points. The test has 10 questions, each worth 1 point. But this is a subtraction exam. For each wrong answer, you lose a point. A perfect score on the test will let you keep all your points. Getting all the questions wrong means you get 0 points. The second rule is that this is a team test. Whether you pass or not is determined by your team's combined score. So each team starts with 30 points and sees how many you can hold from that amount. The third rule is that during this exam, anyone the proctors catch doing sneaky activity, namely cheating, will have 2 points subtracted for each offense. So there will be some who will lose all their points during the exam and be asked to leave. Those examiners, they look really sharp. They really don't want us to cheat. Naruto thought as he looked around. Realized that the idiots caught cheating are only hurting themselves. As shinobi trying to achieve the rank of Chunin, be proud ninja. And the final rule, anyone who loses all their initial points during the test or fails to answer any questions correctly will be failed along with their 2 teammates. Now begin, Ibiki said to the students. What the hell is this? Sasuke asked mentally as he looked at the questions on his exam. Those questions are impossible to answer for anyone except probably Sakura. On top of that, the way the rules are set up, it's just stupid. It's like they want us to cheat. That's it. They want us to cheat, but do it in an efficient way. It's almost like a recon or information retrieval mission, if you think about it. When wanting to retrieve information, you have to do in an effective way and without getting caught. If someone gets caught, then the mission fails and they die, and the same goes for us shinobis, especially when we're put in teams of 3 and more. The penalties for cheating will only apply if we cheat the wrong way and get caught. Now, if I'm correct, then this means there are a couple of people the examiners place there who have all the answers, and it's our job to locate and copy from them without getting caught. Naruto analyzed mentally. However, he was not the only one that caught on to this, as everyone else did as well. Sasuke called out his Sharingan and started to copy the movements of one of the moles. Hinata and Niji used their Byakugan to copy as well. Shino used one of his beetles to get the answers. Kiba used Akamaru. Gaara summoned a third eye from his sand and used it to get the answers. All right, Sakura, time to give me those answers. Shintensen no Justu, mind switch technique. Ino smirked mentally, and then performed her technique, which allowed her to teleport her mental consciousness into Sakura's in order to take control. In control of Sakura's body, Ino was able to memorize all of the answers before returning to her own mind and writing them down and then give them to her team. Tenten used a bunch of chakra strings to maneuver the mirrors in the ceiling lights to get the answers for her and Lee. Let's see here. What can I use to cheat? I see. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Samai, shadow clone technique. Small. Naruto thought and summoned a shadow clone that's so small that it resembled a bug. He then whispered quickly to it, and the clone nodded before turning into a fly and then flying to get the answers from one of the moles. It then returned on Naruto's right shoulder and turned back to its true form and gave the answers to Naruto. Suddenly, a kunai flew by Naruto and hit the paper of someone else. That must mean that person got caught cheating. Naruto said as he saw the person whose paper was struck by the kunai being thrown out of the room, along with his team. And as the test went on, the same happened to numerous people, cutting the numbers down. Naruto then looked at the 10th question, which had specific instructions. This question will be revealed 45 minutes after the test begins. Listen closely to the examiner before answering. I wonder why this question has its own set of instructions. Oh well, Naruto thought, but then shrugged and decided to wait as he was done. Excuse me, Kankuro of the Sand Team said. What do you want? The Chunin replied. Bathroom, Kankuro said, wincing slightly as he rubbed his legs together. The Tsunejinin was soon handcuffed by a Chunin who said, We have to follow you to the bathroom, and held one end of a rope tied to the handcuffs like a leash. Whatever, said Kankuro as he walked out of the room. Hee, we've gotten rid of the losers. Now to move on to the tougher characters. It's time to up the pressure, Ibiki thought as he gazed around the room. He then cleared his throat and said, Okay, time for the 10th question, which had the entire room's attention focused on him. Naruto's head snapped up as he heard Ibiki speak, and he put his whole focus into hearing the instructions. This is it, Naruto thought. Now, there are a few new rules for this question, Ibiki said. But before he could go on, the door to the room opened, and Kankuro walked back in with his Chunin escort. Good timing, Gaki. Was your playing with dolls beneficial? Ibiki asked Kankuro, and the said boy seemed to freeze for a second before resuming his march to his seat, though Naruto saw him pass a piece of folded paper to his sister as he passed her seat. Just sit down, Ibiki said. After Kankuro was in his seat, Ibiki stood up and started pacing in front of the blackboard. I'll now explain the rules of desperation, Ibiki said. Meanwhile, in the lounge, the 3 Jounin teachers were seating, waiting. Man, it sure is boring without my team. Kakashi sighed. Don't worry, you'll be busy soon again, Asuma said as he let out a cloud of smoke from his cigarette. Why is that? Kakashi asked. The proctor of the first exam is none other than Marino Ibiki. Asuma grinned. Not that sadist. Kakashi sighed. Sadist? Who is he? Kurenai asked, intrigued. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a recent Jounin, so you probably don't know. Anyway, they call him a pro. Kakashi said. A pro at what? Kurenai asked. A pro at torture and interrogation. Asuma smirked as he blew another cloud of smoke. Huh, torture and interrogation. Kurenai repeated. Don't worry, it's not physical, but mental torture and interrogation, so to speak, so they won't expect physical torture during his test, but they will experience some of his mental torture and interrogation skills. Kakashi explained. Do you think they'll survive? Asuma asked. They will, especially Naruto. Kakashi said. Is that boy really as good as you say he is, Kakashi? Kurenai asked. Let's just say he takes after his old man. And if you knew his old man, you'll understand why Ibiki's tricks will never work on him. Kakashi said. Old man, Asuma and Kurenai said, confused. Back in the room, Ibiki started to describe the 10th question. First, for this 10th question, you can choose to either take it or not. Ibiki said, causing confusion around the room. Choose? What happens if we choose not to? Temari asked. If you choose not, then your points will be reduced to 0 and you will fail, along with your teammates. Ibiki said with a glare. Then of course we'll take it. Some of the other ninjas yelled out. And now the other rule. Ibiki began to say with a smirk. Other rule? This guy is not messing around. Sakura thought. If you choose to take it and answer it incorrectly, then that person will lose the right to ever participate in the Chunin exam again. Ibiki revealed, shocking everyone. What kind of bullshit is that? There are guys here who have taken before. Kiba yelled out, but then froze when Ibiki started to laugh before glaring at everyone. You guys are unlucky. This year, it's my rules, you got that. Ibiki said, and then continued, but I am willing to give you guys a way out. Choose not to take the question, and you could try again next year. Ibiki said. So, basically, if one of the 3 in a team decides not to take it, the whole team fails, and if they decide to take it and fail, then the whole team fails. It's basically a life or death situation, right, Marino-san? Naruto chuckled, and then glared at the proctor, but in reality, there is no true 10th question, is there? Naruto asked the proctor. What the hell is he talking about? Everyone murmured except his teammates. What are you saying, kid? This is the 10th question. Ibiki glared at the boy. You see, the reason why I said there is no 10th question is because all this now is a way to test our decision-making skills. In fact, this whole exam was nothing but a simulation of what a Chunin has to do in order to complete their mission. First, they must gather the information they need in order to complete their mission, and they must do so without getting caught. Pretty much like how we had to cheat without getting caught, because in real life, if you get caught, you're dead. Then, the second part is the decision-making that the leader of a squad must make when they are faced with a Dekkaisen that will affect their mission, hence this 10th question. You're basically giving us the options, and it's up to us to figure out which option is correct for this situation. Naruto explained. That kid, how did he? The examiners thought as they were shocked by the kid's perception. That's Naruto Koen for ya. Sakura thought as she and Sasuke knew the blonde would pull through for them. So kid, what are you going to choose? Ibiki asked with a grin. The obvious, of course. I'm going to take this so-called question no matter what it takes, because in the end, sacrifices have to be made, and in every mission, we have to put our lives, goals, and hopes on the line in order to succeed, and this is what I intend to, because I will become Hokage, and no one will stand in my way. Not you, not anyone, got that? Naruto said with a stern look on his face. The people that were going to raise their hands did not, as they were inspired by the blonde. That kid, he's incredible. He not only saw through my tactics like they were child's play, but also instilled confidence in everyone here. It looks like a lot more people will go through the next round than I hoped. Ibiki smirked mentally and then cleared his throat and said, all of you that stayed have passed this exam. What that boy said is correct. When you become Chunins, you will be faced with decisions that will either save you or kill you, and you will have to choose. Hopefully, I'll have learned that lesson and use it in the future. Ibiki said. With a loud crashing noise, a black blur shot through the window and unfurled itself in front of Ibiki. Two kunai shot into the ceiling, pulling two end of a large banner up as a woman in a khaki trench coat skidded to a stop. All the genin were staring in shock. "You guys, this is no time to be celebrating," the woman yelled. Now everyone could see that she was dressed in a fishnet bodysuit that left little to the imagination and a khaki wrap skirt around her waist. Metal shin guards covered her lower legs, and her hair put Sasuke's black spikes to shame. "I am the examiner for the second test. Mitarashi Anko. Now let's go," the woman yelled before she punched the air and bellowed. "Now follow me." Dear God, anyone but her, Naruto thought. "Bad timing," Ibiki whispered, making the woman growl in embarrassment. "That woman acts just like Ino," Sasuke thought, and upon saying that shuddered at the thought of the blonde. 78? Ibiki, you left 26 teams? You're getting sloppy. The test was way too easy this time, Anko said angrily. They had a great group leader, Ibiki said, his eyes flicking to Naruto for a second. Group leader? Anko said, and then looked to the direction of where Ibiki was looking and saw Naruto. Her eyes then sparkled, and she immediately jumped and glomped. Naruto-kun, Anko said. Nanny, Sakura growled as fire began to engulf her, and a scary look entered her face, scaring the other examinees. Get off me, woman, Naruto said as he tried to get the older but extremely attractive woman off him. What's the matter, Naruto-kun? Still can't handle mature woman like myself. Anko grinned. Don't you have an exam to run? Naruto asked. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh well, we'll talk later. Anko winked at the flustered Naruto and then went back to the front of the classroom. Oh well, I'll cut them at least in half in the next test. All the genin froze at this comment, but before they could say anything, Anko continued, I'll explain everything once we've changed places. Follow me. She finished. All the genin followed Anko, leaving Ibiki to pick up the tests. That Naruto is going to be a great ninja. Ibiki smiled mentally. Meanwhile, Anko led the remaining 78 genin to the entrance of one of the few places forbidden by people. Welcome to the stage for the second test, practice area 44, aka the Forest of Death, Anko said with a wicked grin. Doesn't look like a forest of death to me. Are you trying to scare us, Anko-san? Naruto said. Then, a Kwani flew toward him, but he was able to dodge it before it hit him. Nice try, Anko. Naruto smirked as the older woman approached him. My, you've gotten better than before, Anko said as she put her hands around his neck. You know that I can have you arrested for sexual harassment, right? Naruto smirked at the woman. What's wrong? Do I make you uncomfortable, Naruto-kun? Anko asked in a seductive tone. Get off Naruto-kun now, Sakura yelled to the older woman, catching her attention. We got a jealous one here. Oh well, I'm sure we'll get more chances to talk, Naruto-kun. And by the way, you've become more handsome than before. I can't wait until you're legal, Anko said, winking before walking away, leaving a very red Naruto and a fuming Sakura. Who does that woman think she is? Naruto-kun is mean. Sakura growled mentally. Here's your kunai, miss. A long-haired man with a wide straw hat whose it marked him as coming from hidden grass said as he handed the weapon back, which was held by his tongue. Why, thank you. But you shouldn't sneak up on me like that, or I might kill you. Anko laughed. I'm sorry, but you did cut some of my precious hair. The man replied. This guy smells like that Kabuto guy, but much more malicious. Be careful around him. QB warned Naruto. Understood, Naruto mentally replied. Hey Naruto, how the hell do you know that lady? Sasuke asked as he and every straight guy wanted to know how the blonde got this smoking hot woman to be all over him. She saved me from some bullies one day, and then I asked her to train me in shuriken training. For the attraction, I can blame that on my father's genes. Naruto explained and sighed. Now, before we start this exam, I want to pass something out. You must sign these agreement forms. Anko said. Why? Sasuke asked. Because there will be deaths in this one, and if you don't sign these, then it will become my responsibility. Anko grinned. As psychotic as usual. Naruto thought, I'm going to explain the second test, and then I WLL pass these papers, and each team will check out at the booth over there, and afterwards, you can sign the papers. Anko explained. After the teams checked in the booth, Anko started to pass the papers. I will now explain this test. It's simply put, the ultimate survival test. Anko said, Survival? Man, this sucks. Shikamaru thought as he got the papers. First, I'll explain the area in which this will take place. Around Practice Area 44 are exactly that number of lock gates. The Forest of Death is a perfect circle with a river flowing through it and a large tower in the center. The distance from each of the gates to the tower is about 15 kilometers. During the test in the forest, you will be asked to complete a certain task. Using your many weapons and jutsu, you will compete in a no-hold, no-rules scroll battle. Anko explained as she got out the map for the place. She then held up two scrolls. One was white and had the kanji for heaven on it, while the other was black and had the kanji for earth on it. You will be fighting for these two scrolls, the heaven and earth. There are 78 people here, meaning 26 teams. Half of the teams will get the heaven scroll, and the other 13 will get the earth scroll. To pass this test, your team must make it to the tower with both scrolls. Anko further explained. So 13 teams will lose their scrolls. Half of the teams will definitely lose, Sakura said. Anko chuckled and said, but there's a time limit. This test will take 5 days. 5 days? What about dinner? Chuji yelled desperately. You're on your own. The forest is full of food. Just watch out for the man-eating beasts, poisonous insects, and poisonous plants. And 13 teams passing is not likely. As the days go on, the distance to the goal will become farther, and the time to rest will become shorter. And the area is crawling with enemies. You won't get much sleep. So not only will some fail by losing the scroll, but some will die from the harshness of the course. Anko answered with a grin. Now I'll talk about what will disqualify you. First, those who don't make it to the tower with both scrolls within the time limit. Second, those who lose a teammate or those who have a teammate killed. As a rule, there is no quitting in the middle. You will be in the forest for the full 5 days. The third and most important rule is that you must never look inside the scroll until you make it to the tower. Anko said, What happens if we do open them? Sasuke asked. The expression on Anko's face turned sadistic as she said, That will be a surprise for anyone who does. A Chunin will be asked to handle classified information. This is to test your loyalty and trustworthiness. That is it for explanations. Exchange your team's 3 forms for your scroll, then choose a gate to get ready for the start. A final word of advice, don't die. Each team split off from the main group and discussed the situation between themselves. One of the Chunin manning the scroll booth pulled a curtain up to cover the inside of the booth and said, It's time to exchange for the scrolls. Naruto glared at the Suna team as he watched them enter the booth. I see. So you can't tell which team has which scroll or who on the team is carrying the scroll. It's like I thought. In this test, we will risk our lives fighting for information. Everyone here is an enemy and determined. There will be killing, he thought. The second test of the Chunin exam begins now. Anko yelled. All the gates burst open as the Genin charged into the forest. A team of Genin from an unknown village were running through the forest when they suddenly stopped as they spotted Team 8. So, basically everyone is heading tower, right? Then setting traps was the best option for us. Kiba said, and the other two nodded. They're here, Hinata said as she spotted the team with her Byakugan. Already, where are they, Hinata? Kiba asked with a grin. Kids standing in the open like that. Do they want to be found? Oh crap, one of them has the leader said, but then before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking and started to turn blue as if something had happened to him. Hey, why are you turning blue? The one who was standing upside down asked when he suddenly saw a leech-type creature in the back of the other's neck. What the hell is that? He asked, and then he and the others screamed as they saw leeches fall from the sky. Life Village jumping leeches will sense any life form and attack in a group. 5 minutes of sucking and you'll be in the next world. As soon as you realize that, it's quite easy to set up traps. Shino explained. All right, one down. Kiba hollered. Sounds like it started, Anko said as she overheard the screams. Meanwhile, Team 7 stopped as they heard the scream. You guys heard that? Sakura asked. That was the scream of a human. It looks like someone got trapped or beaten, Naruto said. He then looked at the bushes and grinned. I'm going to handle my number one over there. I'll be right back, Naruto said and walked over there. A few minutes later, he comes back with a Mecha shinobi with a kunai in the back over his shoulder and then dropped him to the ground. So, I guess that number one was just a ploy to draw out the enemy, huh? Sasuke said. I sensed him nearby and figured he would try to get the jump on whoever he wanted, so I made myself look like a bait. Naruto explained. Guys, I have an idea, Sakura said, and the two boys turned to her. Since teams may try to disguise themselves as us to get the drop on us in case we get separated, we should come up with a code word, Sakura suggested. Not a bad idea. Sakura, what do you have in mind? Sasuke asked. How about our goals, like what we told Kakashi-sensei? But one of us has to make sure to leave an important detail out. Naruto whispered. Why are you whispering, Naruto? Unless we're being spied on, right? Sasuke said, and narrowed his eyes when Naruto nodded. Okay then, we'll do it that way. My dream is to become a medic nin and strong kunoichi, Sakura said. My goals are to defeat Itachi and revive my clan, Sasuke said. My goal is to become Hokage, Naruto said, volunteering to be the one that left out their key information. Suddenly, a huge wind blows over them, and then Naruto found himself being swept away. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke yelled, and then they felt being swept over as well, and all of Team 7 were separated. Damn, that hurt, Sasuke said as he recovered from the wind technique. He then saw Sakura appear and took out his kunai. What's the code word? Sasuke asked. My dream is to become a medic nin and strong kunoichi, Sakura said, and Sasuke smirked, knowing it was her. Sakura, Sasuke, are you guys all right? Naruto said as he arrived. Wait a minute, Naruto, the password, Sasuke asked. Simple. My goal is to become Hokage. Naruto smirked but then dodged out of the way when Sasuke threw his kunai. What is wrong with you, Sasuke? Naruto asked. You know, Naruto, you bastard. Naruto's true goals are to become Hokage and revive his Namikaze Maki clan. Naruto spotted you spying earlier and decided that one of us should not tell the complete truth about our goals, and he elected to be that person. Now, who the hell are you? Sasuke explained before getting his stance. Cuckoo, impressive, the fake Naruto said, before a cloud of smoke hid him from view. When the smoke dispersed, Hinata and Sasuke were facing the long-tongued grass shinobi. Now, let's have some fun, he added as he removed his straw hat. I don't mind being hit by a jutsu, but when someone hits me with a wind jutsu, that pisses me off. Naruto growled as he got back up from the attack. And now I lost Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto said as he could not find his teammates anywhere. He then started to walk when he suddenly felt something behind him, and as soon as he turned around, a huge snake swallowed. The snake laid down for a while, but then was suddenly ripped to pieces from inside as a huge gust of wind blasted from his body. Now I'm really pissed, Naruto growled as he got out of the snake. He then headed for his friends. Kankuro, Temari, you guys go on without me. There's something I want to check out, Gaara said with a smile, and when the other two nodded, he then left in a gust of sand. You want my Earth Scroll, right? Since you guys have the Heaven Scroll, the man said before swallowing a whole, shocking the Genins. Now let's begin the battle for each other's scroll, he began to say as he reached up to his face before he pulled his skin down to reveal a yellow snake eye. With our lives on the line, he finished to say, and then Sasuke and Sakura both felt enormous killing intent, worse than when they first met Zabuza, pounding on them as their deaths shot through their minds. Sakura, is that Jinjutsu? Sasuke asked as he struggled to stand up while Sakura fell on all fours. No, it's not. I tried to cancel it, but I couldn't. Sakura answered. Then this is just the intent to kill. His is so great that it caused us to see images of our deaths. Who is this guy? Sasuke asked as he could no longer stand and fell to the ground. It seems you too can no longer move. The grass shinobi smirked and then pulled his kunais and threw them. Move, Sasuke thought as he took out his kunai. He then stabbed himself to undo the paralysis and then quickly grabbed Sasuke and quickly headed away from the man. I see. He hurt himself in order to move again. He'll make an excellent prey. The man smiled in his head. Naruto was running at high speed through the forest in order to get to his friends when he suddenly stopped as he saw someone appear a few feet ahead of him. Gaara, Naruto said. It's nice to meet you again, Namikaze Naruto. Gaara said with a smile. What do you want? Naruto asked, as Gaara was the last person he wanted to face. I sense your jutsu, and saw that you've gotten much stronger from last time, which is good, because as of right now, Naruto, I really want to kill you, Gaara said and licked his lips. Sasuke and Sakura were hidden in a tree a short distance away, both ready for an attack. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura asked. Sasuke nodded, looking back in the direction they had come from for signs of pursuit. Sakura heard a noise and saw a giant snake near them. Sasuke, a snake, Sakura yelled out. Sasuke turned around and saw the snake, and both quickly leaped out of the way. I was so distracted that I couldn't even hear it coming. Damn it, I have to get a hold of myself. Sasuke growled and then tossed a couple of shurikens at the snake. Ninpu, Sakura no Mai, ninja art, dance of the blossoms. Sakura yelled out, and then some of her hair turned into petals that quickly carve up the snake. Sasuke and Sakura both breathed a sigh of relief until a part of the snake's neck started to rise. Both Genin watched in horror as the snake's skin split and the grass shinobi rose out of the carcass. You guys shouldn't relax for even a moment. Prey should always be trying their best to run away. In the presence of a predator, that is, said the grass shinobi and licked his lips. Two monsters have cornered our heroes in order to devour them. Next, my name is Orochimaru. Previously on Namikaze Hokage, Naruto was running at high speed through the forest in order to get to his friends when he suddenly stopped as he saw someone appear a few feet ahead of him. Gaara, Naruto said. It's nice to meet you again, Namikaze Naruto. Gaara said with a smile. What do you want? Naruto asked, as Gaara was the last person he wanted to face. I sense your jutsu, and saw that you've gotten much stronger from last time, which is good, because as of right now, Naruto, I really want to kill you, Gaara said and licked his lips. Sasuke and Sakura were hidden in a tree a short distance away, both ready for an attack. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura asked. Sasuke nodded, looking back in the direction they had come from for signs of pursuit. Sakura heard a noise and saw a giant snake near them. Sasuke, a snake, Sakura yelled out. Sasuke turned around and saw the snake, and both quickly leaped out of the way. I was so distracted that I couldn't even hear it coming. Damn it, I have to get a hold of myself. Sasuke growled and then tossed a couple of shurikens at the snake. Ninpu, Sakura no Mai, ninja art, dance of the blossoms. Sakura yelled out, and then some of her hair turned into petals that quickly carve up the snake. Sasuke and Sakura both breathed a sigh of relief until a part of the snake's neck started to rise. Both Genin watched in horror as the snake's skin split and the grass shinobi rose out of the carcass. You guys shouldn't relax for even a moment. Prey should always be trying their best to run away. In the presence of a predator, that is, said the grass shinobi and licked his lips. Namikaze Hokage. Chapter 8. My name is Orochimaru. Alert second test, Examiner Mitarashi Enko. Tell her we got a situation here, said one of the Chunin examiners as they found 3 dead bodies near some Buddha statues. Yes, another one with glasses replied and then left. Those 3 dead bodies, what the hell do you think may have happened? Another said, whatever it was, it's definitely going to cause some problems. The one who found the bodies replied as he scratched the back of his head. Yum, nothing is better than dango and juice. Now, once I'm done, I think I'll head back to the tower, since in this program, the faster ones will be done in 24 hours. Enko said. She then threw a senbon into the three and then said, Leaf Village mark complete. As the senbons she threw over time looked like the Leaf Village's mark. Big trouble, Anko-sama. The examiner with glasses said as he arrived. What is it? Enko asked. Bodies, 3 of them, and they don't look normal either. You have to come. The examiner replied. Enko nodded and before left to go to the crime scene. After examining their papers and personal items, they seem to be the Kusakager shinobis that entered this exam, and you can see they have no faces, as if they were melted off. The one that found them explained. No mistaking it, this jutsu is his, but why is he here at the exam? Enko asked her head. Show me the picture of these 3. Enko ordered, and when the examiners did, she immediately recognized the one she saw back when she was instructing the genins. So at that time, he was already there. Enko thought, this is bad. Report this to the Hokage immediately. Enko ordered. The examiner said. Send some AMBU captains to the Forest of Death. I'm going after them right now. Enko said. Who the hell are you? What the fuck do you want with us? Sasuke asked. My, what a potty mouth. The Kusanine said. Answer me, Sasuke yelled. I simply want your scroll and your life, boy. The man answered. You want our scroll, is that it? Well, you can have it then. Sasuke said, shocking Sakura. Sasuke, are you insane? If we give him the scroll, then we'll never pass the exam. Sakura yelled at the Uchiha. Shut the hell up, Sakura. If we don't give it to him, he'll just kill us, and then we'll never get another chance. Sasuke yelled, and then was about to give the scroll when he suddenly began to reminisce. Flashback. Why, Aniki? Why did you kill everyone for? 8-year-old Sasuke asked his older brother Itachi, who was dressed in his Umbu uniform. Because I wanted to test my capacity. Itachi replied without a hint of emotion. In flashback. To test his capacity, that's why he killed them all. How can I hope to make him pay for killing them if I simply give up in the face of death? Sasuke said. What are you saying? The Kusanine smirked. What I'm saying is that I have a goal, and that is to kick his ass, and if it means going through you, then I will fight you. Sasuke said, and then gave the scroll to his teammate. Sakura, I want you to leave now and find Naruto and get the scrolls we need to pass. Sasuke said, No way, let me stay and help. I'm not weak. Sakura protested. This isn't about that. It's about doing what is needed to move on. Right now, finding Naruto and getting the scrolls are more important. If you stay here, then you are more likely to die as well. Sasuke replied. What about you? I won't abandon my teammate. Sakura said, refusing to leave. Listen, this is my decision, and besides, I don't plan on dying. Now, go find Naruto and get the scrolls, please, Sakura. Sasuke pleaded. Sakura gripped the scroll and nodded before leaving. So, you decided to stay in order to stall me? How noble of you. The Kusanine said, It looks like I will be able to test his abilities after all. The Kusanine said mentally. Whatever, let's just dance. Sasuke said with his Sharingan flaring and 2 tomos and then started to hop like Bruce Lee and then disappeared and reappeared behind the Kusanine and threw a punch, but the Nin caught it and threw him. Sasuke recovered and then rushed toward the Nin and threw a volley of punches to which he blocked. The Kusanine retaliated with a roundhouse kick, but Sasuke was 1 step ahead and knocked him in the air with his right leg and then went up and performed his Sure Rindan. But instead of using the final attack on the Nin's stomach, he used it on his neck and basically slammed him hard on the ground, breaking his neck. Or so it would seem as the Kusanine turned into mud. Kawarini! Sasuke gasped. Then the real Kusanine ran up behind him and punched him in the face, sending him to a tree. My Sasuke, I hope that wasn't all you could do. The Kusanine said as he walked toward the boy, but then an explosion occurred near his legs, causing him to stumble. What the? He must have put explosive notes when I struck him. The Kusanine thought. Now you're mine. Okay, Haryu, Shoryu. Uchiha style. Rising Dragon. Sasuke said, and then punches the Kusanine extremely hard in the stomach twice that makes the Kusanine cough out some spit and follows by a rising punch to the chin. Basically Ryu's Shin Shoryuken for USF fans, lifting both in the air. Ryu Senpu. Sasuke yells, and then delivers his version of the Konoha Senpu, knocking the Kusanine to a tree. He then takes out some wires and quickly pins the Kusanine to the tree. A Sharingan triple windmill attack. The Kusanine thought. Gaton, Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire element. Fire dragon technique. Sasuke yelled, and then shot flames that advanced through the wires and struck the Nin, making him scream in agony. I did it, it's all over now. Sasuke thought as he breathed heavily. But unfortunately, he was wrong as the Kusanine freed himself from the wires and then did a seal, and Sasuke began to scream in agony. How did he survive all this? He should be dead, Sasuke said in disbelief in his head. You're definitely worthy of the Uchiha blood, and you're definitely his brother. In fact, I might say that your eyes are keener than his. The Kusanine said, with a part of his face melted off, oddly enough revealing a gray-skinned face. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Sasuke asked. He struggled to shrug off the paralysis technique. My name is Orochimaru, and as to what I want, it will have to wait, Orochimaru said. Then leave me alone, Sasuke roared. Oh, but before I leave, let me give you a parting gift, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru grinned, and then did a seal, and his neck stretched up toward Sasuke, and then bit him on the neck, making the boy yell in pain. When he finished, he retreated his neck, and a mark appeared near the bite mark. Then Sasuke yelled in pain and stumbled on his knees. What did you to me? Sasuke asked as he was in terrible pain. Like I said, I left you a parting gift, a gift that will make you come to me, in search of power. Orochimaru explained. Fuck you if you think I'll ever come to you for power. Sasuke growled. Oh, but you will, Sasuke. It's in your soul. Until next time, Sasuke-kun. Ah, 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 ah. Orochimaru said, and then laughed as he melted into the ground. Sasuke then began to howl in pain and was about to fall into unconsciousness, but before he did, he heard someone say, Yar dace. Kyo senpai, Sasuke said, and then fell unconscious. Sakura was running in the forest when suddenly, she stopped as she heard Sasuke scream. Sasuke, I have to hurry and find Naruto-kun before it's too late, Sakura said, and then sped up. I don't have time for this. Now move, Naruto said to the sandboy. I'm sorry, but I just can't do that. You see, I came all this way just to kill you, Naruto. It would be a bad idea to leave like that without tasting your blood. Besides, what's the rush? Gaara asked. I don't have time to mess with you. I have to find my Nakama, Naruto exclaimed. Nakama? Why look for your Nakama? Gaara asked confused. Because they might be in danger and need my help, that's why. Naruto growled, getting irritated by this sand shinobi. Well then, if your Nakama are in danger, then that means they're weak, and if they're weak, then they should die. Gaara smiled. What did you just say? Naruto asked angrily as he clenched his fists. Well, it is true. In this world, only the strong live, and those who are weak deserve to die. It's really that simple, Naruto. Gaara said. How can you say such nonsense? What about your teammates? Don't they mean anything to you? Naruto asked, a bit unnerved by this boy. I never had any friends ever since the day I was born. These so-called teammates, or siblings of mine, are nothing more than mere pawns that I need for this test. Gaara replied coldly. What is wrong with you? Naruto asked. Wrong with me? I should ask what's wrong with you. You're strong, and yet you want to protect those weaker than you. I just don't get it, especially when you are a Jinchuriki. Gaara said. Jinchuriki? How did you know that? Naruto asked. How? That's because I'm a Jinchuriki as well, and we Jinchuriki can smell each other, hence why I want to kill you. I want to prove that I am the stronger Jinchuriki, simple as that. Gaara explained. So not only is he crazy and strong, but also a container like myself. Naruto said mentally. Now, come on, all this talk is boring me. I want you to fight me now, Naruto, Gaara said, and then took the cork from his gourd, and then sand started to leak from it. He's not going to let me go until I fight him. Guess I have no choice. Naruto concluded mentally. All right, I will fight you, Naruto said, and then did his seal for the Kagebushin and then spawned 10 clones, who all headed toward Gaara. Too easy. Suna shuriken, Gaara smirked, and then small sand spikes headed toward the clones and struck them. But then Gaara's eyes widened as he saw Naruto finishing his seals for his jutsu. Futon, kaseao toshi no jutsu. Naruto yelled out and then shot his wind blast technique at Gaara, but the latter smirked, and then his sand comes up in front of him and blocks Naruto's attack. What in the world? His sand just came up on its own and blocked his attack? Is that an ultimate defense? Naruto asked mentally. Is that all? Gaara asked. No. Futon, rokuju kazea. Wind element. 64 wind waves. Naruto yelled and then did his Kaze ha Otoshi 64 times, unleashing 64 blasts, but Gaara's sand blocks all of them. So that sand of yours, is it an ultimate defense? Naruto asked. You can say that since it protects me from all attacks. Gaara said. No defense is invincible. I'll find a way to break it. Futon, Shippohan no Jutsu, wind element, hurricane, wave technique. Naruto yells out and unleashes a high-speed hurricane at Naruto from his right fist at Gaara. That technique, my sand won't be able to block it completely, Gaara said as he prepared to block the attack. The attack then struck Gaara and then make a huge explosion, taking out many trees. Did I get him? Naruto asked. The smoke cleared and Gaara stood, but his face was crumbling to the floor like sand for some reason, and then his face looked clean again. What in the world? Naruto asked, shocked. That was pretty good, Naruto, but not good enough. Now it's my turn. Sand spikes, Gaara said, and then spiked sand rose toward Naruto, who jumps back to avoid them, but then Gaara smirked and turned the spiked sand into a fist that punched Naruto right in the gut, knocking him into a tree. Eat this, Gaara said, and then multiple sand fists rose from the ground and then started to punch Naruto all over his body, making him cough blood. Now to finish this, Sabaku Q, Gaara said, and then sand fists wrap around Naruto. Now lend me your blood, Naruto. Sabaku so, Gaara began to say, but then was kicked hard by someone and sent crashing down. Naruto, unconscious now, was about to fall to the ground when he was suddenly picked up by someone wearing a black cloak. Who's there? Gaara roared as he stood back up angrily only to find himself alone. No, where's my prey? My prey, Gaara roared. Gaara, Temari said as she and Kankuro arrived on the scene. We've got the scrolls, Gaara. We can go back to the tower. Kankuro said. It seems you guys are not as useless as I previously thought. All right, let's go. Besides, I already had my fun, Gaara said with his wicked smile, and then started to walk, followed by his siblings. What does he mean by that? Did he already kill someone? Kankuro asked mentally. The person with the black cloak was traveling fast around the forest with Naruto in their arms when they suddenly run past Sakura. Hey, that was Naruto-kun, Sakura said, and then changed course to follow that person. Hey, wait, that's my teammate, Sakura said. The cloaked person then stopped and turned around to face Sakura. So he is your teammate? That's good to hear. He needs medical attention as soon as possible, the person said, and judging by their voice, it was a female as old as Kurenai. What happened to him? Sakura asked as she was horrified to see Naruto like this as he was covered with bruises all over his body. He was fighting an opponent that proved too difficult for him, but don't worry, he's still alive, the woman said to reassure the girl. Thank you very much, miss, but who are you? Sakura asked. You'll find out another time, the woman said, and then ran off. Naruto-kun, don't worry. I'll take care of you, but first, we have to find Sasuke. I hope he's okay, Sakura said as she thought back to her teammate and then headed back to where he was. So, That was your son, huh? Big sister. The girl said mentally. Why? Why is here? Anko asked mentally as she ran through the forest while Orochimaru was resurfacing from the tree. He's close, I can feel him. Anko thought as she sped up. She then arrived at the spot where Orochimaru resurfaced. Huh? Uncle, it's so nice to see you after all those years. Orochimaru said, this is no time to reminisce. You're an S-class missing Nin, and it's fitting that I am the one to finish you off since, after all, you're the one who taught me everything. Anko smirked. Now, that's amusing, Orochimaru replied, getting a rise out of the girl as she took out 3 needles. She was about to throw them when Orochimaru shot out his ridiculous tongue. She was able to avoid by jumping out of the way, but then it reached her and grabbed the hand in which she was holding the needles and pulled her down, but she was able to land on her feet. Seijutsu, hidden snake hands, Anko yelled, and then snakes materialized from inside the sleeve out of her trapped arm and then headed toward Orochimaru and grabbed him, and she then pulled him back and smacked him into the tree and placed her left hand on his right hand and pinned it to the tree by stabbing through with a kunai. I got you. Now, let me borrow that hand out of you for just a sec. Anko grinned and then used Orochimaru's left hand and started to do seals with it using her right hand along with his left hand. That hand seal, Orochimaru said as he recognized it. That's right. You and I are going to die together. Ninpu, twin snake sacrifice. Anko began to say, but was cut off by the laughing of Orochimaru. What's so funny? Anko asked. What's so funny is that you will die alone, Anko, my dear. Orochimaru said as he then turned into mud. That was my Kawarini, Orochimaru said as he appeared behind Anko and then took off the face he was using, revealing his real one. He then started to laugh at her misfortune. Of course, you're one of the elites now, huh? Would look bad if you were using a technique I taught you, Orochimaru said as he walked toward her. Anko takes her kunai out of her hand and throws at Orochimaru, who catches it between his 2 fingers. Orochimaru then smirked and does a seal, and Anko falls to the ground as she was clutching something on her neck. Why are you here? Are you here to assassinate Hokage-sama? Anko asked. Killing that old geezer will take more followers. I came here for something more simplistic. You see, I heard that Uchiha Sasuke, the last of his clan, was participating at this year's exam, and thus I just had to see him from more own eyes. When I did, I was so impressed that I decided to mark him with the cursed seal. Orochimaru replied. The cursed seal? Are you insane? That boy won't survive. Anko said. That is true. There's only a 2 chance that anyone can survive the seal, but that boy will definitely survive, because his need for revenge will allow him to. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Jealous that this boy has more potential than you? Are you still sad that I threw you away like trash? Anko, Orochimaru asked. You won't get away with this. Anko said. And what will you do about it? Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything else for now. However, if the Hokage or anyone decides to cancel this exam, I will attack this village and destroy it. Until next time, Anko, Orochimaru said, and then disappeared, leaving Anko all by herself. In one clearing, Neji, Tenten, and Lee were relaxing slightly. The sun should be up in less than an hour, Neji said and then continued. We've spent a day gathering provisions to supplement what was in our packs. Most teams are resting, making this the best time to attack and steal their scrolls. Let's split up and spend 20 minutes scouting the area. But whether you find another team or not, we return here in 30 minutes. Got it? Neji finished talking, and he stabbed a kunai into the ground point first. Okay, Tenten said. Roger, Lee said as he saluted Neji. All 3 of the genin leapt off in different directions. Meanwhile, Team 7 were in another clearing not too far from Neji's team. Sakura had put the 2 boys on the ground in a small, cave-like entrance so that they could rest while she looked over them. What happened to Sasuke? And who were those 2? Sakura asked herself mentally as she remembered finding Sasuke on the floor, a guy who looked like him, but older sitting next to him, smoking. That man nodded and then disappeared. Then there was also that woman, she found when looking for Naruto. If only I was strong enough, then maybe those two wouldn't have been so badly injured. Sakura thought. On the edge of the clearing, three figures peered over the bushes at Team 7. The sounding trio had finally found their targets. Ahead, there they are, Dosu said, the one with the bandages, as Orochi-sama commanded. We attack at daybreak. Our target is Uchiha Sasuke. If the other two get in our way, we can kill them, right? Zaku, the other boy, asked. Of course, Dosu replied. Dawn broke over, and Sakura was a bit weary, but still awake. She had healed the boys of their wounds, and they were both sleeping peacefully. She then suddenly heard a rustling sound, and took out her kunai in case of danger, only to find squirrel. Only a squirrel? Huh, Sakura said as she noticed coming over. She then frowned and threw a kunai at the squirrel, making it stop and go back. Someone planted an explosive on that squirrel, but who? Sakura said mentally. I thought for sure that would have worked. Did you think she saw it? Zaku growled. No, that's not it, Dosu said. What do you mean, Dosu? Zaku asked. We'll probably find out when we get closer, so let's go, Dosu said as he cleared the bushes in front of him, and then they jumped in. Who are you two? Sakura asked. Us? There's no need for you to know who we are. All we want is Sasuke, Dosu said. Sasuke? Why, what do you want with him? Sakura asked as she prepared to defend her comrade. Our master, Orochimaru, told us to find Sasuke and fight, and to kill anyone who gets in your way, which means you little girl. So if you don't die, move, Zaku said. Why don't you make me, asshole? Sakura smirked. That's it. I'm going to kill her, then Sasuke, Zaku said, and started to walk toward her when Dosu stopped him. Wait, Zaku, Dosu told his teammate. Huh? What? Zaku asked. Dosu walked forward and knelt down. You're not very good. A recently overturned stone, different colored dirt, grass where it would never grow, he said as he felt the ground. Sakura froze as Dosu lifted up a part of the ground and continued. A booby trap is pointless unless it goes unnoticed. PFT, stupid, Zaku smirked. So the kunai you threw earlier was to keep the squirrel from springing the trap? Dosu asked. Kill her, he ordered. All three sound shinobi leapt into the air, at which point Sakura's face grew a smirk that. With a quick flick of Sakura's kunai, a wire was severed and a giant log swung down towards the shinobi in midair. Another trap above? No, Dosu exclaimed. As the log swung closer, the bandaged shinobi slammed his arm with a metal device on it against the log. With a loud BM, the log exploded before it could hit the three sound shinobi, causing Sakura to gasp. She hadn't thought sound waves could be so powerful. Frankly speaking, you have very little talent. People like you have to work harder. A weakling like you shouldn't mess with guys like us, yelled Dosu. Actually, I have more talent than you think. Sakura smirked. Then, all three ninjas found themselves in Sakura's Senbonzakura Jinjutsu. What? A Jinjutsu? That means those traps were just diversions in order for her to activate her Jinjutsu. That girl's tougher than she looks, Dosu said, and they then cancel the Jinjutsu. Ninpu, Senbonzakura no Mai, Sakura yells out, and then 1,000 cherry petals head toward the trio. Like petals are going to hurt us. Zaku smirked. Zaku, those aren't normal petals. Blast them now, Dosu warned as he saw some of the petals cut through the trees. Zaku nodded, immediately formed the hand seals for his attack as he yelled, Zenkuha, air slicing blast. And a powerful gust of wind shot out of his palms, blasted the petals away, and slammed Sakura into a tree trunk. The girl pulled herself out of the tree and shook her head to clear it. The trio were about to advance on her when Lee appeared and kicked all three of them before landing in front of Sakura. Who the hell are you? The girl named Kin asked. My name is Rock Lee, the green beast of Konoha, Lee said. Lee, what are you doing here? Sakura asked, confused. I was on my way to get some scrolls for my team when I heard noises of fighting around here, and then I saw you fighting them, and I knew that I could not let a fellow comrade all by herself, and thus I decided to come and help you, Sakura-san. Lee explained. Thank you, Lee, but I don't need your help. Sakura said. No, Sakura, allow me to help you, please. Let me prove myself as a worthy comrade. Lee said. Zaku, you get to kill Sasuke while I handle that taijutsu guy with the freaky eyebrows. Dosu said as he handed Zaku the scroll and then dashed for Lee. Sakura threw a kunai, but Dosu jumped out of the way. All right, Guy-sensei, I have found someone to protect and therefore will use this technique, the lotus. Lee thought as he undid his bandages. Lee then disappeared and reappeared below Dosu and kicked him into the air like Sasuke does for his Sure Rindan. Once Dosu is in the air, Lee then performs the Kagebuyo and wraps Dosu around his bandages and then starts to go down spinning. Oh no, Dosu. There's no way he can break his fall, Zaka said, and then performed seals for his technique. Omote wrench, Lee said, and then slammed Dosu to the ground, or so it would seem as Zaku was able to perform his technique on time and cushion Dosu's fall. Looks like I got you just in time. That would have been a hard fall if it wasn't for me. Zaku grinned. What? No, that cannot be, Lee said, breathing hard as he saw Dosu get himself off the ground and shook himself off. That's one frightening technique you got there, kid. Nearly took me out even though I landed on this soft dirt. Now it's my turn, Dosu said as he prepared his gauntlet. Oh no, my body has not recovered from the lotus yet, Lee said, mentally fatigued. Dosu then ran toward Lee and swiped his hand, and even though he started to feel some distortion in him. Lee, Sakura said. Your jutsu is fast, but ours are even faster because they travel at the speed of sound, so yours are useless. Now, let us show you the wall that hard work cannot overcome, Dosu said, and his teammates grinned. He then saw blood coming Lee's ears and smirked. You see, my gauntlet allows me to send vibrations to any part of your body. Being able to ear something means your eardrum catches the vibration in the air, and the human eardrum will shatter at anything above 150 decibels, causing the opponent to lose his sense of balance, disabling your movement for a little. Dosu explained. Your outdated taijutsu will not work on us. It worked for a little while, but not anymore, and I already showed you my technique. I can control supersonic waves and air pressure, and I'm capable of destroying a rock. I can allo send air to the ground and make it cushion like I did to stop your technique. Zaku smirked as he explained, and then underneath his arms were two small holes that shot out air. Damn it, Lee thought. Dosu then ran toward Lee and threw a punch with his gauntlet, and even though Lee blocked it, he was still affected by the vibrations. Even if you block my attack, my gauntlet amplifies the vibrations, like a speaker. Also, I can add my chakra into it and send it to another target, thus not limiting myself to my hand only. Dosu laughed. Why do people have to get hurt to protect me? Why can't I help them? Sakura thought as she remembered when others used to protect her from bullies when she was little. If you don't want them to get hurt, then let me have some fun, Inner Sakura said, and then Sakura slumped to the floor. Sakura, Lee said while gritting in pain. Sakura then got back up and started to laugh, startling everyone. What's so funny, you little bitch? Dosu asked. Sakura then lifted her head, and everyone was shocked as this Sakura had a wilder, meaner-looking face than before. Nothing, just thinking about how I'm going to kick your ass, Sakura said, and then punched Dosu right in the face, so hard that it sent him crashing into a tree. Sakura, Lee gasped. This is so much fun. Sakura laughed. Why, you little bitch? Zaku roared and prepared for his technique, and then unleashed. How dull. Sakura Hiki, blossom wall. Sakura yawned, and then a wall of blossom petals blocked the wave. No way. She blocked them with her tiny petals. Zaku growled in disbelief. What the hell is she? Kin asked. Your worst nightmare. Ninpu. Shosakura Satsu, rising blossom murder, Sakura said, and then a wave of highly sharp blossom petals rose from the ground, cutting Zaku in multiple places, not killing him but knocking him out cold. Zaku, Kin said, and turned back to look at Sakura, only to see the girl right in front of her stay back. Kin yelled out and tried to hit her with her kunai, but Sakura caught with her right hand. Now scream for me. Sakura smirked evilly and then did a seal, and Kin started to scream for a while and then went down unconscious. Sakura then clutched her head in pain. What happened? Sakura asked. What do you mean what happened? You do not remember? Lee asked. No, I don't. One moment I was on the ground, and the next all three of these sound Nins are on the ground beaten up. Sakura said. She really don't remember. Lee thought in surprise. Sakura. Naruto said as he started to wake up, and so did Sasuke. Naruto-kun. Sasuke. Sakura said happily as she saw her teammates wake up. What the hell happened? Where am I? Sasuke asked as he looked around. He then remembered that Kyo was here and looked around, but he was nowhere. Where is he? Where's Kyo's senpai? Sasuke asked. And how come Gaara isn't here? Where are we, Sakura, and what had happened here? Naruto asked. Sasuke, we were ordered to fight you, but your teammate proved to be too strong. Next time, we will make sure she does not interfere. Dosa said as he took his teammates and then left, leaving two startled boys. I don't know what happened. 1 minute they were about to beat us, and then they were on the ground. I really don't know what happened. As for your questions, a woman rescued you, Naruto, and brought me to you, and as for you, Sasuke, I found you where you left me, and there was a man there. He saw me and then disappeared. Sakura explained. I see. Sasuke nodded and then went touched the part of his neck where Orochimaru was bitten, but he didn't feel anything. Kyo-senpai must have taken care of that curse. Sasuke said mentally. Lee, why are you here? Naruto asked. I saw Sakura-san in danger and tried to help her. Lee answered. And then you ended up getting beat up. Tintin said as she and Niji were up in a tree. Hey guys, how did you know I was here? Lee asked. We never saw you back at our original hideout, and so we started to look for you and found you here using my Bikugan. Now come on, let's go. We have the scrolls we need. By the way, Sasuke, it looks a girl had to save your sorry ass. Niji said to Lee and the last part to the Uchiha with a smirk. Shove it, Niji. Sasuke growled. All right then, fellow comrades. I will see you later, and Sakura, thank you for saving me. I owe you my life. Lee said. No problem. Sakura said, still oblivious as to what she did or her other self did. Tintin helped Lee get back up, and then they and Niji headed back. All right then, let's get the last scrolls so we can pass this test. Naruto said, and the others nodded. On their way, they met Kabuto, and with his help, they were able to overcome the Genjutsu of a Rain Ninja team and able to get the scrolls needed to pass this test. Though despite helping them, Naruto still had some suspicions about Kabuto, and sorry if I'm being lazy about this part, but I really didn't feel like writing it. It's pretty much like in the original, to be honest. They finally found the tower and found Kabuto's two teammates waiting. You're late, Kabuto, said one, who wore Shino-like sunglasses over his eyes. We ran into some trouble, sorry, Kabuto said as he scratched the back of his head. But it was thanks to you that we were aware of those ambushes and were able to anticipate them. Sakura said. No, it was all thanks to you three that we got through those so easily. You and Sasuke were really great at the end, Naruto, Kabuto said. We are going through this door, Kabuto said to the Genins. Good luck to all of you, Sakura said to Kabuto's team, and the two teams separated. How was the harvest? A voice asked once the door had closed behind Kabuto's team. The three walked up to a man leaning against the wall of the room. It was above expectations, Kabuto said. I've written down all their data from the second test. You want this right? The silver-haired Genin said and held up and their info cards. Hee, so you're that interested, the man said as he took the cards, which were for Team 7. So how did it go? He asked. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, not quite sure what the former Konoha Sennin wanted from him. I want to know your opinion as our spy, Orochimaru said. That's unnecessary, Kabuto as he passed his hand over his face, since everything will be decided by you. Kabuto said, lowering his hand, and as he did, the wound he had across his face from the battle had alongside Team 7 was gone, with no sign it had ever existed. Orochimaru disappeared in a puff of smoke, though his voice lingered to say, "Heh, I like that intelligence of yours. Good work." Once inside, Team 7 saw a scroll on the wall with some writing on it. "What is that?" Sasuke asked. "Let's see here. If you do not possess heave, go and gain knowledge and power. If you do not possess earth, run through the field and gain strength. If you possess both, dangerous paths turn into safe ones. This is the secret of something something. It will lead you on your way," Sakura said as she read it. "What the hell does it I have to do with anything?" Sasuke asked. "It's probably referring to the scrolls, which means in order to understand the full depth of this message, we have to open them," Naruto said, and Sasuke and Sakura each took one. They looked at each other and then at Naruto and opened them all at the same time. What was inside the scroll was a large kanji inside of a circle. "What in the world? All it says is person, Gene," Sasuke said as the team were dumbfounded by what they discovered. Then the kanji in each burst. "That's a summoning inscription. We probably just activated it. You two, let go of the scrolls now," Naruto said, and both Sasuke and Sakura did as told, tossing them away. The smoke then cleared, and it revealed to be Iruka-sensei. "Yo, how it's going?" Iruka said. "Wait, what's going on?" Sakura asked. "Looks like you went through a lot of trouble." Iruka smiled. "Why were you in the summoning technique, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked, intrigued. "It's our responsibility as Chunins to welcome the examinees at the second of the test. I was given the job to give you guys a message by chance," Iruka explained. "A message?" Sasuke repeated. "Phew, you guys made it in time," Iruka said as he looked at his pocket watch. He then put it back into his pockets and stared at the Genins. "Everyone, you have officially passed the second test of the Chunin exam," Iruka said. The Genins breathed a sigh of relief and all fell to the floor, relieved to have passed. "Finally, we made it," Sakura said. "One question, Iruka-sensei. If we looked into the scrolls, what would you have planned to do?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "This exam tests your mission completion ability. We wanted to see if you go, retrieve an item, and return to the tower without looking at the item and instead just focus on the mission. If you had indeed looked, then I would have been ordered to knock you unconscious until the completion of the exam for penalty," Iruka explained as he picked up the scrolls. "Just as I thought. That's why Anko didn't answer Sasuke's question earlier," Naruto said, referring to when Sasuke had asked his question to Anko before this test. "Oh, by the way, Sensei, what does this writing on the wall means? It seems to be broken and we can't understand it," Sakura asked. "I'm glad you asked, Sakura, since that's my other mission. The writing on the wall is the principle the Hokage wrote that you should keep in mind as a Chunin. The heaven in the text points to the person's head and earth points to the body. If you don't have heaven, go and seek knowledge. If you don't have earth, go and seek bodily strength. And if you have both, dangerous paths will become safe for you and it can become much easier," Iruka explained. "Then what about that missing letter?" Sakura asked as she pointed to it. "It's the letter that symbolizes a Chunin. The human letter that was in that scroll was what goes there," Iruka said as he pointed to the kanji in the scroll. "Hence why we could not open them until we reached the tower and saw the message," Naruto added. "As perceptive as always, Naruto," Iruka said. "The survival exam you guys took in 5 days tested the basic abilities of the examinees as a Chunin, and you guys completed it. A Chunin is a commander class. He has the duty to lead a team. Deeply inscribe in your heart the importance of knowledge and strength in mission. Never forget that principle and go on to the next step, but please don't push yourselves too hard in the third exam," Iruka said. "Don't worry about a thing. Iruka-sensei will be fine," Sasuke said. "Besides, we're shinobis now, not academy students, and this headband is the mark of this commitment," Naruto added to what Sasuke said. "Gomen, you guys. I shouldn't underestimate your abilities and worry so much," Iruka said. Team 7 then entered the door and found themselves in a large arena where all the teams that had passed the exam, including the Sand siblings and the Sound team. Zaku was bandaged up, and the girl had recovered, but still was not 100. There were 78 people that took this test, and only 21 passed. Not bad, but I was hoping that 10 would be left, not 21. Anko thought with a smirk as she and all the Jounins, Chunins and Hokage were standing in front of all the participants. It looks like Sasuke-kun's team passed. I'm so glad. Hinata thought as she saw Sasuke and his team. Your team is good after all, Kakashi. Perhaps they were lucky. But as long as my team is there, they won't go further since in this stage, personal abilities are critical. Youth is sweet and sour, and you're too strict, Kakashi. Guy said as also saw Team 7. Did you say something? Kakashi asked Guy. Oh my god, Guy yelled out in a dramatic fashion. Hokage-sama will now explain the third test. Listen carefully, Anko said. Sarutobi stepped forward and started to explain the true purpose of the Chunin exam. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, said a Jounin that appeared in the middle of the arena. From here on, as the referee, will you allow me, Gecko Hate, to explain? By all means, Sarutobi said as he gestured for the Jounin to address the gathered genin. Hello, everyone. I'm Hate, said the man as he turned around to reveal a sickly-looking face. Before the third test, there's something I'd like you to do. It's a preliminary for the third test to decide who gets to participate in the main event. Preliminary? Naruto asked. Why do we need one? This sounds too troublesome. Shikamaru asked. Because the first and second tests may have been too easy this year. We have a bit too many people remaining, said Hate. According to Chunin exam rules, we must have a preliminary round reduce the number of participants for the third test. As Hokage-sama said, there will be many guests at the third test, so the fights could take too long and we're limited in time. There were murmurs running through the small crowd of genin at this announcement. Everyone was suddenly realizing they wouldn't get a chance to go to the third round. So anyway, those who are not feeling well and those who feel like quitting after hearing these explanations, please come forward now, since we will be starting the preliminary immediately. What should we do about that Sasuke kid who Anko said was given the curse seal by Orochimaru? Asked Abiki as he recalled the information the special Jounin gave to them after her encounter with Orochimaru. We should remove him from the exam and have the ANBU watching over and protecting him, Anko said. No, he won't agree to that easily, Kakashi with a small smile. Sasuke wants to prove himself worthy of being an Uchiha, and he won't give up. I don't care. By just releasing chakra, the curse becomes active and forcibly pulls out chakra. It's a forbidden jutsu which eats at the user's body. It's amazing that Sasuke has held on for so long. He should be dead. Anko exclaimed. If the curse begins opening and releasing power, then jump in and stop him, Hokage said. All the Jounin nodded. I'm going to quit, Kabuto said as he raised his hand. That's strange, Naruto thought as he stared at Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha, right? Asked Hate as he looked through a pile of papers, presumably one each per gen in the room. You may leave now. Oh, I forgot to tell you that from here on it will be individual battling. You may raise your hand based on your own judgment. Kabuto-san, why are you quitting? Sakura asked. I'm sorry, but my body is all beat up. Actually, I haven't been able to hear out of my left ear from the time I got attacked by the sound shinobi from the first round, and now that we'll have to risk our lives, I just can't go on. Kabuto explained. I've seen him before. Didn't he quit during the final round last year? What's he thinking? Sarutobi asked. Anko looked through her folder containing the history of each participant in the third round and said, Yakushi Kabuto's data. He's failed 6 straight times. Anko said, What kind of record is that? Kakashi asked. He raised one eyebrow. He's an average shinobi since his academy days, 14 D rank and 2 C rank missions. But it's his record from before the academy that is interesting. Do you remember the story of the boy found at the Bellflower Pass? Anko said. I remember now, that young boy who was brought back from the battle at Bellflower Pass. Apparently, A Jounin from the medical team brought back a child of the enemy who survived the battle. So he's that child. Saratobi said, "You sure are devoted. Let me handle everything," is what I like to say, but Kabuto said mentally as he stared at the only hidden sound Jounin present. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, I would have liked to play with you a little longer, but any more and the old blood will start boiling. I'm a spy after all. I can't reveal my true face here. Kabuto thought. The sound Jounin gave a barely noticeable nod of his head. Perfect, if you'll be watching them, my job of gathering information is done. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto thought. You've been a spy, hiding in your fake self since you were a child. Look like you're trying your best to hold down that boiling blood. Orochimaru thought. Disguised as the sound Jounin, the snake Sannin grinned inside his head at the way his spy had played his role. Kabuto exchanged a few words with his dark spectacle team, mate before waving to Naruto and his team and walking out of the arena. I'll save the fun for some other time. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, thought Kabuto as soon as no one could see the evil smirk on his face. Now let's begin the preliminary. This preliminary consists of one-on-one fighting. You will basically be fighting as if your life is on the line in a real-life confrontation. Since we now have 23 contenders, one lucky person will receive a free pass to the next round with the winners of the other 12 matches. There are basically no rules. The fight continues until one of you is knocked out or admits your defeat. If you don't want to die, admit your defeat quickly. But when I decide a winner has clearly been established, since we're trying to decrease the amount of corpses, I'll jump right in and stop things. And the object that controls your destiny is... Hate said. Open it, Anko said in her microphone headset. A panel on the wall moved up to reveal an electronic scoreboard. Is this electronic scoreboard which will show the matches for each fight? Hate said, and then added, now, this is sudden, but let's announce the names of the first two contestants. Everyone watched the scoreboard while wondering if they would have to go first. The board suddenly revealed two names, Uchiha Sasuke and Akato Yoroi. Sweet, I'm first. Sasuke grinned. Will everyone but the participants please move to the observation balconies? Hate asked. Everyone did as the sickly Jounin asked. The other Jounins stood by their teams, but Kakashi, however, had stopped to talk to Sasuke. Don't use your Sharingan, got it? Kakashi whispered. So you know about it, huh? Don't worry, though. Senpai fixed it for me, so I'll be just fine. Sasuke smirked. Senpai? He's talking about that Kyo guy? I may have to tell that to Hokage-sama soon. Kakashi thought, all right then, go get him, but just in case it gets out of control, Kakashi then said to his student and then went up meet the rest of the team. Sasuke then walked up and met Yoroi face to face. Now, let the first match of the preliminaries begin. Hate said, now let's begin the preliminary. This preliminary consists of one-on-one fighting. You will basically be fighting as if your life is on the line in a real-life confrontation. Since we now have 23 contenders, one lucky person will receive a free pass to the next round with the winners of the other 12 matches. There are basically no rules. The fight continues until one of you is knocked out or admits your defeat. If you don't want to die, admit your defeat quickly. But when I decide a winner has clearly been established, since we're trying to decrease the amount of corpses, I'll jump right in and stop things. And the object that controls your destiny is... Hate said. Open it, Anko said in her microphone headset. A panel on the wall moved up to reveal an electronic scoreboard. Is this electronic scoreboard which will show the matches for each fight? Hate said, and then added, now, this is sudden, but let's announce the names of the first two contestants. Everyone watched the scoreboard while wondering if they would have to go first. The board suddenly revealed two names, Uchiha Sasuke and Akato Yoroi. Sweet, I'm first. Sasuke grinned. Will everyone but the participants please move to the observation balconies? Hate asked. Everyone did as the sickly Jounin asked. The other Jounins stood by their teams, but Kakashi, however, had stopped to talk to Sasuke. Don't use your Sharingan, got it? Kakashi whispered. So you know about it, huh? Don't worry, though. Senpai fixed it for me, so I'll be just fine. Sasuke smirked. Senpai? He's talking about that Kyo guy? I may have to tell that to Hokage-sama soon. Kakashi thought, all right then, go get him, but just in case it gets out of control, Kakashi then said to his student and then went up meet the rest of the team. Sasuke then walked up and met Yoroi face to face. Now, let the first match of the preliminaries begin. Hate said, Namikaze Hokage. Chapter 9. The preliminaries begins. So, any last words before I bash your face in? Sasuke asked with a smirk. You're one cocky punk, aren't you? However, if I were you, I wouldn't underestimate my opponent. Yoroi growled. Oh, I'm not underestimating you. I just know that I'm going to win, that's all. Sasuke smirked. Isn't that the same as acting cocky? Team 7 all thought. Why, you little punk? I'll shut you up, Yoroi said, and then dashed at Sasuke and punched him hard, making him skid to the ground several feet back. So, did you like that, punk? Yoroi said, but then was taken aback when Sasuke started to laugh. What's so funny? Yoroi asked. Nothing, it's just that I expected a punch, not a love tap. Sasuke smirked as he got back up. Man, Sasuke is cocky. Shikamaru said. You would too if you were as strong as him. Ino said. Maybe, but being cocky is way too troublesome for me. Shikamaru replied. Everything for you is troublesome. Ino thought. Damn it, Sasuke. This isn't the time to be overconfident. Finish him off now. Naruto growled. Chill, Naruto. I got this under control. Just having a little fun, that's all. Sasuke replied. That fool. He doesn't understand what happens when an opponent is allowed to linger on too much. Naruto said mentally. Yoroi growled and then rushed at Sasuke and threw a punch, but Sasuke parried it and then countered with a hard backhand punch to the stomach, sending Yoroi flying to a wall. Come on now. You can't be down after that. I wasn't even trying. Sasuke said. I refuse to lose until I have proven myself stronger than him. Yoroi said and then gets back up from the wall and then dashes towards Sasuke. He throws another punch and Sasuke parries, but then Yoroi grins and grabs Sasuke's arm, and then his hand turns blue. Suddenly, chakra from Sasuke is starting to be absorbed by Yoroi's hand. What the hell are you doing? Sasuke yelled. Simple, fool. I am using my Kekai Genkai to absorb all of your chakra in order to make myself stronger, faster while making you weaker. Yoroi answered. Sasuke tries to pry Yoroi's hand off his arm, but then started to slump to the ground as he began to feel weak. Sasuke, Sakura said. That idiot. This is why I told him to finish off the opponent right away. Naruto said mentally. Now that I got what I needed, here's payback, Yoroi said, and then lifted Sasuke and started to pummel him with a volley of punches with the last punch, sending him flying to the wall on the other side. No we win any olosa, which it. Yoroi said as he laughed. Now what will you do, Sasuke-kun? If you want to win against Yoroi and his Kekai Genkai, you will need your Sharingan, but if you use it, then my curse seal will take effect. Orochimaru said mentally. Looks like I can't play around any longer. That's too bad, Sasuke said as he started to get back up. You said that ability is your Kekai Genkai, correct? Well then, let me show you mine, Sasuke said, and then the Sharingan appeared, but what surprised most was no sign of the curse seal. What? Where's the curse seal? Why didn't it activate after he unleashed his Sharingan? It should have activated, unless someone negated it, but that's impossible. It's foolproof. Orochimaru yelled in his head, and he tried to use the same seal he did on Anko to activate her curse seal, but nothing happened, angering him even more. That can't be. Whoever did this will pay. Orochimaru growled mentally and then did a seal and poofed away. It looked like that Kyoga didn't negate the seal after all, but the only people I know that can do something like that are the Hokage and Jiraiya the Toad Sannin, and I never heard of a Kyo person, so who the heck is he? Kakashi asked. So what about it? In case you've forgotten about it, I've absorbed nearly all of your chakra, and thanks to it, I've gotten much faster and stronger. Yoroi laughed, and he then started to move around Sasuke at high speeds, so fast that he was invisible to the naked eye. Well, he definitely got faster. Kakashi said. You really are stupid, are you? Sasuke said with a smirk, and then twists his right and punches Yoroi in the face, knocking him down. How? I'm faster, Yoroi asked mentally. Yeah, you are, but to me, you're still slow. I don't need all my chakra, just enough for my Sharingan in this. Sasuke said, and his hands then started to become engulfed with chakra. I think I should listen to my teammate now and put an end to this. Sasuke added, and then the chakra turned into fire. That's new, Kakashi said as he wondered what his student had in mind. Eat this. Uchieryu, Keno Higoku Ryukain. Uchiha style, Fist of the Hell Dragon Flame. Sasuke yelled out and then punched Yoroi multiple times with his burning fists and then knocks him through the wall, full of burn marks and unconscious. It seems Yoroi is unable to continue this fight. The winner of the first match, then, is Uchiha Sasuke. Hate said, followed by a cough. I told you I could handle this, Sasuke said as he walked up to his teammates. Well, you did almost lose because of your overconfidence, Kakashi said. I could have beaten much earlier, but then what fun would that be? Sasuke asked. That could get you killed, Sasuke. Naruto warned his teammate. I know, I won't do it, but even if I do, I don't plan on dying just yet, Sasuke said. The next two fights were pretty much one-sided. Aburame Shino was able to defeat Zaku from the sound by clogging up both his air holes with his bugs despite Zaku pretending to have an injured arm and a cast. However, what was discovered about Shino was the main highlight of the fight as Neji was able to discover that Shino actually housed the bugs in his body, and Kakashi ended up explaining that the Aburame family used their bodies to house bugs in exchange for their combat abilities. This creeped out a lot of the examinees. The second one was between Kankuro and Mitsumi Tsujiri. The latter had used his ability to wrap his body around Kankuro like rubber and snap the Sand Ninja's neck. But what he truly snapped was the puppet Karasa's neck as the real Kankuro walked out of the bandages he originally used to hide his contraption. He then got his puppet wrap its arms around Mitsumi and then used it to crush his opponent's body. The other Genins, except for the boy's teammates, were shocked by the boy's ruthlessness. All right, we will not proceed to the next match, Hate said, coughing, and the screen began to once go through the names of the remaining participants until it stopped on two names, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. The girls looked at each other for a while and then nodded and went down to the stage. This should be interesting, Naruto said. This should be an easy win for Sakura, considering Ino is just another fangirl. Sasuke smirked. That's what you think, Sasuke, but you know nothing about Ino. Out of everyone here, she is the most improved by far, Shikamaru thought as he heard what Sasuke said. Now let the match begin, Hate said. Before we begin, Sakura, I want to tell you something. I'm much more different than I was in the academy. Much different. Ino smirked. I do not bear any grudge against you, Ino, but I will defeat you, Sakura said. Tell me, Sakura, what do you think of my hair? Ino asked as she got rid of the rubber that was holding her ponytail. What the hell does hair have to do with anything? Sasuke asked with a sweat drop behind his head. Something's not right, Naruto thought, but then his eyes widened as he saw some of Ino's hair move. Sakura, get out of the way, Naruto yelled, startling everyone. Ino then grins, and her hair shot at Sakura, but the latter was about to see it coming and dodged out of the way. Ino's hair ended up piercing the wall like a bullet. What is that? Sakura asked, surprised. If it wasn't for Naruto, then my attack would have worked. You see, Sakura, I decided to infuse my hair with chakra, turning it into a living weapon. Ino explained. She turned her hair into a weapon by infusing chakra into it? Incredible, Naruto said, shocked. And on top of that, Ino's mind is too strong for any genjutsu of Sakura's to work on, thus making it much harder for Sakura to beat her. Shikamaru added on. The bigger question, however, is what brought on that chance. The Ino, I know, would have never been able to come up with that. Sasuke asked. I did, by giving her a talk, Asuma said. Flashback. Shikamaru Chuji, you guys go train while I talk to Ino about something, Asuma said to his team in one of the training grounds. The two boys nodded and headed deeper into the training ground. What did you want to talk to me about, Asuma-sensei? Ino asked. It's about you, Ino. To be honest, I don't think you're cut out to continue being a shinobi, Asuma said with a stern tone. What? What do you mean I'm not cut out? I have my jutsus, and I was one of the best in the academy. Ino argued. It's not about jutsus or the academy. It's about determination, Asuma replied. Determination? Ino repeated. Yes, determination. You and many of the girls in your class had determination, but that determination was only to impress boys, not to become great kunoichis. That is the kind of determination you lack, and until you do, you can never become a true kunoichi. Asuma said. But you're wrong, sensei. I do want to become a great kunoichi. I don't want to be a fangirl anymore. Shikamaru and Chuji, they're so more useful than me in missions, and even though I know some of my family jutsus, I still feel like I'm a burden to this team. Please help me, sensei, Ino said as she realized what her sensei was talking about. She realized that she has been toying her around with her duty as a kunoichi and that she needed to become stronger. Unfortunately, Ino, I can't, Asuma replied. What? Ino yelled. Ino, if you want to change and become strong, then you need to find your determination and protect it with your life. Once you have found something to put 100 determination into it, then you will become strong, I guarantee it, Asuma said as he kneeled to look face to face with the girl and put his hand on her shoulder. Thank you, sensei, Ino said as she wiped a tear from her eye. In flashback. Since then, she became a different Ino, a much stronger and focused Ino. A true kunoichi, Asuma said. I have trained constantly ever since that day, and as I did, I have found something to put 100% determination into, to prove myself as a true kunoichi, and that is something I am willing to put my life on, Ino said, and then spun her hair toward Sakura. Sakura put up her hands to block, but the force of the hair was too great and knocked her back before she landed on the ground hard. Take this, Medusa Raid, Ino said as she jumped in the air, and then her hair then turned into fists and struck Sakura all at once, punching her over and over again while the poor girl was trying to block them. Sakura, Naruto yelled. Had enough, Sakura, Ino said as she stopped her attack and landed back on the ground. I'm not done yet, Sakura said, all bruised up as she got back up. Give up, girl. You can't win, or rather, I won't let you win, Ino said. You said you had your determination or goal, right? A reason to become a true kunoichi. Well, I have mine as well. You see, the reason I decided to be a kunoichi in the first place, the true reason for my dreams, is because of my mother, Sakura said. Your mother? Ino asked. Yes, my mother, because you see, I destroyed her dreams, Sakura replied. Destroyed her dreams? Ino asked as she and everyone were startled by the girl's revelation. Yes, she was a kunoichi on the rise to becoming one of the best in all of Leaf, but then she had me, and as you know, once a kunoichi gets a child, their chances of remaining a kunoichi fall to 0, and on top of that, she had to take care of me all by herself because my bastard of a father abandoned her, Sakura explained. But then your father is to blame, not you, Ino said. I know, but still, she ended up having to take care of me, and because of me, she had to quit as a ninja. I know she hates me, even if she tells me no, even if she tells me she loves me. Even when she used to put me to bed, I know she hates me because I was born and her dreams were shattered, Sakura said with closed eyes, even though tears were flowing them. I felt that I needed to do something to make up to her, to make her proud of me, and that is why I decided to become a kunoichi and a serious one. So that way I can become a powerful kunoichi and fulfill not only my dreams, but also hers as well, and that is why I can never give up, Sakura said as she then opened her eyes full of determination, and then she went through seals. Ninpu, Sakura Kakahan. Ninja Art, Blossom Whip, Sakura said and then a whip out of petals was formed out of her chakra. You said that Ino had improved Shikamaru, and that is very true. However, Sakura has also improved even more, and hence why she will win. Naruto said, "Now let's fight," Sakura said, and then lashed out her whip. Ino lashed out her hair, and the two weapons started to clash at high speeds through the arena. Amazing, they're really going at it, Tenten said. The question is, who has the stronger weapon? Lee said, Medusa needles. Ino yelled out, and then shone needles out of her hair towards Sakura, who used her whip to knock them down. My turn. Sakura, Haito aim. Sakura, shower. Sakura said, and then her whip dismantles into a bundle of petals, which then flew toward Ino. Like that's going to do anything, Ino said, and then shot out her hair to pierce the bundle, but then the petals split apart and then struck Ino over her body, creating small cuts on her, causing to yell in pain before falling to the ground. All right, she did it, Sasuke yelled out. Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji yelled out in shock. It seems Yamanaka Ino is unable to continue. The winner, therefore, is... Hate started to say, but then was cut off by Sakura's painful scream. When everyone turned, they saw that Sakura was pierced by Ino's needle hair that Sakura had knocked down, and then the hair turned into wrappers that gripped Sakura's legs and arms and pinned her to the ground. What the heck? How is this happening? Sasuke asked. That girl's pretty good. Temari smirked. She's still just a weakling, though. Gaara said, bored. You forget that these needles were formed from my hair, and thus I can use them whenever I want. Ino grinned as she got back up. Now, just hold still while I do this. Ino said. She's really going to do that, Jutsu. Shikamaru said as he realized what Ino had in mind. Ninpo, Shiten no Jutsu. Ino yelled out and then performed her mind switch technique, causing her body to slump to the ground and her mind to enter Sakura's. I see now. She used those needles to hold Sakura in place so she can use her jutsu. Pretty clever. Now, Ino has this in the bag. Shikamaru said with an added smirk. I would not be so sure, Lee said, catching everyone's attention. What do you mean by that? Ino's technique allows her to take over any mind she wants, basically invading it. There's no defense for that. Shikamaru asked. Just trust me, she will find a way out. Lee said firmly. Does Lee know something we don't about her? And if he does, what is it? Naruto asked mentally as he looked at Lee. Meanwhile, Ino was in Sakura's mind, fully in control. Now, to make her quit and wins this match. Ino said, Excuse me, but what the hell do you think you're doing? A voice said, and when Ino turned around, inner Sakura was there with a smirk. What's going on? Who are you? Ino asked. It doesn't matter who I am. All I know is that you're in our head, and I want you out, you bitch. Inner Sakura said, and then punched Ino so hard that it canceled the jutsu. What? My jutsu was canceled, Ino said, and then fell unconscious. No way. Sakura overcame the jutsu? Impossible. Shikamaru exclaimed. So my theory was correct. She does have split personality, hence why she was able to beat those sound genins and still not know what she did. Lee said mentally as he remembered the events in the forest. Then the winner is... Hate began to say again, but then Sakura also fell to the ground unconscious. Sakura, both boys exclaimed. It seems her injuries were too much for her in the end. Kakashi said. Since both combatants are out, this match results in a draw. Hate said. Asuma and Kakashi looked at each other and nodded before going down there and getting their students. I'm really proud of you, Ino. You really showed true determination. Asuma thought. It looks like not even Sakura had a happy childhood. Naruto said to Sasuke, who nodded. By the looks of things, it looks like Sakura will be able to recover in 25 minutes, and with that she can heal Ino afterwards. Kakashi said as he checked on the girls. So, she's your medical specialist? Asuma asked. Yeah, you can say that. However, one thing is for sure, I'm glad I entered them in the Chunin exam. She has grown so much more. Kakashi said. The fifth match, 10-10 versus Temari, come forward. Hate said to get everyone's attention, and both girls quickly jump into the floor and stare at each other face to face. Now, the second member of the sand team. This could prove to be interesting, Niji said. However, 10-10 will lose because of the irrefutable gap between her and her opponent that she can never overcome with her skills. Niji added mentally. Good luck, 10-10. Lee yelled. Well, Temari is weak, but her opponent is much weaker, so she should have no problem defeating her. Gaara smiled. Begin, Hate said, and the match was underway. Ino said, as she started to wake up. I'm glad you're awake, Ino, Sakura said, as she was still healing the girl's injuries. Our match is already over. It was a draw, Sakura added, while Lee and Guy were cheering for their friend. I see. So we both lost, huh? Ino said. Yes, we did, but I don't regret it at all since I know I did my best. Sakura smiled. So did I. Ino agreed. I will say this, however. You have bloomed into a strong flower, Ino. Sakura grinned. Sakura, Ino said as she looked at her friend and then smiled. Just like I thought, she never stood a chance. Niji said. 10-10. Lee said as he could not believe his friend had just lost. Up on the floor, 10-10 was on the handle of Temari's fan as all of her weapons were rendered useless against the sand girl. How boring, Temari said. Like we'd lose here, Kankuru grinned. Those guys are dangerous, the Hokage thought. The winner of the fifth match is Temari, Hate said. Temari then grinned and threw 10-10 off her fan and into the floor full of weapons, but luckily for 10-10, Lee appeared just in time to catch her. Nice catch, Temari smirked. What are you doing? Is that how you treat someone who gave her all in battle? Lee asked. Shut up and take that loser and get out of here, Temari replied. This made Lee mad, and he jumped to perform his Konoha Senpu, but it was blocked by Temari's fan. Just as I thought. You're as pathetic as you look. Temari smirked. What? Lee said. Lee, stop right now, Guy said as he jumped into the floor. Damn, Temari thought as she saw Lee's sensei. Temari, get up here now. You've been declared a winner. You need to stop wasting time with those weaklings, or else you'll get weaker, Gaara said, earning a glare from Lee. Lee, that's enough. Guy said that to calm his student, and then grinned and looked up at the sand team. Sand team, there's something I would like to warn you about if you don't mind. Guy said. This kid is strong. You better prepare yourself. Guy said. I wouldn't want to pick a fight with any of them. Kiba said.